Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I guess good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are in the world. I'm not at 100%. I'm still sick, but I am here. So bear with me. My throat still hurts. I get these periodic fucking headaches that knock you on your ass. My kiddo is still sick. I cringe every time she coughs because the cough is so barky and hacky that like the poor kids had a hard time sleeping with the like coughing. So she's been in our bed for the past couple nights, sort of like we propped her, on all the pillows, because the cough is just so bad. The doctor gave steroids, so that seems to be helping a little, which is a good thing. But the poor kiddo is just having a rough go of it with that cough. That cough is really what's getting her. And my niece and nephew are sick. My sister's fiance is sick. So it's just been passed around everywhere. Me and my husband are exhausted because, of course, we got a little next to us that's sick. And I've been sick. My husband thus far has only gotten a headache. So fingers crossed he won't get sick. But he's exhausted. I'm exhausted because, of course, it's like taking turns, like checking on her. And then every time she coughs, it wakes us up. And it's a very consistent cough. So, we're checking on her, to make sure her breathing is good. So we're tired. I'll tell you that. Tired. I'm a tired mama. And I still feel kind of I'm probably at like 70%. I'm working on it. I'm tired. I'm very tired and just blah. But enough of the shit part of my life. Enough of the suffering, right? We have a Sunday show to do, right? That's what we got. I apologize for not being here for a few days. Like, that is not obviously my intent, but it took pretty much all day to get me and her seen by the doctors and urgent care and all that shenanigans. So I did not, by the time I got home Saturday, it was just like, yeah, that's not happening. That's not, a show's not happening. It's where everyone's tired. We're just getting home. We've been out all day and it was hot, and it's hot today. It was really freaking hot. So don't judge me. I'm just wearing my jersey. Okay. I got my hair in a bun. I'm just like, I don't care. I'm wearing my Mrs. jersey. Okay. No, it's not the heat. So it's two different things: strep throat and bronchitis, pharyngitis, the doctor said, which is coming with some like headaches and nausea. And my little puked only once, thank God. And I think it was more from the cough, just consistent coughing and the postnasal, because it was mostly like bile. So none of us have been like insta puking everywhere. Just really like it's mostly like in your head, nasal and throat. So bear with me. I am, like I said, not at 100%, but we're getting there. Thank you, Go Duke. I appreciate that. Okay, listen, listen. All right. The turtle is on a tear. All right. He's falling apart. Okay. He's falling apart. Also, somebody fucking remind me to get new contacts. I need new contacts. I can tell, like, every time I work, this side, is it this side? Yeah, this side is blurrier, and I need a new eye exam. They've just been booked out for months now, and I need a new prescription for this side. I've always been the same on both sides, but now this side's definitely worse than this side. And so I can tell the difference on the sides. So, okay. Good morning, Smarty Artie. Nice to see you. Me too. I'm also counting down. I might start making the ticker, a timer on the board for his trial, like counting down the days of how many days till his trial, that would be quite fucking funny. All right. So before we get started into some of what I got going for you guys, and some of it's quite funny. I mean, the turtles lost his ever-loving mind a long time ago, but like it just gets funnier by the day. It's just funnier by the fucking day. Just absolutely funnier by the day. Him and his minions, The minions are always having, every day he breaks up with a new minion. That's what happens. Is every day one of the minions realizes he doesn't give any actual fucks about any of them. He only actually cares about himself. And they start to realize that, right? So we have some clips that will show you just how much of a liar and a weirdo he is. Okay. And also shows you how easily he is willing to lie to people's faces while knowing that he's lying. It's just so wild. It's wild to me that someone is willing to lie when they know, because he knows that we know, right? He knows that we have his phone extraction. He knows what he put in there, right? He knows what he wrote to people. He knows what he responded to people. He knows the schemes he's cooked up here, there, and everywhere. And then he seems to forget that we have copies of the extraction, right? And he seems to forget that a lot of us, including people who are very close to him who are not anymore, and people who are close to him who still are, but out of fear, that like we all know, right? Like we all know. I think this is something he's been doing for 10 years though, right? Everyone who gets sort of close and then realizes who he is, they're like, yeah, I don't want a part of that. They start backing away, and then they have to start telling people like, yeah, he's not a good person, right? And he's just so used to telling his audience that everybody has turtle derangement syndrome and it's just minions and they're all liars, that he has no other plays in the playbook. He's like a one-trick pony. It's the same tricks over and over. His tells are there. They're obvious. They're blatant, right? So let's get into some of this, shall we? Let's get it. Where's Freeze? Listen, Freeze, you're late, okay, for a very important date. And when I play the bumper and you're not here, then I feel like I'm going to get yelled at. Freeze is going to come in with his freeze powers and just me, if I play the bumper before he's here. So I'm going to play the bumper because we got some Twitter tells. He's very cocky, but that's part of who he is. You know what I mean? Like he that's who he is when showing on the outside. On the inside, he feels very small. And people like that, Psych 101, if anybody ever took psych classes and studied psych, you will know exactly what I'm talking about, right? People who feel very insecure on the inside, and not every person who's insecure on the inside does this, but people like him that feel very insecure on the inside and very little on the inside. Some of these people, like him, think that by shitting on others, it'll make them feel better. And it might for a microsecond. For a microsecond, he feels better about himself while shitting on other people. The problem with that is it only lasts a second, right? And then he has to come back to the reality of he is who he is. And he doesn't like himself, right? He's insecure with himself. And so he just keeps going after another person and another person to keep that high of feeling good and important, right? He needs his chat to be adoring him and saying how amazing he is. He needs those things. Normal people don't need those things. They're nice to have, right? It's nice to feel appreciated. It's nice to know people are paying attention, right? But they're not things that you need, right? You normally get that from the people that care about you, your children or your spouse or your mother or your father or your aunt or your uncle or your cousins or your best friend, right? He needs it from the interwebs. His family does not agree with what Turtleboy is. They never have. They want no part of what Turtleboy is. They're embarrassed of it, as they should be, right? And so when they sit down at a family holiday and they go around the table when his mother was alive, and they would say, he's got 6 other siblings, right? He's the oldest of 7. And they'd say, sibling number 1, great job in your career. How the kids are doing great. What's your husband doing or your wife doing? And they go around, but nobody asks the turtle how his career is, right? He gets upset about that. And there was one time that he got upset about it at his mother's house, and he kind of flipped out a little. And he was mad that nobody asked him how his life is and how his career was. And he's doing so amazing. How dare anybody not tell him how amazing he's doing? And his mother called him a narcissist. That happened. And to patch things up, Lindsay, he was with Lindsay at the time, sent a bouquet of flowers to his mom to sort of try to patch things up in his name, as if he had sent it to say sorry, right? And that is something really nice. That's something really nice and kind to do, right? where I don't speak to Lindsay anymore, and we're not friends. I was around for all of the things that happened, right? So I remember all of this, right? And so at the time, he was, grateful that she sent that and asked her out to lunch. Like, hey, Mom, can I take you out to lunch, right? And so they set up a lunch, right? And of course, like, Aidan's like, I didn't send her flowers. Like, so he asked Lindsay, did you send her flowers? She's like, yes, I did send her flowers to apologize and for you to take her out to lunch. And his mother was so happy that he would do that. Of course, he didn't do that. Lindsay did for her. But of course, as soon as they weren't together anymore, he said that was weird and creepy. And in the same way he did with like Meredith with the Christmas stuff. Like, oh, it was nice when it happened, but then when they're not together anymore, it's weird and it's creepy. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Thank you for asking, Ruthie. I still feel like poop. It's mostly my throat and my head. But I'm getting through it. About 70%. 70%. I'm at 70%. Not 100, but 70. Hey, Donna. Just gonna wet my whistle here. Okay. So, I mean, he knows that his family doesn't support what Turtleboy is. He has one, and I say uno friend that he's had long term. Guy's name is Ernie. And poor Ernie can't keep defending him online. I feel bad for him, because it's like, what's that guy supposed to do? Aidan doesn't give him any, any way to be able to defend the deplorable shit he does. Yes, correct. All his mega motions and Betero letters have gone directly in the trash. And I would like to point out who exactly, who could have predicted? We all could have predicted that would have happened. But, his whole turtle writer's like, yes, mega motion. This is going to be great. It's going to be dismissed. It's going to be thrown out. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't have a fucking snowball's chance in hell of any judge allowing that through. If it did, I would be honest. You'd be like, okay, all right, maybe this is some good arguments, right? Like, but I have yet to see a coherent argument from any of his counsel. All I've seen thus far is this person's mean and that person did it and that person did it and freedom of speech. And you don't like his words. You might say mean words, but First Amendment, but this person did that thing. And this person has sock accounts and that person has these things. It was me, Donna. It was me. I've been out. The baby. She's not a baby. My littlest has been sick. I've been sick. So we're back today. Oh yeah, if you ask him, it's all good, Yes, dude, it's awful. I don't have the cough that my little has, which is the weird part. But my sister's fiance has the cough, but my sister's son doesn't. So it's like half and half between each household. So I feel like it's two different things. And the doctor said that's very well could be the case where a couple have strep throat and a couple just have like what he calls pharyngitis and bronchitis. So it's like the postnasal drip from your throat, but the sore throat is more like what you would get when you have strep throat, even though people are testing negative. Some people are testing negative for the strep and some people are testing positive for it. So I'm at like 70%, but I've missed enough days this week. Actually, technically 4. My sister was supposed to have brain surgery, as you guys know. So like the day before, she was really struggling with that, and then it got canceled, and so I had that day off, and then I got sick, and I'm really behind. I shut the air, like this one in the office. I often don't have it on when I'm not in here. I just shut the door in here. And sometimes in the morning I don't turn it on at all because it's still cool from the rest of the house. So I shut the ACs off in the whole house, like when I don't need them. So, it could be, it definitely could be. My ACs, except this one, all have like a smart feature where when the filter needs to be cleaned, and I clean them periodically anyway, probably every like week or so, week and a half maybe, but it'll blink red and it'll say filter. So you got to pull the filter out and clean it. So I try to keep up with that stuff, especially because I have a cat, cat hair, all that. Yeah, girl, listen, anytime you're free. I know our schedules are wonky, but anytime you're free. Yeah, it's hot. very hot. And I keep outside, like I can't, you guys know, anybody who has pots knows I can't do it. Yeah, it was not cool enough last night to turn it off. That's for sure. I'll tell you that much. It was brutal last couple of nights. It was still like 70s, 80s, like 90s even, early evening. So I'm just seeing my messages. Yes, Donna dear, I am live. Love you. Love that you came to check though. Okay. I'm happy I'm back too, although not up to 100%. I missed you guys. I definitely, you guys are kind of my pick me up sometimes where I'm just feeling shitty, like I've been feeling with the stuff, all the upper respiratory shit. I always get a laugh or two with you guys, and I appreciate that. I get plenty of laughs with the husband, but he's working today. He works on Sundays, unfortunately. So, and my husband never calls in sick, and my daughter basically begged him to stay home on Friday so that she could have daddy snuggles. She gets plenty of mommy snuggles. She gets lots of mommy snuggles. But daddy snuggles during the day are few and far between because he works a lot. I'm done with the summer too, Sarah. Listen, you guys know Halloween is my favorite holiday. I dress up every year. I like to have a Halloween party. Listen, I love Halloween. Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. It is my favorite holiday. And I'm always ready for Halloween before Halloween is even ready for me. Okay? Let's just throw that out there. Hey, Karen, it's nice to see you. All right. I have to show you guys this clip because it just goes to show you how fucking actually delusional he is. We also had some motions that came out, which again, don't help him any. Never help him. Okay. But before we do that, if y'all would be so kind to go smash the like button, if you didn't already do that. And if you did, I appreciate you. Thanksgiving is my husband's favorite. Don't ask me why. Thanksgiving is his favorite holiday. That's his favorite holiday. Thanksgiving. Mine's Halloween. His is Thanksgiving. And I only say he's allowed to have Thanksgiving as favorite holiday because my birthday falls on Thanksgiving every 4 to 5. And then if it's a leap year, it ends up being like 8 years. But yeah, mine ends up being on Thanksgiving on certain years. So, and the conspiracy is after the fires, there's particles in the air making people sick. Oh, I do have asthma. I think the fires were too long ago for that to make sense, at least for me. You know what I mean? Like, weird. Is it the number one adult celebrated holiday? I do know that after working in a bar for as long as I did, that the night before Black Friday. So I think it's not Halloween, Thanksgiving night. No, is it Thanksgiving night or Black Friday night? I think it's either the day before Thanksgiving or Black Friday night. That's like the biggest bar night of the year here in Massachusetts, in Boston. So I honestly, I feel like everybody's favorite holiday should be their birthday, but it is not. Mine is not. And I'll tell you why. Because all of my kids' birthdays surround mine. So I don't usually get to do much of celebration for mine. And when I try to, I always fail miserably because it's around the holidays, right? It's right before Christmas and either right after Thanksgiving or really close to Thanksgiving. And then I have my little's birthday is 7 days before mine. And then my oldest is 3 days after mine. And then my middle is 9 days after that. So mine is in the middle of all of my kids in a 3-week span and are literally right around Thanksgiving and right before Christmas. And so like, it's almost impossible to actually celebrate my birthday and go do something that I want to do. Because people are like, I don't have any money. It's Christmas is coming. I just did Thanksgiving. Like listen, it's the bane of my existence. I really wish that like my birthday came in like the middle of the summer. I'd have so many things that I could do or wanted to do. Like, I think that would be amazing. Mine is too, because mine's the 28th. So sometimes it falls on Thanksgiving. It was a few years ago, so I'll be quite a few years now until it happens. All right. What is happening? Sorry, my phone is like blowing up right now. Oh, I love horror movies. My oldest loves horror movies. She loves horror in general. Although blind now, she can't exactly watch. She does listen, especially to movies she's already seen, so she can picture them, right? But she loves the horror genre. A lot of people are already doing the decorations of pumpkins and stuff. To be fair, I do skeletons year round, as you guys can say. I love skeletons, especially like ones that have like bling on them, or not always a sugar skull, but like a pink one with like. Listen, Halloween, okay, just Halloween. Oh, there's a new Evil Dead out. Oh boy. See, I don't have cable, so I never get Rosemary's Baby. That was a crazy one. I don't have cable, so I don't always see that like what new movies are coming out and what so on and so forth. All right. Good morning, darling. Thank you for the Sunday funnies this morning. I was dead, by the way, when you sent me that. Okay, so we're gonna get into this clip, and you guys are gonna pee yourselves at how fucking stupid Aidan is and what he says. Like, he's so willing to lie, it's amazing. Oh my god, that's so funny. I don't even know what celebrities have the same birthday as me. I don't even know. Probably not many, but yeah, I don't have cable. I haven't had cable in years. Just streaming, and I don't even have Netflix. I have Disney Plus, Paramount, and then we have like a bunch of the other like free ones that are, I mean, there's so much to watch between those that there's like, Thank you, darling. I'd say I'm at like 70%. Justin Baldoni. My dad's birthday, God rest his soul, is January 31st. 31st. And then my nephew, my dad never got to meet my nephew, but his birthday is the day after my dad's birthday, February 1st. And then my sister then went and had my niece. And my niece's birthday is one day before my mother's birthday. So my sister has one kid with the day before her parents' birthday and one kid with the day after her parents' birthday. What are the odds of that? What are the freaking odds? I also listen, I don't watch like mainstream media anymore either. I've learned a lot by being a YouTuber, and I'll tell you this much. The mainstream media refuses to cover really important stories, important things happening where you live, important corruption, important, misuse of police resources, misuse of politicians doing each other favors behind closed doors that they shouldn't be doing and that they're doing illegally. Schools, public schools, not abiding by the laws that are set, especially when it comes to disabled children, and having failure after failure after failure. That a lot of the times you'll have superintendents that absolutely know the law, or a parent has to educate them on them, and they still don't want to do what they're supposed to do. And the mainstream media, listen, I remember reaching out to the mainstream media when they wanted to like refuse my daughter's service dog in public school. And we had been going months and months with this. I had all the documentation, all the emails back and forth, all the nonsense, right? Any mainstream media should have wanted to jump on that story. And all I wanted was like a little bit of attention so the school would look stupid with what they were doing, and they would have to relent on being assholes and simply ignoring what the law is, right? And stop using excuses like, well, what if someone's allergic? That is not an excuse. It's a service dog. I have a blind and mobility issue kid who's been that way since kindergarten that you guys are fully aware of in the same district. There's no reason on planet Earth that we should be even having this fucking conversation. And I kid you not, wanted no part of running the story. They wouldn't even respond. None of the news stations responded, even with all the documents that I handed over that show that they knew the law. I handed them over two doctor's letters from the Doctors of Children's and a letter from the advocate at Children's Hospital, who had to remind the school of the law of the law twice and like literally write it out for them. And no mainstream media wanted to pick it up. And it's like, well, why not? That's an important issue. If I'm dealing with that, how many other parents are? And then I find out that in the same district, there had been quite a lot of problems with them following anything with kids who were disabled to any capacity. And that was horrible because they chose not to do fucking anything or talk about it. And so like, that was just one instance of many where the mainstream media could have covered something important and probably changed something wrong that was happening and help kids, right? And help kids. And they chose instead to run a story about the guy who stabbed someone in Dorchester last night. You know what I mean? Like, how many stabbings or shootings happen in Dorchester? Why do we need to hear about the hunt? You know what I mean? Like, this is an important issue. I'm not saying that a person being stabbed isn't important. Of course, that's important. But like, you run those same stories all day, every day. Like, why are we not talking about important issues? Do you know somebody in the district that's, I don't know, but that's a problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. The cocaine being sent to the buildings. Exactly. Yeah, the glare is a hypocrite. Definitely a big hypocrite. Oh, I do love the dispersed camping videos. My husband likes the towing recovery ones from the middle of like the desert and shit. He likes those ones. And there's a few channels. I don't know the names of them, but my husband likes those. Wait, they require it? Rhode Island is one of the only states that require the HPV vaccine and went straight to the Department of Education because the state law contradicted the letter. They can't because again, that would be for women, not men. And so that's weird. Why would you require that? Yeah, they're not. And then they did a study, okay? Or not a study, but like they did like a kind of like a study where they did the numbers basically. And they were like, the district that I was having an issue with had large issues with following the law when it came to disabled children. Now, this thing came out 5 years later. Had y'all done your fucking job when I was saying, hey, over here, pay attention, and maybe something had given, right? Then maybe something could have been done about it, but they didn't want to do shit. Don't women only usually get the HPV vaccine, or is that like both? I mean, I know both can get it, but don't they like mostly want to force women to get the HPV vaccine? Like I know that one was heavily pushed on women. My fun fact, my oldest can't have live vaccines because of her disease. So anything that's a live, she can have vaccines in general. And she did when she was a baby and, through, but she can't have live ones. So specific ones she can't have. So both. Okay. Oh, they're going to mute anybody who tells them, well, I'm waiting for the THC vaccine. Of course you are. Yeah, I agreed. A lot of things don't get done until the lawsuit. Hello, Lisa. Nice to see you, darling. Well, they don't go after schools. They're clearly afraid of the city, town, whatever, like it's just wild to me. It's wild. Well, that's the other thing. My nephew was actually assaulted by a school nurse. My other nephew who has seizures. And this was many years ago. He's 18 now, but we, of course, I know you guys are going to just choke on this. We called the cops, right? Because you can't, this lady pulled him out of his wheelchair at school. Okay. And she was like a stand-in nurse, the nurse was out sick. And he has a wheelchair at the school. He has a medical condition called FND, where your limbs will just like go limp and you'll hit the deck, right? And because he already has seizures and stuff, the doctors gave him a wheelchair at school. They wrote an order for a wheelchair at school. And so he had the wheelchair at school and he needed it. He had like an FND episode, and the school resource officer or whatever brought him down there. It was like security, not like an actual cop. Brought him down to the nurse's office, and he gets in his wheelchair to use it. And the nurse, I kid you not, and my nephew's not as like a small kid. Even when this happened to him, he was already 6 feet. Okay. She grabbed him and pulled him out of his fucking wheelchair, and he just flopped onto the ground. And she essentially tried to call him a fucking liar. Lady, A, you're a stand-in nurse. B, the records are right there in front of you. Before you do all that, maybe you look at the records and check to see what this child has. Why the fuck would you ever try to call a kid a liar? Now, mind you, if you ever met my nephew, you would know, like, this kid can't lie. Like, he gets so nervous. He looks like he's going to pee himself, right? Like, he's just one of those very soft-spoken kids. Like, he can't lie to somebody in a position of authority, all right? And so this lady fucking snatched him out of his wheelchair. It's not the school's wheelchair. It's his wheelchair, ordered by his doctor at the school, right? I'm the one who did his damn IEP with the school over and over with these people. And it was fucking infuriating because, of course, they didn't want to follow the law, right? They want to just do what they want to do and not have to take the consequences of not doing what they're supposed to do. But I'm the one who helped do his IEP. Very detailed. Because, of course, they'd be like, oh, well, we didn't understand. You know, when they weren't following it, the excuse would always be like, oh, we didn't understand, or it wasn't clear, or it was ambiguous, or it was too general. And so I made sure that everything in that IEP was extremely detailed. There was no wiggle room for, oh, well, we misunderstood. Oh, well, none of that. No, we're not doing any of that. So there was no way. All she had to do was look at the paperwork on her desk. Okay, you snatched a kid out of his fucking wheelchair and essentially tried to call him a liar. So okay, so we of course complained to the school. Okay, well, she was a fill-in nurse. Okay, great. We don't care. That doesn't. If my nephew had smacked a teacher, right? The cops would, you guys would call the cops would come there, and my nephew would be arrested. He would never, but the point is if my nephew had smacked a teacher or pulled a teacher out of their wheelchair, y'all would have him arrested even as a minor. What gives you the right to think that the nurse shouldn't have that same thing happen? You know what I'm saying? And of course, like, the school was essentially trying to, like, not make excuses, but make excuses at the same time. Well, we're not going to use her again. Like, she was only a fill-in nurse. So we call the local PD, right? Make a report. And the kid you not, but the cop had the audacity to say, well, if you make this report, it could ruin her career. Okay. Now, my nephew, all right, like, again, he's been having seizures. He's got refractory epilepsy since he was about a couple years old. 3, I'd say around 3. I have been friends with his mother since we were teenagers. Okay. Since before I had my oldest. So we've been friends over 20 years, close to 25 years. We've been friends. She held my leg when I gave birth to my first child. She drove me to the hospital when I gave birth to my first child. Okay. That's how long we've been friends. All of our children know each other as auntie. I'm auntie. She's auntie, right? Like, cause that's how long we've known each other. And most of our families are dead and gone. And so I'm like, is this real life? Like, the cop actually said that. And I'm looking at her and she's like, she should have thought about that before she snatched my son out of his wheelchair, dude. Like, are we for real? So they, like, make a report and they're like, oh, well, we're going to investigate, but, like, and essentially the cops didn't want to do anything because she's a school nurse and it could ruin her career. And we're like, we don't give a shit. What if she does it to another kid and hurts that kid more? Or that kid just goes into a seizure after she does that because it's stress induced and it triggers a seizure and that kid has a fucking seizure. Like, do you know how very real it is that someone could die during a seizure, especially people who have them like that? Like, what in the actual fuck would think that she doesn't have to have any consequences for that? Whether she should have lost her job or not is completely up to her own behavior. I've never seen a school nurse behave like that. You snatched a kid out of his own wheelchair. I'm sorry, what? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Like, weird. Yeah, private school, if you can afford it, it's definitely a good option. That's for sure, Oof, there's a good lawsuit. See, I feel like there's a lawsuit for all this shit now. You know what I mean? For research purposes. Oh, he's definitely worried. I'm at like 80%, 70, 80%. I feel shitty still. I'm tired. I'm just like laggy. Like, I mean, like, like, you ever see that circle, and we call it the death circle, where everything's still loading? Yeah, my brain's still loading. Like, I'm in the loading. I'm loading. I'm lodging still. So I'm not like 70, 80%. Like I'm still tired, hot. My throat hurts a little. But this, like, no one should ever. Oh my God. I have not seen that. He's safer in the chair, right? Like common sense, if it F&D kicks up again, like he's not going to fall if he's in his wheelchair, right? And so essentially the cops didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to do shit. They didn't want to do anything because like they were too afraid it's going to ruin her career. Okay, well that's assault. And if my nephew had done that to a teacher, y'all would be charging him no problem. So what makes the difference because it's someone in the school and not him? If it was him who had done it to them, y'all would have no problem throwing him in a cell and charging him, right? Like, and so it's like stories like that, mainstream media doesn't want to talk about. They don't want to tell that story. That's not important to them. Well, it's important to me because as a parent, I don't want that fill-in nurse to work at my school. So what if she's coming to my school next? They didn't fire her. They just, oh, we're not going to use her anymore. Okay, well, she shouldn't have a job being a school nurse if that's how she behaves. Like, what the fuck? That we did. We absolutely did. Reported to the board. Because imagine her doing that to someone who can't talk or tell them what happened. That's my biggest fear, is someone like that doing it to people who can't speak up for themselves. You know what I mean? Like that is not acceptable. And the cops didn't want to do anything. They wanted to like protect her because it will ruin her job. Like, okay, well, she should have thought about that before she, I don't know, assaulted a disabled kid. Like, the fuck is wrong with you people? It was sparkly. I can't. Oh, I saw the little fart, a little bit of the fart video, but I didn't quite watch the whole thing. I'll tell you that much. All right. Before we get to the clips, let's smash that like button. Replace its teeth with chiclets. I would appreciate it. Oh, God, my head. I'm already getting a fucking headache. Please, Lord, no. I'm looking for the ibuprofen. I think I brought it in my bedroom. It's going to have to wait. Damn it. Okay. It'll have to wait. Okay. Yeah, listen, I can only watch it with you guys. I kid you not. I can only watch it with you guys because if I watch it somewhere else, like my head wants to explode with the amount of gaslighting. I can't do it. Okay. At least with you guys, we can like pause and point out the fucking lie and then laugh, you know? If you just watch it straight through, it's like mind numbing at how stupid and how people actually believe what the words that are coming out of his mouth. It's like, what? I can't do it. Exactly. Okay. So smash the like button. We'd appreciate it. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We're just a small channel. We only get by with the kindness of our viewers, and we are really far behind, having to take days off for being sick, having 2 days off this morning. I'm so far behind that like my brain wants to explode. So any and all support is greatly appreciated. Everything adds up. We appreciate that. So if you would like to donate to the show, we have a bunch of different ways to donate to the show. We have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have Revolut, we have Chime. Our Justice Chat link is pinned to the top here of our chat. It's in the description of the video. That works for credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. It's secure. You can enter any amount that you want to donate. He did. What a fucking anytime he mentions me and one of y'all in the chat, ask him when he's going to return my phone call. Ask him that. Ask him when he's going to stop being a bitch. I cannot be serious about anything today. Just this is full disclosure. Again, I'm in rare form. I'm at like 70-80%, still feel like shit a little. So like I cannot be serious about anything today. I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my face today, or any day for that matter, but definitely not today. So whatever flies out, just out it goes. Okay. If you would like to get in touch with me, my email is in the description of this video on YouTube. You can always reach out to me there or on X at Untwisted Live. It's at Untwisted Live. I have one Twitter account, so any others, they're fake and they're trolls. You will only find me with the at Untwisted Live. That is my only Twitter account. Okay. So if you'd like to get in touch with me, you can do it that way, or you can do it through email, twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. And then we do have a Amazon wish list, which I have to remember to update with school supplies for my kid. I have to write this down because this is how my brain works. Update with clothes. This is just like, I can't. I can't this month. My kids start school at the end of August, so that's super fun. And they're going to need sneakers and backpacks and clothes and school. Before I forget. Okay. My little Nightbot here, periodically on its own, will pop in all the options to donate to the stream. That way I don't have to remember all the time to remind. So if you see Nightbot pop in there, that's what Nightbot does. It's just a way for us creators to not have to do it. And it's set so that it goes off every periodically to remind people who are just popping in, who might not have been here earlier, so on and so forth. I do see one donation that came in a few minutes ago. Oh, this one's $50 and it says, here's for ices for your little sore throat. When mine had strep throat, ices were a must. Have a blessed day. Oh, thank you so much. Funny, I actually got her the frozen cherry Fanta from McDonald's yesterday. She's had all the ice pops and stuff that we have at the house, but she was still like having it still hurts, and so she's like, Mommy, it still hurts, and she hates taking medicine. Hates. You have to like beg her to take medicine. And so like, just take the medicine, baby, take the medicine. So we had to take the medicine, and I was like, she's took the medicine and didn't fight that time. So I was like, all right. So I ordered her the cherry icy. She drank the whole thing. She drank the whole thing. She loved it so much. So it's like it's like a frozen icy Fanta cherry flavor. And she loves cherry just like I love cherry. So she doesn't usually finish the whole thing. And I got her a medium. Usually I get her a small, but because her throat hurt, I got her a medium. And I was like, even if she doesn't finish the whole thing, like it'll feel good, and she drank the whole thing. I was shocked. She drank the whole thing. She loved it. It was very good. So believe me, ices were a thing when I like the blue ones, but for my sore throat, I like those too. Those are a must. Just that cool sensation that goes down your throat. It feels amazing. Amazing. It's amazing. All right. Oh, I have questions on everything. Oh, you think it might be hung? Oh, that sucks. That would mean like another trial, No, he has no content at this point, Yeah. I mean, my daughter just had a feeding tube, her basic whole life from the time she was months old until they just took it out. Probably not even 2 months ago, they just took it out. So yeah, and I'm telling you, like, you don't want to have to rely on a feeding tube. It's not fun. My kids had it almost basically her entire life up until now. And you got to get all the IV bags and all of the flush tubes and like it's constant like medical supplies and boxes of that shit, all right. I have a friend who had to have a tumor removed from his throat from HPV. Wow. That's awful. That's terrible. Yeah, you know. Aw. I love that. It's super easy, actually. Like, we don't get too many trolls these days. All right, let's check out this clip because you guys are gonna piss yourselves if you haven't already seen this, because this is how fucking funny this shit is. The willingness to just lie and then say shit is wild to me.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Okay, so I have a clip that I have to play. I bookmarked it this morning. Oh boy, what's going on with these clownzillas? These clownzillas. Hold on. Is it this clip? Hold on. I gotta make sure this is the right one because there's several little clip skis here. Okay, here it is. Okay, so Aidan is very upset that he got an email from Diller. Okay, he's upset with this. He's not happy. He's not happy about it. He's upset. He's PO'd, folks. He's very PO'd. Oh my God, Kylie. I'm dead. Ethel was on vacation in Pensacola, Florida. I texted Jesse this morning. I don't know. No idea. All right, so he's very upset. Okay, look at his face. Look at he's mad. You got an email. You got an email. You know? That's the other thing is like, bro, do you think that's going to help you in court? And I will point out that before I play this clip, let's remember he has attorneys, yes, but there is no attorney, zero attorneys representing him in this matter. So when he goes on and on and on about, well, I have attorneys and that's blah, 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 my attorney, like there is no attorney representing you in this matter, sir. So it doesn't really matter what your fucking attorney wants to do, said, didn't say, like they're not representing you. They're not. I went in September. I actually went in July one time, but usually September or October is when I go. But she does, I guess. I guess she does. Yeah, he has definitely lost touch with reality for a long time, like a long time ago. You know? A long time ago. A long, long time ago. So you guys got to listen to this because this is just crazy. Okay? The level of delusion is fucking real here.
Thank you. I get an email from Dildo.
They do. And what I was actually told was that he was not honest and didn't tell them that he had ongoing lawsuits, like criminal stuff. And see, the problem with that is if you lie to get a mortgage, that's actually like, that's a crime, right? You could be charged with that. And, you know, his realtor, though, was John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend. Her name was Lindsay. I would hope that she would have put it there even if he didn't, or at least wrote a letter saying like, you know, he didn't put that, but I'm aware of it. Like, because in the long run, you cannot lie about that because they can deny the loan and say it's too risky, right? That you might go to jail, you might not be able to pay it. Yeah, even if he filed a homestead, though, they can still put a lien on it. So it's like, his homestead isn't going to save him. You can homestead shit until the cows come home. And also, if you do something to try to avoid paying in a lawsuit, the state, the courts, they have a way to basically force you to pay. And so like they'll just put a lien on the shit until he pays off what he owes on. So it's like they're not just his home, but they can just clean out his bank accounts, and B, like they will follow the trail of money. So if he's trying to hide it places, which I have no doubt he is and will, they'll find it. They will find it, and they will liquidate. If he tries to claim it, will make him liquidate any and all assets, and they'll put a lien on that house. So, you know, it's not going to, homestead isn't going to save him. It's not going to save him. So, all right. Oh yeah, he said that. He said, yeah, he wants to hurt people and he wants their children to feel it. What a fucking sick fuck. Who says some shit like that? Even if you have a problem with me, bro, like what do my kids have anything to do with anything? If I have a problem with him, I would never take it out on his kids. His kids don't deserve that. They didn't ask for that. They certainly can't pick who the fuck their father is, right? Like I would never, ever take it out on his children. Like that's a wild assertion, you know? It's weird. It's fucking weird, you know? Yeah, and it's an officer of the court, so it's not going to look kindly on him to the judge. It makes him look like a fool, you know? And that's the other thing. You don't have free speech in court there, bud. You have to follow the rules, right? Or they could hold you in contempt. Yeah, you have to follow the rules. That's how it works, you know? How? Well, because he's got a big mouth. I mean, he can, but he might going to have to deal with the consequences of it. That's the difference. He can, but he's going to cry when the consequences come, you know? Yes, they're all officers of the court. Hello, darling. Hello. You can't mute me. Can't mute me. Although sometimes I want to mute myself. His followers even know better, and they're trying to help him, and he's so mad. Well, that's what this clip is about. Is he absolutely loses it on one of his followers who gives him pretty good advice, and they're like, get representation, right? Get a lawyer to represent you in this matter, right? Because he has no lawyer representing him in the matter. He has lawyers representing him in other matters, but not this specific one, right? I don't know. I'd have to look at his divorce decree again and see what it says about that, because I remember looking at it and I forget what exactly it says about like the custody split, but I think it's in the divorce decree. I'd have to look at it again. I think he's putting it in his defense fund, also his Amazon gift list, probably. But they can, again, any and all money can be seized. You know what I mean? Like it's. Oh yeah, he's gonna stumble and then fall face plant right on his face. I feel for them too, because you can't pick who your parents are. You know what I mean? You can't, dude. He's never gonna be. He's always wanted to be Portnoy. Always. He's just as disrespectful in general. You know, he's doing it wrong. You know, even if a lawsuit comes after a mortgage is activated, they can put a lien on that house. They absolutely can and will lien that house to make them pay up. So, I mean, and if they put a lien on it, you can't do shit with it. If you sell it, they take the money, right? Like a lien stop, like they would just put a lien on it. It depends, but his ended up being public. So at least some of it. I don't even know if it's all of it, but there's a lot of it. Yeah, Portnoy does say that he believes Karen killed John, you know? So, all right, let me play this clip so we can listen to this.
At 8:45 p.m. on August 6th. Okay. It reads as follows. Mr. Kearney, attached and below, please find our motion to compel. That's all it says. Motion to compel, together with accompanying exhibits. Please advise if you have legal counsel representing you in this matter, and I'll speak directly with them. If you wish to speak, I am happy to discuss the attached motion further. If we speak, I do not agree to you recording any conversations. Alternatively, if you intend to have a lawyer represent you for this deposition, please advise. So I've been trying to have phone conversations with this guy. I tell him in my thing, I gave him my phone number, call me. He could just call me whenever he wants, but no, he doesn't want to call me because he's worried I'll record him. Are you not giving you consent to record? Relax, pal. I'm not going to record you, okay? Chill out. Enough of this shit. You're overreacting to recording nonsense, okay? I'm not recording a lawyer, dude. Relax. You know? Get legal counsel. Next person who says this shit to me, ban him. Ban him for life. I know what I'm doing. Okay? I don't need your legal advice. I know what I'm doing. I have lawyers. Okay? We don't need your stupid comments from the cheap seats about it. I know what I'm doing. It's under control. Okay? Next person who says some stupid shit like that, banned. Banned. That's it. Get in the hole. So that's it. So I'm not going to record them. I've learned my lesson. No more recording. Okay. Done. Okay. That's it. Anyway, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I listen to Brother Counsel.
I'll explain again.
That's watch what you're saying. I know what I'm doing.
He knows what he's doing.
Listen to Brother Counsel. I know what I'm doing. Okay. I have lawyers. We're on this. Okay. It's all set. You don't know what you're talking about. I know shit you don't know. Okay. So just leave it at that and shut up and just watch. We don't need your fucking advice. Oh, I swore. Everything's good.
Does he think you can't swear on YouTube? I mean, you can swear. You got to tone it down a little, but you can swear.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to need to break this down piece by piece. Okay. And no, it will not always be protected just because you got a homestead. If you try to homestead a home because you know a civil suit is coming and you want to like circumvent trying to pay damages in your home, they can actually claw that shit back. So a court can place a lien on the house and reach the equity despite a homestead. right? Buying a home and recording a declaration of homestead when you know an active lawsuit or an upcoming civil damage claim is coming, it can be challenged by the creditors as a fraudulent conveyance under the law in Massachusetts. And so they could basically say, and the Homestead Act itself in Massachusetts explicitly excludes judgments arising from fraud or intentional misconduct from full protection, and courts do not allow intentional asset shielding schemes to defeat active or imminent claims. So you can't try to shield yourself with the homestead knowing a lawsuit's coming that you might have to pay out, because then they could say it's a fraudulent transfer. So Massachusetts has a Uniform Voidable Transactions Act. It's General Law Chapter 109A. If you transfer funds or buy property with the actual intent to hinder, delay, or defraud a creditor, the court can sort of unwind the transaction or treat the asset as unprotected. And I have no doubt in my mind that is exactly what they're going to do. So his homestead protection isn't going to protect him from shit. And if they get a lien, which they can record an execution or judgment lien against the property while the homestead stops an immediate forced like auction for the routine debts up to the limit of like, I think it's 120 or 125,000 automatic, or up to like $1 million with a filed declaration. It doesn't prevent the attachment of a judicial lien to secure the debt for future collection. It just doesn't. That's not how the law works in here in Massachusetts. Homestead is not going to save him. It's not going to save him. Not here. Not here. There's a look back window. Creditors have like a multi-year like look back window to challenge like suspicious asset purchases or like shuffles of properties. If you like shuffle around properties in other people's names, like done right before or during litigation, that it's not going to save him. They can, if the court decides to void it and determines the homestead was filed like in bad faith to dodge a upcoming civil case or judgment, the equity loses its shield and they can be forced to pay the civil damages. So homestead's not going to save him. It's not going to save him. Oh, he absolutely did. And that right there is going to prove, right, that he did it. We all know, like, listen, we all know he would not have known or tried to file any sort of homestead if he wasn't trying to shield it, but it's not going to shield him. It's just simply not going to save him. Not with the laws that we have here. It's not going to happen. Not in Massachusetts. He should have bought a house somewhere else, right? Again, there's a look back period of multiple years to challenge shit like that. Like, it'll be challenged and he'll lose because we all know, like, it's in writing where people are like, homestead your house, that'll save you from any civil judgment. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to work well for him. And he doesn't shut the fuck up. So, you know, yeah, just don't hire those assholes. I feel very bad for her, especially knowing all of what I know. I wish I didn't know all the things that I know, because I know the hell that she's been through with him. And for as long as she has, I really feel awful for her and the kids, you know? No, he doesn't practice any sort of fucking anything. You know what I mean? You mean if he's got missing pupils, they're gone. They're missing, you know? Oh, yes, they will. Yes, they will. Yep, they sure will. Portnoy is smart. I mean, the fact that he ever thought he could ever be Portnoy and that he still thinks he could be Portnoy is quite fucking funny. Oh, thank you, Rose. It's actually my softball jersey. It's my Mrs. version. It says Mrs. with my husband's last name on the back. So it's my softball jersey. It's very comfortable sort of around the house when I'm just want to throw something on. He's very arrogant. I think that's what Aidan thinks is like, oh, Aidan said, oh, he was controversial. Portnoy was controversial and people tried to cancel him and they can't cancel him. So they can't cancel me either. Like, bro, you're not Portnoy. He said the other night he's pleading the fifth on his criminal case too. Well, color me shocked. I told you guys, there is no zero chance he gets on the stand. Zero. He's not getting on the stand, you know? Actually, I would stop saying he lies. Just repeat, he has lost touch with reality. What can he say? Anything tends to support that concert. I agree, you know? Yes, this is his show content, apparently, you know? Yeah, I mean, Portnoy, but he also made smart business decisions, you know? Aidan doesn't know how to make one single smart business decision, and that's the difference, is he'll never be Portnoy because Portnoy at least knows not to to blow business decisions because you didn't like something one person said, or they didn't do what you wanted them to do, so you hit the fucking roof. You know what I mean? Like Portnoy doesn't go and then burn every business choice, you know, Aidan does. So he'll never be Portnoy. He doesn't have the capacity to do that, you know? How many people have you told you won't record? Well, that's a good damn point. Also, fun fact, he has in fact recorded attorneys. So I love when he's like, I would not record an attorney. Sir, you've recorded two. Ask David Yannetti and Alan Jackson, because they've been recorded by Aidan, number one. Number two, he has not learned his lesson. He's been recording people for 10 years, okay? He recorded Brian. He recorded Lindsay. He recorded Kara. He recorded Meredith. He recorded fucking Scanlon. He recorded Lucky. He recorded Karen Reed, right? And all of the other people in between that y'all don't even know about, right? A lot of those ended up being public and there was backlash, and yet he did it again and again and again and again and again. You think he learned his lesson? Get the actual fuck out of here. Get the actual fuck out of here. He didn't learn his lesson. He doesn't have a lesson to learn. Ban him for life. Throw him in a ditch. That's his thing. He has lost touch with reality. You know, he's lost it. Absolutely fucking lost it. You know what I mean? Yes, of course he did. And we know that, right? Like he recorded Yannetti and Alan Jackson. So we know that he did. He tells on himself all the time. It's wild. Turtleboy Esquire, right? Imagine him thinking has legal knowledge. He needs a recording tat live to tape right on his forehead. Live to tape. That's going to be my next thumbnail. Just going to say live to tape on his forehead and a tattoo. Yeah. That is his Panda. Oh my God, you hit the nail right on the head. Listen, I love you for that comment because you're 100% right. That is his whole life, which is to be like, oh, you called me out? That's it. Hole in the hole you go. How dare you call me out for my bad behavior? In the hole you shall go because you called me out for that. He didn't learn any lessons. We all know that. There's no lesson he learned. Well, that's exactly it, you know? Don't help him. I'm just saying that the court is going to take what they're going to take, you know? The cheap seats, is this members only? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if it was members. Oh, maybe they didn't have a membership and that's why he said the cheap seats. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that like not having a membership means they're in the cheap seats. Like who the fuck? I'm sorry. Not everyone can afford your fee. I don't even know how much a membership is on his channel, but not everybody can afford that, my guy. Right? When they watch your stuff, like, even though it's like not a lot for views, like you should be grateful that they're watching, right? Like what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? That's weird for him to say that because you, in fact, can swear. If you swear in the first like minute, it kind of dings you for ads. And if you swear too much, it makes your stream less visible. And you get dinged for ads. So it'll turn like yellow for you and it'll say like ad limited. And so you get very little ads, and so you don't really make shit off of it in views. Not that you make a ton in views anyway, but you have to sort of limit your swearing. I mean, I swear all the time, but I don't say all the vile shit he says, which is like, he's like, I've seen him do that a lot lately when people send me clips. Oh, I swore. Like you can swear, dude. You just can't constantly call people the C word, you know, every 5 seconds. Yeah, he knows more than everyone. He knows everything, you know? He knows everything, guys. He knows everything. Hello, duh. If your behavior is illegal, it changes the protections. There is no protection when you're trying to circumvent the law. Hello, darling. Hello. So unfortunately for him, Homestead's not going to save him. Aidan also essentially called Free Karen Reed supporters stupid, ignorant, and ill-informed, and he hates them. Oh, yeah, he said that a bunch of times. They seem to, like, ignore him and then just be like, oh, yeah, he's just kidding. He's only talking about the antis. Like, no, actually, that's the opposite of what he said. Just saying. It's wild. Yeah, he wants their money, though, you know? I don't know if this is just a clip, so I'm not sure if he refers to Clancy, but we're going to go through this. We're going to break this down for a second, okay? We're going to break down what he says here and how many lies he told in this whole 2-minute clip. Yeah, when the house gets sold, if they put a lien on it, like they get the money, like, and they can force too, you know? Space Coast said, I had a guy sell his second truck after I filed the small claims against him. I showed proof. Well, the judge ordered him to retrieve the truck or turn over the monies from the sale. And that's exactly what will happen. Right? They, you know, yeah, but he can definitely know what's coming. But unfortunately for him, again, there's a little look back period for that, especially when it comes to civil cases that you know are going to happen, you know? Not all real estate lawyers automatically do the homestead when you purchase. That's not always. No, he had to sign over the title of the ex-wife's house to her. So he was on the deed, deed. He was on the deed to that house, and per the divorce decree, he signed it over to her, and then I think it gets sold after the kids are out of school. Like once they're out of, I don't know if it's high school or college, but once they're done with school, then they sell it. But he had to put the deed in her name per the divorce decree. So yeah, that is what happened during the divorce, is he had to take his name off that. And maybe that's why she was smart enough to be like, yeah, like I don't want to have to pay your civil, bullshit and have the house that our children live in taken because you can't shut the fuck up. Because let's be clear, she paid for that house and the bills for a very long time. A bulk of that was all her. So, he pretends like he was some studious husband. He wasn't paying for shit. He wasn't doing shit. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, he didn't learn his fucking lesson, Right. That's not controversial. Taste tests on pizza slices. Like that was actually a smart business decision. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what Aidan was like, oh, he has been controversial in the past, but he's not constantly controversial. You know what I mean? Yes, he does, which is smart to have multiple streams of income, It doesn't matter if he was under no liability at the time that he bought the house. In the state of Massachusetts is what they call a look back period. So if you purchased a home and put it under a homestead, even 2 years before you get sued, because you're probably going to be sued, they can then challenge that. And in his case, it's going to be pretty easy to prove that he tried to protect it so that he wouldn't have to pay out civil claims. So it's not going to work for him. Even if he was under no liability at the time that he purchased the house, which is a few months ago, it doesn't matter. There's a period that they get to look back and challenge. And specifically because of him and the way he does shit and the way he speaks and talks, there is no doubt in anyone's mind, including the judge, like he knew he was going to be sued. He knew he was probably going to have to pay civil damages. Therefore, he tried to protect it. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to save him. That homestead's not going to save him. In the state of Massachusetts, they can look back at that and they can deem it as him trying to basically hide assets and go back and say, yeah, this doesn't apply. So unfortunately for him, homestead ain't going to save him. It's not going to save him. I think in this case, though, I mean, it could definitely be advised when you're self-employed, but in this case, it was advised to him because he was going to be sued. And it was a very real possibility that he was going to be civilly sued multiple times and possibly lose that, which is why his lawyers told him do the homestead, right? So it's going to be very easy for the creditors, in this case, the witnesses and anyone else suing him, to prove that he tried to protect it with homestead to not have to pay the civil damages because of the looking back period. This is a multi-year look back window. I think it's typically like up to 4 years to challenge suspicious asset purchases or property shuffles done right before or during litigation. Like it's not going to work for him. That is not going to save him. Unfortunately for him. I mean, hey, listen, I would love to take some of his wisdom of building businesses, Oh yeah, he's definitely lost touch with reality. You can say that again, my friend, Yeah, and then he goes and presses charges on Meredith for wiretapping while he's threatening her life. I don't know. It's a size schmedium. That's what we call a size schmedium, Corn Dad. We call that a size schmedium. That's a size schmedium. It's the first shirt that doesn't say like Karen Reed or Turtleboy on it that I've seen in a while. Yeah, better own Breedle. His gar animals are in the wash. Starting point is knowing it is bad behavior. Well, that's the thing. He says it's totally okay, Well, then if he's copying JFK, he's got to throw the polo in the bag. You got to throw it in the bag, bro. Throw it in the bag. The court will not enforce a cash judgment unless it's agreed payment at the time of judgment, but I could ask for a turnover order for his business, and if he's 100% owner, I can take and liquidate. Well, they can liquidate it, really anything. I don't know. That you know what? I will tell you this. People don't want to pay for the truth. All right. Like, listen, if you go and put up, even if I had the same amount of subscribers as, say, Ethel, right? if you go and put up what I would make versus what she would make, I simply don't just push what's popular or what's, I'm giving what the truth is, and it's not. The truth isn't popular. People don't want to hear the boring old truth. Okay, they don't. They simply don't. They want to hear the conspiracy. They want to see the salacious shit, right? They don't want to hear the bare truth, right? So if she's willing to just say shit for funsies, like they want to, that's what they're gonna keep paying for that, donation after donation, like that's what they want to pay for. Like I'm not willing to do that. So when you're willing to do that, and also you have to remember a lot of the people who are backing her were Aidan supporters at one point and were bigger spenders on Aidan. So, all she had to do was ride the back of him for a while and then break off, and she'll keep some of those people. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's, I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't get it either, but there's nothing we can do. You know what I mean? Like the best thing we can do is hope that more people open their eyes and figure out like what they're dealing with and who they're dealing with, and hope that they can appreciate what we bring to the table, and that we don't just slice it up into little pieces that are like, this is a thing that you might want to hear from me. Like, you guys know, like, I'm not going to give you just what you want to hear from me. It's going to be what I actually think. And that's not always what people want to support or pay for, which is unfortunate, because it makes it harder for creators that are actually like genuine to succeed. It makes it 10 times harder. We're essentially fighting against a machine that is telling us to be disingenuous, to circumvent the truth, to play word games, right? Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But like, that's the model, right? That's the YouTube model. Do what's popular and say what's popular, or else you'll pay the price because you won't bring in enough to keep going. Like that's, and until I guess the viewers start showing people like that they're not going to support them, and that they do support others that are like not behaving that way, then it's just going to continue that way. Unfortunately, I have faith. I do. I have faith in my community. I have faith in people in general, and maybe I shouldn't, but I do, that one day we will show them that like those are not the people that you want to support. They could give, if one of Aidan's followers had a house fire today and lost everything, do you think he would lift a finger to help? I highly doubt that. I highly fucking doubt it. You know what I mean? That's the part that makes me sad, is I don't think any of those people, Will Baker, I don't think any of them, if one of their, viewers had an issue like that, would bother. You know what I mean? He did. He sure did. He sure did. Yep. He sure did. There's a lot of live streams that prove why he did the homestead, So Portnoy, for all his defects, at least knows that he has to listen to his attorney. So that's the other thing. You got to listen to your attorneys, like you got to. He will not learn. Yeah. And even if he's in prison, I don't think he'll learn. I just don't, I just don't think it. I know a judgment recovery specialist have a guy that supposedly had nothing. He recently got a shiny new dentures. Asked that he got a turnover for the dentures, and the guy suddenly paid the judgment. Yeah, shocker. You don't want to turn them dentures over, liquidize them. I heard that someone did. I don't know if it was him. But I heard there was some sort of bullying happening with her. I don't know who did it, because I wasn't paying attention yet last night. I was like so tired. But that's exactly right, Lorelai. He's never truly been held accountable fully for any of his bullshit. You know what I mean? Ever. No one can collect on the liens that were placed on your home after you filed a declaration, but you can actually. Because as I was just explaining, there is a look back period in Massachusetts. The court can say, hey, you filed this homestead to circumvent a court order that was going to be upcoming, or a lawsuit that was going to be coming that you knew could be coming, and that you might have to pay civil damages in. And there is up to usually typically 4 years. I forget what Massachusetts is, but there is a multi-year look back window to challenge suspicious asset purchases or property shuffles or things like that. And they can place a lien on the home and reach the equity despite a homestead. Okay. You can't try to, it's essentially, if you transfer funds or buy a property with the intent to like hinder, delay, or defraud a creditor, the court can unwind the transaction and treat the asset as unprotected. Like they have the right to do that. And so homestead's not going to help him. It's not going to help him. They absolutely can collect and will collect on that fucking house if they want to. He did. See, I don't watch him, so I don't know enough to know like what I get clips. That's what I get, which is pretty good. Oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate the jewels. Stay hydrated. I will try. I have to anyway. My throat. I have to. I always file homestead, tax reduction, creditor protection. Right. I mean, he's not smart enough to know to even do any of these things that people were telling him to do it. So, well, you have to remember there are live streams of him talking about it simply to save it from being seized or whatnot in civil cases, which is proof right there. That's the reason why he was trying to do it, so it's not going to look great for him. What is finally going to be his undoing is his conviction is that he's smarter than everyone else. Yeah, he knows more, right? Well, he can't now. Now there's no, I mean, even if he moved to Florida right now, that's not going to save him now because he's already in the suit, He must have borrowed the shirt from Glare, aka Baby Gap. Oh God. You know what? Again, are his attorneys telling him this? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't fucking think so, guys. I don't know. I don't think so. You don't think he's listening to his attorneys or they're not telling him, Wait. Go to 14 or so minutes into his video when he says it's embarrassing because I'm seeing Karen Reed supporters saying this. Oh, I'm going to have to go into his actual street. Okay, hold on. We'll do that in a second. Did anyone watch the show with Moons and Maggie while she was at? No, I don't watch her. Unless somebody directs me to it, I don't watch that shit either. In some states, judgments have 10 years plus a 10-year extension plus interest tacked on. So somewhere in the 20 years, the debtor will eventually think you gave up, and that's when you strike. Yep. Oh, that's sad. Okay, so. Oh, don't let it affect your mood. Oh, thank you, Catch. I appreciate that. Stay true to yourself. Don't be a glare. I don't want to be a glare. I don't want to be a glare. I don't think anybody should want to be a glare, Like, I don't. I don't think anyone should want to be those people. Aidan wearing his best polo to impress his idol JFK. Throw it in the bag, bitch. Throw it in the bag. It is a lot. It's a lot for a lot of people, and I wanted to cover it, but then I thought a little bit that it would be a lot for me. My little is my rainbow baby, so it's a little like close to the heart of like, children dying is like that. And like with me having a kid with a terminal illness, like I have had to think about if I'm going to have to bury my own child, that no mother should have to think about that. And I think that even though I was following it, right, the trial, playing it gavel to gavel, I felt like was going to be too much for me. And so I wanted to cover it, and then at the last like minute I started watching the openings on my own, and I was like, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can. It's a lot. You know what I mean? His mouth is his worst enemy, always. Always. The writers send money just to keep the drama going. Essentially, yes. That is the law, sweetie. That literally is I literally just read it to you, darling. Okay, I literally just if you back up a little, I literally told people like where they can like go to the fraudulent transfer law, Mass General Law, Chapter 109A, darling. Okay, if you transfer funds or buy a property with the actual intent to hinder, delay, or defraud a creditor, the court can unwind the transaction to treat the asset as unprotected. Okay, that is the law, honey. That is literally the law in the state of Massachusetts. Okay, that is the law. Homestead protection does not prohibit creditors from placing liens against consumers' homes, according to a recent decision from the Mass Appeals Court. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? That is the law. If you do a homestead with a pending lawsuit, it becomes moot. Well, even if the lawsuit wasn't in effect yet, if you knew the lawsuit was going to be in effect and you did it because of that, it is moot under the law. Like they can challenge it and it'll be moot. If you get a loan and committed perjury to get it, the loan gets recalled and he will have more legal problems. He's digging his hole deep. He sure is. Well, why not? Why lie and not tell them that you had pending criminal charges? That was a big no-no, listen, you shouldn't be lambasted for feeling bad, sad for people. I feel sad too, Yeah, you can't sell it if there's a lien on it. They can say, like, if they say that it was fraudulent for the homestead on, at that point they can say, okay, well, we're going to liquidize that asset. Time to liquidize it. There's so many trolls on X. So many. It's not even worth your time, girl. Believe me. Homestead in Florida also protects from big tax increases. Interesting. I doubt that applies here in Massachusetts. They love taxes here. They love to tax us right through our assholes. Criminal cases may have restitution. Yep, they might. That's also true. Correct. You can only collect on a home lien if the debtor sells the home. But if he has the credit cards, you can get the judge to order him to pull out the cash if it's not maxed out and turn it over. He made a weird comment about wishing he could move to the Carolinas. Ew, no. He's just saying that because Meredith's moving to the Carolinas. I swear the Glare has a crush on Aidan or something not normal. Probably. He's a weirdo. He gets all his money from Aidan. That's why. You can sell a house with a lien on it, but municipal loan gets PD and liens get paid. What's left is not enough. Liens come in against cars, boats, etc. Yeah, they'll liquidate all your assets. The debts have to be paid. Yeah. What are the odds Turtle ends up in solitary if convicted due to his mouth? Ooh, good question. Well, he was already basically in solitary because he was too afraid to be in Gen Pop. So the odds are pretty high that his ass it begs to be put in solitary. Not due to his mouth. Well, yes, due to his mouth, but due to his fear of other people because he's a baby back bitch. I mean, how much you want to bet, like, day 1 through 7, as he did last time? I was told by the COs that I have friends that work at Dedham that he cried quite a few times during the first week he was in jail over there in Dedham, which is like a kiddie camp, so that's weird. But he probably was doing something like this. Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back. Well, that's the thing, is he basically said that and quite a few times. So that's not going to help him any. It does nullify. If they challenge it, it gets nullified. Like, that's how it works. Now, the Carolinas don't want him. They don't want him. They don't want him. Well, that's the other thing. They can sell everything in the fucking house. You know what I mean? They can sell them all, liquidize all the shit in the house. You know what I mean? To pay the debt. So I can't decide to buy a Jeep, Rubicon, or a Bronco. Ooh. I heard the Rubicons were okay, but I don't really know much about the Rubicons versus the Broncos nowadays. Yes, he did. He asked to be sued. And of course that will be used against him. Of course it will. Yeah, he cried. No, he did cry. That's a fact. He cried in prison and begged to be put not in general population. Then tried to tell everyone that he wanted to be in general population, which was a lie. He did not want to be in general population. He cried to not be in general population. He was afraid of people beating him up. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. These creator feuds are slightly entertaining. Baker was tough talking on JFK and crew. Oh, so I have a clip of whatever the fuck happened there too. So let's just go through a little bit of this, right? Like, I'm just going to point out the most blatant lies in what he said here, right? Like, let's just go for the most blatant ones that are fucking quite funny at this point, right? Let's check this shit out, right? That's okay. I get off topic all the time. I'm just like all over the place, girl. It's Sunday. We're allowed to do that, We're allowed to just be all over the place on a Sunday because it's Sunday and we can. Oh, look, guys, we have a troll in the emojis. I love when they do this and they just hit the laughing emojis. Like, they don't even realize that it actually helps, like, the channel. Like, so thank you. We appreciate that. We'll take it. I love when Aidan's little turtle team comes here and just hits the emojis. Like, those actually help the channel. It's called engagement, you dumb fuck. But thank you. You can just keep hitting those until the cows come home, until your finger hurts. I appreciate that. I just have to laugh because it's like, bro, you guys don't even realize that helps a channel. Like, what fucking kind of crack? Are you hanging out with Methany too much? Wouldn't shock me. Doesn't matter if he bought it before the lawsuit. It's not what protects him. That's why there's what's called a look back period. The look back period is for before the lawsuit. If you knew there was a lawsuit coming or had good reason to believe that a lawsuit might be coming, and then you put your house in a homestead because you are trying to circumvent paying damages that you might lose. If they challenge that, you lose, because that's what the look back period is for. They can challenge any things that you did previous to the lawsuit that look like you're trying to hide assets, move properties into other people's names, make it look like you have less than you have. All of those things can be challenged because people have in the past known that a lawsuit was coming, and before the lawsuit came, signed properties over to other people's names so they couldn't be taken, moved money out to different bank accounts or other people, sold or bought things that weren't like that you couldn't basically like make into cash. And so that is why look back periods exist. They can go back and say, oh, no, you did this, and this before the lawsuit because you had a pretty good idea that it might be coming to try to hide these assets. That's what the look back period is for. So that is not going to help him at all. That's the literal whole point of that part of the law, is it is not going to save him because he got it before the lawsuit. That's the part that screws him, is he did it knowing he was going to be sued probably multiple times by multiple people. And fun fact, he did it while he was dealing with a defamation case already. He was dealing with Kylie's defamation case when he bought that house. So that's not going to save him either, because he was already dealing with at least one defamation. No, sorry, I think Brian Waters' one is still open, 2 defamation suits when he bought the house. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to help him either. Not going to help him. So, I mean, he is obsessed with fairness. We know that. You know what I mean? Like, he's upset. It's anyone who leaves him at that point. You know, he can't have anybody just leave and just not want to be friends with him anymore. You know? It's total derangement syndrome, guys. It's not the fact that he's just a deplorable piece of human fucking waste and a waste of oxygen. That can't possibly be it, you know? Why would that be it? You know? Why would that be it at all? This is fascinating to me. All Turtle had to do was shut the fuck up and sit back and be popular and know he helped Kearney and get publicity, but instead he nukes it like a goddamn bomb because he can't help himself, okay? I can't believe he said babysitting about his own kids. Like, you don't babysit your own children, bud. You don't do that. That's not how, you don't babysit your own kids. They're your responsibility, sir. They're your responsibility, you know? Listen, I have said that, girl, so many times. Like, someone needs to do a study on who these people are that blindly follow him. Like, because I honestly believe it should be a study. I mean, if you go back into the studies about cults and how they operate, you can literally see the parallels, you know? If you go back, and I mean like historically, look at all the data surrounding cults and how cult leaders operate, what tactics they use, so on and so forth, it lines up perfectly. You know, he tried to protect the assets because he knew he was going to be sued and was already dealing with at least one, but I think 2. I think Ryan Waters' defamation suit was still happening, but I know that Kylie's was at the time. So that's 2 defamation suits you were dealing with when you bought the house, you know? Yeah, I would definitely want something that's good in the snow too, girl. I feel you on that one. Florida does protect each other. That's why OJ moved here. Yeah, but even if he tried right now, it's in the jurisdiction of Massachusetts courts. So even if he tried to buy a house in Florida right now, the Massachusetts courts can say, okay, cool, that's not protected. You're not protected because you tried to, right? Here's a pro tip. Don't get sued. I mean, that depends on whether the court asks that of him. Here's the thing. When you get sued and you have to pay damages, they start going through all of your money. And so they want to know where every penny went and came from at that point to see if you can pay the damages that you're ordered to pay if you lose. So if he loses, which he will, I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to be combing through bank statements, subpoenaing, records from YouTube and this thing and that thing, to see where the money's coming and going and all that shit. And so, yes, the defense fund would essentially be a part of that, because it'll get dumped into his account. So what happens is when people donate the money to that, I think it's like, it depends on the site, but every 5 or 4 or 3 or 8 days, whatever, it dumps what people donated into your bank account. Just gets dumped into your bank account. And so it doesn't wait until you reach the full goal, and then it gets dumped every couple days or whatever. And so he's it's going to be in records of his bank because it's got to go into a bank account. So, you know what I mean? Like, every bit of that is going to be accounted for at some point by the court and the people he's going to own, right? Don't get sued, dude. Don't get sued. you know? Yeah, the registry of deeds will tell you exactly how much, but none of that's going to protect him in the long run. You know what I mean? Oh, he's definitely narcissistic. I mean, the Broncos are, oh, I bet they are expensive. He doesn't know how to shut up. That's not a thing. Right? Shut the fuck up until your trials are over, bro. Like, he blames everyone for everything. That's the difference, is it's everyone else's fault. I saw Brian's tweet this morning, which was like, whose fault is it today? It's got to be everybody but his. Hello, can we keep it real? November is coming fast, and the motions in limine are due, I think, by the 18th of November. And you have a couple things due on the 13th of November. That's motions in limine. Like, listen, best birthday gift ever. Okay. My birthday is at the end of November. Best fucking birthday gift ever. 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 How many defamation does he have? Well, he's had many over the years. Right now, I think it's three or four. I think it's one for the witnesses, right? And Kylie's one, and then I think the Ryan Waters one still opens at 3. And that I'm aware of. So, I mean, hey, you know, yeah, I can't shut up. Wah, wah. Yeah, you don't babysit your own kids. It's just not how it works. You know, it's not how it works. He does. I said he should pitch a tent outside. He should have all the turtle riders just pitch tents outside of the courthouses, 24/7. You know, and then they can all be there. Except he doesn't have that many turtle riders to be able to fill those spaces. Thank you, troll emoji. I love the troll that's hitting the emojis. They have no idea how much that actually boosts my YouTube. It's like, how fucking dumb does one person have to be? Like, you can hit the, like, first of all, the fact that you like have that much capacity to be doing like finger banging that many emojis is amazing. But like all that does is help a channel. So if you're trolling, like, you're helping channels you don't like. How fucking stupid do you have to be? Like, I will take those emojis all day long. You can put those laughing emojis there all fucking day long, dude. All day till the cows come home. All I do is help my channel. So thanks. Appreciate it. I don't think anybody at this point with a brain cell supports him and his bullshit. It could be, depends on if he started spending that money on whatever he wanted, they could consider it income. You know what I mean? If he didn't just strictly use it for lawyer's fees and he was dumping it in his account and then he was using, $50 for gas, $100 to pay his car, like, listen, they could consider it income. That's up to the court to decide. You know what I mean? That's up to them to decide. But I have no doubt that he didn't make a separate account for that. You know what I mean? Which is what he probably should have done. It's one thing if you're like doing like a small one, it's like 5,000 or 10,000, and like that's how much it's going to cost to do X, Y, or Z, right? So like you keep that and like you move it to like the savings, right? And you put that exact amount there, and you know what that's for. You don't touch it, and you use it for what it's for. It's another when you're asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're buying a house, hard to decide at that point if, the court's going to say, is that income? I don't know. I think he's screwed one way or another, and he doesn't seem to quite realize that, Would I put the probability over 50%? It really, I can't even I don't think I can put a probability on it, right? Because if he cops a deal and he hands over 5 or 6 people, I don't know, right? I don't know what he could hand them at this point to allow for a deal that includes no jail time. I think there would have to be some jail time for the people involved to be okay with any deal. And that deal would have to require, I would assume, getting rid of his website, apologizing, right? Like, come on. Oh, absolutely they will. Absolutely they will. And they love doing that shit, right? Me too. Like, what? This is not babysitting, Oh, a lot as far as I'm told. I mean, I don't know one way or another, but the people closest to him say that he just essentially uses it for whatever the fuck he wants, Her CPM was $31. It doesn't even make sense, dude. You know what I mean? Like, once again, how could your CPM be $31? Like, and also a lot of that is based on what people donate in your chat. Like, so if people are donating a couple $100 a stream in your chat, it like evens out to what it's gonna like that. Then it says, okay, that would be about $31 per 1,000 viewers. You know what I'm saying? Like, He said that on a show, but I knew they could just put a lien on it. Thought everyone knew that. Apparently not, Lana. Maybe we're just like the only people with a brain cell. I don't know. Of course they can put a lien on it. You know? It's weird. It's weird. You know? It's fucking weird. But I mean, I couldn't even put a probability on it. If I had to guess, I would guess that he's going to be begging for a deal for all these cases. He's got not one leg to stand on here. Okay? Like, first of all of that's in his extraction is going to fuck him royally. Okay? Plus all of the other evidence, like he's ultimately fucking screwed and he knows it. He knows it. So if he takes it to trial and loses miserably, I think there's a damn good chance that he sits in prison. Is he going to go to jail for 90 years? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Could he see maybe 2 to 5 or 3 to 7, somewhere around there? But they could also suspend time, right? So they could say, we're going to give you 8 months with 3 years suspended, or 18 years, 18 months suspended with 3 years probation. Like they could do a lot of things. That's going to really be up to the court to decide, but I can't imagine that they wouldn't include, if he loses that case, some jail time in that, because it wouldn't make sense if they didn't ask for some jail time. You know what I mean? I think this is one of those cases where it's like, if you don't throw the book at him and show other people that they can't do this shit, like, then someone else is just going to do, or he's going to do it again. Right. Like, and it's essentially a slap on the wrist. And I just don't think the government is willing to give a slap on the wrist for something like this, because it just encourages other people to do this shit. You know what I mean? Oh, absolutely. They're not. Absolutely. They're not. I never thought they were, but that's his mind. That's like his skewed mindset, is that he's always getting something over on everyone, Yeah. He has to feed Betterow and put him in a hotel, Hashtag free the nuggies. He wants to just feed him chicken nugs for the 2 for $20 at Chili's. Okay. Just remember that you got to ask the waitress, Aidan. You have to ask them for 2 baby seats, one for you and one for baby Harold and the Purple Crayon Betterow. Okay. One for you and baby Betterow. Maybe lend him your platform shoes. I don't know. You got to do one or the other. Oh God, I hate having a sore throat. This sucks. Well, that's the other thing. I don't think he's got anything they would want other than like the damages and removing his fucking website, Yes, punch the like button and elbow the subscribe button. We would love that. We would love that. If you want to donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We're a small channel and all of our funding comes from the kindness of all of you. Let's really just show people that like we do support creators that aren't willing to sit here and just lie to your face over nothing. And even it might not be what you want to hear, but at least you're going to get my honest opinion on it, I never thought about the deal, but the best move for Aidan might be coming clean and saying he got played by Karen, but he's not a chance in hell. He's only going to throw her under the bus if that's part of a deal, right? Because he knows at that point, like it's him or her, right? Like he's going to save his own ass every single fucking time. Every time he's going to save his own ass. He will throw everyone and anyone under that damn bus. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry, 1 second, guys. My sister was calling. My sister was trying to see if my little felt up to go into the aquarium, but I don't think she can walk all that way without hacking up a lung, the poor thing. She's still just snuggling up in bed watching the cartoons. Well, you never hear him talk about anything when it comes to like, oh, I went, and did this and that with the kids, or like, I want to do this with that. It's always, I'm going to go to jail and they're going to take me for my kids. Well, don't fucking do shit that's going to put you in jail. Fuck, dude. I would not be surprised if he got jail time, because I do not think the government is just going to let him go with no jail time, because it's just telling everyone else that they can do this shit and they'll get a slap on the wrist. Agreed. Massachusetts sucks. We just get, fucking hammered with taxes and fucking fees for everything. He talks lots of big talk and backpedals, but then it goes right above his writers, that right over their heads. Yeah, he's gonna get Lunchables. That's, maybe Aidan can buy him Lunchables. I mean, listen, Bradle lives here, but he's also ethically challenged as well. And also at some point, he's got a BBO complaint. At any point, they could suspend his license. And then what is Bettero going to do? Because he's got to practice under a lawyer here in Massachusetts to represent him. Like, come on. It's performative for his brain dead followers who let to believe he is some corruption champion. Well, that's the other thing, is he's not some corruption champion. He is the fucking corruption. Like, open your eyeballs, bro. Like, yeah, well, that's a real possibility. Queen Bettero wants to be AJ so bad it hurts. I mean, the arguments they're making in court are so ridiculous and absurd. Like, even the judge is like, what, bro? Like, what? I'm not following, He does not need to stay in a hotel. He could drive from his own house like any normal fucking person. He just wants to be Karen Reed so bad that he has to do all the things that she did, right? He wants to be just as important. He wants the crowds to be just as big. So he needs to do the same things. He needs to stay in hotels. He needs to feed his attorneys. Like, dude, usually that's in the part where like you pay a fee. Like, travel and food is usually included in the fee that you're paying your attorneys to represent them, especially if they're coming from out of state. It's usually in there. Like, no, I would never agree to pay like for travel and food outside of that. Like, it needs to be in what I'm paying you, right? Like, people do that, right? But usually it's people with a lot of fucking money who have no problem paying for it. Aidan bitches about it every single time. You know what I mean? It's not a justifiable expense for him. He absolutely could just fucking drive. He's choosing not to. He could get there, no problem, right? And again, Boston, even if it's held in Boston, right? He drove all the way to Dedham for Karen's from his house. Why can't he drive closer to Boston, right? That makes no sense. He doesn't need a hotel. He wants a hotel, It's still softball season here too. Yeah, I mean, he's a sketchy dude anyway. That, honestly, all I can say is I honestly think that civil suit really just put her in a bad position where she basically had to, like, I don't know, sign an NDA and agree to like not say bad things about him. But it's like, bro, it doesn't make either of them look good at this point, because we all know what happened, and changing any story about what happened now is wild as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's dumb as hell to run back to a man that made your life a living hell and then pretend like it was just all third parties and it wasn't him. I think that's stupid as fuck. We all know that he was pulling the puppet strings of all of those people. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's nonsense, Hello, Rachel. I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Maybe, possibly. I have no idea. Yep, including the Lexus. Turtle realizes Larry Flint was jailed multiple times due to pissing off police and judges, and Turtle is no Larry Flint. He's no a lot of people. He seems to think that he's, you guys don't remember the whole, like, wait till Elon Musk and Trump and Rogan find out about this. They're going to be so mad that you guys are holding me responsible. Like, bro, dude, what? Yeah, he hates his house. He doesn't love it. I doubt he'll be dressed in $1,000 outfits. He'll be wearing that lame pink Easter tie day in and day out. And he can't get rid of his dick nose. So there's that, Just saying. I'm just saying. You can't, He also hates his house. Doesn't like the flies. Tells them to get down. Get down, flies. Get down. Get down. All right, let's pick this apart real quick. Okay? Let's pick this apart. All right. Yeah, but the truth has been told. See, that's the different magic. That's the difference. The truth has been told. I've told it a billion times fucking over. The truth has always been told. I have told it, right? And so the truth will never be told. I mean, that's not a thing, okay? I've told it over and over and over and over of all the things he did during that time period. There were plenty of people around to see what the fuck was going on at that time. So like, we know the truth. The truth isn't hiding anywhere, right? We've talked about it a lot. Yeah, we don't need to know that. But I feel like he did that on purpose to sort of be like, oh, hey guys, you're going to have to pay, come stay in a hotel with me, like come pay for this for me, Right. You got to get the consequences, the fucking consequences. Actions have consequences, It's to get somebody to pick up the tab, or let them know where it's staying. Come stay here. And then y'all can show up outside the courthouse. Like that's, come on. Well, I wouldn't say that I don't have an agenda. My agenda is to make sure he's held accountable, right? Held accountable for all the lives that he's fucking ruined and all the people he's lied about. That's the agenda, right? Like, I'm not going to make more money by criticizing and telling the truth about Aidan. As a matter of fact, I make a lot less because I do that, right? So what I think about the people that are willing to at least tell the truth about this is we're not benefiting from it. As a matter of fact, it's hurting our channels and to our capacity to live because we're not backing down, right? If we would just jump on the turtle train, I'd make 10,000 a month, probably more, right? But we're not doing that because it's just not the right thing to do, right? It's not all the people whose lives have been destroyed and all the people he victimized, all the people he tried to put something else on that he did, including Mike. I mean, Mike could have been charged with that, okay? And Aidan didn't care. He knew Mike could be charged. He put that on Mike so that if something went bad, Mike would be the one who would be charged and not him, right? So it's like, it's fucking wild to me that people just bypass that knowledge of each individual person he did it to. And I know it's like some people woke up during the time where he like wiretapped Karen Reed and was talking shit about all the free Karen Reed content creators. But in this like circle of free Karen Reed, this started way back before even me, even before he attacked me, right? He was like, this goes back years and years and years before Karen Reed, where he would get together with content creators and like be, try to be friendly and whatever, and then burn each one of them because he would do shit that was just gross or like wild as fuck and they would know about it. And so he'd get nervous and he'd shit on them first so that if they had anything to say about him, then he would, and this is what he calls it, discredit them by, quote, exposing them. So anything they would say about him after, he could just claim they're just mad he exposed them. That's worked for him for 10 years. People have actually bought that. Like, if he shits on them first, then, whatever they know about him, doesn't matter what they say because nobody's going to believe them. Like, that's how he's operated in that capacity, right? And people are dumb enough to believe him. And it's wild. But it's like, there is no world where criticizing him and telling the truth about him makes more money, right? So, like, I love the whole, like, yeah, grifter. Like, okay, cool. Show me where all that extra money is coming from, please. Show me all the extra groceries in my home. Show me the breath I breathe when I know that all the bills are paid and I might have a couple extra bucks to go do something. Let me know when that happens, okay? Let me know when that happens. Let me know when I don't have to work 6 days a week. Let me know when I'm allowed to take days off for being sick and not be in full panic mode because I'm behind now. Like, let me know, right? Then we can talk about grifting. Up until then, anybody willing to tell the truth about him, we're not benefiting from it. As a matter of fact, we're losing. We're fucking losing. We lost, They're attracted to his bullshit, I feel like there's a lot of like attention behavior going on in that club of Turtle Land, Maybe Will bunk with them and go halvesies. I don't know if he will, considering it's not his friend's mom's basement, but maybe he will, I don't think prison or jail will ever stop his behavior. He did 60 days. He didn't learn a damn thing, Yeah, quite a lot. And I've talked about it many times, I mean that by noticing the shit and holding him accountable, unlike other channels that claim to. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, but I just want to be clear. Like, I have helped a lot of his victims. And so my, bottom line is like, he should be held accountable and people should know who the fuck they're dealing with. Hopefully that steers people clear. And so they're not the next victim. Right. Right. That's the other thing. We could do that, but we don't. Because nobody cares. His saying, right, Lana? Nobody fucking cares. Who fucking cares? Every time he says that, I think of his nose. I'm just saying. I think of his nose every damn time. Oh, Tracy, thank you. That was really nice of you. Sends $20 and says, feel better. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh my God, why is my phone freezing? Come on, phone, don't do this. Don't do it. Fucking old ass phone. Freezing and shit. He was friends with Mike at the time. Oh yeah, when Ethel asked her to run the stream, Jeremy Renner, I heard that. I was dying laughing. I was like, is he fucking so delusional? Hey, Brian. Someone match me. I love it. Thank you, Brian. There are things that are private and don't need to be exposed. 100% there are. 100%. Do I think TV will get jail time? I don't know. But I'm not one of his fence riders that he has done very wrong, yet they say they don't want him to go to jail. To me, that says you're okay with it. I believe he belongs in jail. That's just my opinion. Thank you, Rose. Rose says, okay, LTL, who will be next? And then Valley's girl matches them. Thank you. See, you started a little match, Brian. I appreciate that. Thank you. Meredith's doing the smart thing by moving out of state and putting as many miles between her and TV as possible, which is what Leah did. It's like, if these people have to move hundreds of miles away to fucking like get away from him, like it's just wild to me, you know, wild. I see IRS problems coming 100%. When you get a loan, you have to prove where the funds came from in IRS documents for 2 years, unless you went through a hard money lender. Well, you never know, right? Like you never know what he did in that capacity. Please don't move to Georgia. No turtles allowed in Georgia. Georgia doesn't want you. Tennessee doesn't want you. The Carolinas don't want you. We certainly don't want you here in Massachusetts. I mean, what place does want him is the question. What place would be like, sure, bring him in. Bring him all in. Just bring him in. You know? Oh, thank you, darling. I have a match here on Venmo. That's very nice. I count those as well, obviously. Thank you, guys. Lorelai matching via Venmo. $5. Thank you, Lorelai. I appreciate that, my friend. I love it. I love little match wars. Those are so nice. Thank you, guys. I love it. I love it. If he had friends, people closer would let them stay with. Well, that's the other thing. Is like, who would let him stay with them? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that dude around my fucking kids. Like, what? No, like we don't want to do all that. Like, that's not, no, we're not doing that. Like, we're not doing that. Like, fuck no. You know, we're not doing that. You know, everybody loves love. I would live in the Carolinas. I would. I really would. Are we in the Born Identity all of a sudden? Are we in the Born Identity? Should I get out my spy gear? I'm in a super secret spy academy. I'm a super secret spy, according to Grant. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm a super secret spy, according to Grant. I'm a very large spy, okay? Duh. Duh. He won't go near Ohio. Lana will kick his ass. No turtles and no Karen, Georgia, please. Oh, God. They don't want you, turtle. Illinois doesn't want him either. Geez, I don't think they want you anywhere. I'm told you also not wanted in Australia. So I'm just saying, like, they don't want you there. They don't want you there. Listen, I don't know. If send him to Greenland. I don't even think we can send him to Switzerland. You know, I don't think we can send him to Switzerland. I don't think we can. Nina doesn't want him either. You know, Nina does not want him there. Are you? Oh, I hope you're having so much fun. Wait until winter and he has to deal with, oh my God, imagine he just never gets out of his driveway because he doesn't want to shovel because he's too lazy. He has the flies go out and shovel it for him. He's like, yeah, the flies will do it. The bird will do it. It's fine. You know? It's not that interesting, I promise you. In person, you're just like, all right, somebody's got to give him the meds. You know? He doesn't pay rent. What rent? He's not paying rent. That's the wild thing. Like, you know? Oh, he's not. Listen, again, I'm in some random I'm in a conspiracy. It's a Born Identity over here. You know? Right? Right? He was smart, right? Denmark might want him, right? Denmark, the baker might take you. You know? The baker might take you. I don't know. It's possible that the baker takes you. It's very, very possible. Okay? It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. All right. Okay, Greenland doesn't want him either. Oh my God, there's fake crying. Oh God. No, his mother's trying to evict him. No, he's not paying rent. No. I mean, his mother paid for law school for him. Imagine being that, you know, I wish. Rachel, thank you so much. Rachel sent $35 and says, hope you feel better. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. A spy. No, I'm serious. He said I'm a Kate Peter spy, that I work with Kate Peter, and I was working against Lindsay Gattani with Kate Peter, which is like the funniest thing I've ever heard. I don't even talk to Kate. So like that is wild as fuck to claim such a ridiculous, nonsensical thing. Like, what? Bro, like I'm a super secret spy. I'm apparently so important that I'm a super secret spy. Super secret ninja spy. Oh, Nebraska doesn't want you either, Aidan. Probably a lot. If he loses his so-called empire, at least when he's out of jail, he'll yell and rant into a void and kill his only friend, the flies. Think the flies will go to jail with him? You taking the flies with you, Aidan? Greenland is owned by Denmark. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, Norfolk County doesn't like him either. You know? Oh, we got a second motion for Denmark to send him off to Denmark. You know, second motion to send him to Denmark. Holden's in the middle of the woods where nobody goes unless they live there. Exactly. That's why we titled one of our shows. It was like, and we full credit to Leah for this one, but it was Housewives of Holden Hills, episode 1, moving on over, because them moobs those are some serious moves. And then Will did a petty, and then he named it the exact same thing and said of my title, used my title, and then just wrote part 2. Like, you are so original, Will. You can't even come up with your own title. Oh my God. In a jumpsuit, in an orange jumpsuit. That'd be amazing. Orange. It's going to be orange. Send it to my area. Some around here make and eat turtle soup. Not me, but the backwoods people do. Oh God. I mean, she brought him to court for it though. She did. She brought him to court. I don't know. No idea. I have my AC running and I always tell people if it's bothering you guys, let me know. If you guys can hear it and it's loud, let me know. Ew. Oh God. She must be really desperate. Felony Little is a desperate woman. Although Aidan wants to know why she's not charged. He would like to know. I'll show you that clip in that tweet in a second. Nope, New Jersey doesn't want him. Yep, and they do pretty much take everybody up, I'm told. They like pretty much a lot of people, and New Jersey doesn't want him either. So I could go for a hoagie. Those are good. He really is. Like, yeah, I think Denmark might be the place, you know? Denmark. They want him there. People don't even know who he is. He thinks everyone knows who he is, okay? Everyone. He's very important, you guys, okay? He's super important. Now listen to this nonsense. Get ready for it.
I got an email from Dildo.
He got an email from Diller, okay? Mark Diller, the attorney.
At
all right,
8:45 p.m. on August 6th.
It doesn't matter if he's on the spectrum, and it doesn't matter if he has a disability. He lives in his mother's house, and they do not have. So listen, when you have an adult with a disability, unless the parents have custody, like a court gave you custody over them, they're still have to be adults. They still have to do their own thing, right? You're not entitled as an adult to have to care for your child if your child can function. They can drive, they can spend money, they can pay bills if they choose, right? They can do all the things an adult can do, right? They're not under any obligation to allow him to live there. That's just not how it works. If you have custody over them, as happened with my sister-in-law who has Down syndrome, that's another thing, right? But no one has custody over him. He's an adult, right? He drove his mother's car for years, right? She paid for law school, right? Like, she asked very few things of him. You know, clean your room, pay your little portion of rent there from your Social Security check and whatever. He didn't want to do those things. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I would never abandon my child with a disability, but I'm also going to make my child adult if they need to adult. I'm also not going to allow my child to disrespect my home and act a fool if they're perfectly capable of adulting. You know what I mean? So that's a whole nother thing. You know, I have a child with a disability. My child's blind. My child has a terminal illness. My child is mobility limited and has her own apartment, has service animals, lives on her own, right? She can make herself food. She can take a shower. She can do all, the only thing she can't do is drive, right? She can pay bills. She can use her check and pay bill. Like, she does all the adulting things that an adult is supposed to do, right? She wanted her own privacy to live on her own. She could have stayed home, with me until the end of time, but she wanted more space for the dogs and her. I don't blame her, right? She got her own place. She's always welcome home, as she knows, and often loves to snuggle with her mommy, even though she's the oldest and she's in her 20s. But even my blind, disabled daughter can adults, right? So there's just no excuse for him to not fucking adult, Like, this is not an excuse on planet Earth why he couldn't adult. Like, in the same way that anybody else with a disability adults. You can't take advantage either of your parents just because you have a disability. That's not how it works. It's not cool, man. It's not cool. Not cool. Oh, yeah. So Tennessee's already at their asshole quota with Tennessee tuna. So they can't take any more, Aidan. Sorry. Sorry. They can't, Wait until Mama Cupcake sees that tweet. Oh, yeah, she's going to be very upset. Aiden's trying to throw her under the bus. Roadkill turtle soup friend cooked us some way back then. Send him to New Mexico. Did anybody from New Mexico say no? Yeah, no? No, and I get that. I mean, I totally understand that. As an adult with a child with disabilities, I totally understand that. But listen, again, if my daughter whose mobility is limited and is blind, can live on her own, adult, pay bills, run her own household, like, so the fuck can he, right? And I think his mother's point was like, all she wanted to do was like pay rent, right? Like clean your room and like not act like a lunatic. Like there's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in Nebraska. Oh, so Salty question. Would Nebraska take the turtle? Because most places apparently will not take no one wants him. New Jersey said no. Tennessee said they're at their quota with Will. They don't want him. Denmark might, but we know that Switzerland doesn't because Nina doesn't want him. So like, no, you can't even go to the Switzerland, sir, where they're neutral. Okay. You're not, the Swiss don't even want you. All right. Well, that's the other thing. I think he inherited like $300,000 when his dad died. I don't know how much he gets like monthly or whether he got a full lump sum, but like he gets money. Doesn't have a lack of money, Yeah, it's funny you say that. I have a friend that also lives in that area, not in Holden, but like in that general vicinity. And she wants out of there so badly. She's like, I'm so tired of being out here. The job market fucking sucks. I wish I didn't buy a house out here. But she had bought a house out there many years ago. She's many towns over, not two, but like many. Few, I'd say like 3, 4 maybe. But she wants out of there, job market. She says shit because she doesn't even work in that area. She's got to drive like an hour to work, It's weird. Yes. Agreed. All right. So I never have a reason to go there. Wouldn't have a reason to go there either, right? Bellevue. I almost bought a house in Holden, but I saw snakes in the basement. Oh, hell no. Snakes on a plane? Yes, she's able to live independently. She might need help with like certain things here or there. She'll just call and we'll head over and help. But yeah, she lives independently. Although she might be moving home. But yes, she lives independently and has for 2 years now. She has like an extra room for therapy for her body and then space for the dogs. So she has 3 bedrooms. And so if she can adult, I don't see where when she needs help, she calls and asks and we go over and we help, right? Like that's what we do. That's what we do. If she says, Mom, I need you to come over. And so like when she had surgery on her arms, she needed someone to come over and change the bandages in between the days that she has a visiting nurse that comes to do her infusions. And so we went over and Ashley brought me and we changed the bandages on her arms. So if she needs help with anything, she just calls Mom up and Mom goes and does it, So yeah, they might need help here or there, but it is boring. But yeah, kids would probably love the area. I loved the woods when I was a kid. I'm on the spectrum and can function on my own for the most part. My issues are social interactions in real life, which is why I don't drink, because it would make something I struggle with worse. Agreed. He can't handle being in a grocery store for more than 10 minutes. I had that experience with him. Never again. Never again. Imagine a brand new home like that and he wants to stay in a cheap hotel in Boston. Yeah, it's weird as fuck. I would never waste the money on that. Never, ever, ever. Assholes serve a purpose. They'll need you to apologize for associating with Willie as one. Well, that's what I fear the most, Queen. I fear that the most is, and I was actually talking to my sister about this this morning before this stream, which is like, I want my children I have a lot of health issues myself, right? A lot of pretty serious ones. And if one day I'm not here, right, I want my kids to be fully prepared to do all of the things without me. Like, mommy will come and save the day when I can, right? But what happens when I am no longer here to save the day, right? I want them, just like my grandparents wanted me, to be able to figure those things out and try to figure it out. Now, of course, she knows that, like, if I got hit by a bus tomorrow, my husband, who is not her biological dad, but it is her dad to her and to him for that matter, will always have her back. So, you know, he'll still be here. And if for some crazy reason we both got hit by a bus tomorrow, you know, she's got friends. She's got my close friends who are like aunts to her, that would help if she needed it, that she can, you know, call. But I want her to be able to be fully prepared for being without me one day. If that happens, I would prefer to not bury her. I would prefer that she buries me. There's a very real chance that her disease could take her from me one day. And I hope that I am dead and gone before anything ever takes her. But it could be a very real possibility, you know, and I live with that. But I also want, you know, with her disease, it's just the science of it isn't like fully down pat because it's so rare. You know, less than 200 people on planet Earth have it. So I want her to just be fully prepared for whatever the world throws at her. And if one day an accident happens and I'm not here, you know, and a bus hits me while I'm walking down the street, or I have a freaking heart attack and die, like, she's fully prepared to at least know how to go forward and adult, even with disabilities, on her own, you know, or at least with some support from friends, you know, or my friends, which are like literally aunts to her. Because if I don't prepare my kids for that, then what the fuck? Like, that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. You know what I mean? It's what you're supposed to do. And also, my middle helps my oldest quite often. They have sleepovers all the time. They're very close. They're 5 years apart, but my middle and my oldest are very, very close. And so I do know that if anything were to happen, my daughter has two sisters that love and adore her. And my little loves being what she calls her guide human. And so, like, say for instance, it's a holiday and we're leaving a restaurant. My little will walk right up and put her arm out, and she's like, "Okay, sissy, I'm your guide human," to walk her sister out. She tells her if there's a step there and if she needs to step down, because she's blind now. And my daughter wasn't always blind. She went blind because of her disease, the inflammation behind her eyes. So, you know, she's got sisters, and me and my sister are really close. And so, like, I love that for them, that at least they have each other, and that's important to me, you know? Oh, the UK doesn't want him either. They don't want him. Putin said he would consider him to stay in jail there. I mean, that's an option, Aidan. Texas doesn't want you either. On behalf of the rest of the Southwest, including New Mexico, they pass. They want no part. You did, girl. You did. Nice to see you. Area 51 might take you. Hey, girl, nice to see you. Oh, they don't want you in Nebraska either. Okay, they don't want you. Again, maybe I think Denmark's your only option, sir. You know? Okay, nope. The North Pole, maybe. Salty said maybe the North Pole, you know? Which is weird because Rentham's right near me. It's right near me. Which, it's really strange. Why are you coming all the way out here? I am guessing the girl he's seeing either lives in Rentham or Attleboro, because he keeps like, that's that area he keeps saying that he's in. Attleboro, Rentham, they're right near each other. And that's the area I live in, a little further from there, but nonetheless, like, that's why are you in the South Coast? Weird. Why are you in the South Coast, bro? We don't want you here in the South Coast. Go away. We could use them for bait. What could we catch? Flies? Birds? My oldest, yeah. I have three daughters. My oldest is about going to be 22. Why haven't YouTubers been added as co-defendants? Well, I think that is up to the family to decide when and if they add anyone as a co-defendant. Or it wouldn't be a co-defendant that would be a criminal case, but it would be like I mean, maybe they want to do separate lawsuits. I don't know. I think sort of adding anyone else into the ones they have wouldn't really make sense. It would be like a extra third, fourth, fifth party. I think if you wanted to go after those people, you would probably go after them separately, like a one-on-one lawsuit, based on the things that they said about you. You wouldn't add them into this lawsuit. You know what I mean? That wouldn't make sense. In my mind, at least legally, you wouldn't add them into the one with Karen and him. You would do it separately. So say they wanted to sue Felony Little. it would be them versus Felony Little. Say they wanted to sue Willie, it would be them versus Willie the Brokeback Baker Boy's bitch. That's what it would be. Exactly. And that's exactly right. That's exactly essentially how I do it, right? Like kind of like a college student. You let them do life, but you support them when they need it, Yeah, see, that's the thing. I need to be able to like get somewhere, I don't drive. I don't have a car. I do drive, I just don't have a car. So TB's mouth will cause him a lot of problems in jail if he gets over 2 years to go to state prison with the big boys. Yeah, he'll also cry and go to, he'll go to like, he'll ask to be put in solitary. That's right. He should be treated like anybody else who commits a crime. You do the crime, you do the time. I had to. Listen, once again, most of you know, 20 years ago, I was an addict, right? Like I was an addict, right? I have been sober for that long from opiates, okay? And I didn't give a shit at that point, whether I lived or died. I was going through a lot of trauma that I did not know how to process, and I was very young when all the trauma happened. So yes, I did not care. And so you get caught with a drug, guess what? You might have to sit in jail, right? Been there, done that. You do the crime, you do the time. I changed my life, right? Like I got sober. I figured out what the trauma, I got all the trauma out instead of stuffing it in and not talking about it, right? And then I started to change my life. And I ended up from sitting in a jail cell to working in a prison. Like these things can happen. People can change. I just don't think he has that capacity. I just don't. She can. You can leave Massachusetts with a lawsuit pending. She doesn't have a lawsuit. She has a criminal case. If you're talking about Meredith, she has a criminal case. But if she's not on probation or she's not on pretrial, like she has every right to move. They can't really stop her from moving out of state. As long as she comes back for her hearings, they can restrict your travel. But if you are already planning on moving, they're not going to stop her from, she bought a house. So essentially they can't stop you from like buying a home and moving. If you don't come back for a case, then they can put a warrant out, et cetera, et cetera. But as long as you're coming back for your court cases and you informed them that you moved out of state, like they can't really stop you from buying a home, especially since she kind of did all that before she was actually charged. Like a clerk's hearing is not being charged. That's to determine if they think there's probable cause. And so she bought it before she was arraigned, essentially. So it's like they can't stop her from moving as long as she comes back for the cases or the case. It's one case, So yeah, I mean, I've been on my own since I was 17, Colin. I've lived on my own in my own place since I was 17 and a half. So I didn't have a choice, right? I had to just figure it out on my own, and it's hard. That's why I support from the background. If my kids need something, they absolutely will get it. I'm not gonna let them go without, right? But you want them to figure out what life is going to be like without you there. And I had my grandparents or my grandmother. My grandfather had died when I was 17, but my grandmother, that would help me here and there from background support in the way that I do for my kids. At least my oldest. My other two are still minors, and so they get whatever they need. You know what I mean? Whatever they need. And my kids don't ask for much. They're not greedy kids. They don't ask for much. They really, really don't. They barely really ever ask for anything. So when they do, I try to, make it special, but sometimes you just got to, you're thrown into that, Colin, right? We're just thrown into it. And then you just got to figure it out. I feel like he probably just likes being in the woods because he can hide, did it? Friggin' YouTube. We don't want him in the UK. They don't want him in the UK. I bet YouTube did. Okay, well, we second to New Jersey. No, sorry, bud. No New Jersey for you. Well, that's the other thing. As long as people keep, supporting him. Well, that I was talking about this earlier. As long as people keep supporting him, he'll never shut the fuck up. Number one. Number two, as long as people keep showing that they don't support, like, it shows that, like, the cult of creators of his are like, okay, here comes the money, right? And then on the other side, it's like, well, if you're willing to tell the truth, you're not as supported, right? Like it's a detriment to tell the truth. And until like the viewers change their minds on that, until the viewers start saying like, we're not going to support this behavior, but we will support the truth and sort of standing behind the victims and people who have that content. We're not going to support this content. That is up to the viewers of these contents to decide. But until that sort of switch happens, I don't think he's ever going to come to the realization that like some of the shit he does is deplorable and disgusting because he just gets egged on. You know what I mean? Like egged on. What witness and tape? What? Meredith doesn't have witness intimidation. She has wiretapping. That's the wiretapping that Aidan tried to. I think that'll be thrown out eventually, to be honest with you, as it should be. You know. Oh, absolutely. Massachusetts, I think, will throw the book at him. You know, I would throw the book at him. Right? He blows everything. You know. I haven't asked her to send it out. I've been really busy doing my own stuff, but if, you know, I'm sure if I asked, she would be happy to send along. Also, she visits fairly often, so it's probably cheaper for her to just bring it up and us meet up instead of her shipping it, to be honest with you, because it would cost a lot and it's heavy to ship equipment like that. And you don't want it to get broken. So I just haven't had a chance to, like, you know, set any of that up. I just do, you know, got a lot of shit going on here at home. Is it true he has a bail review hearing? 10-4. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I haven't heard anything about bail. I don't know why he would have a bail review hearing. There's nothing to review on his bail. You know what I mean? Like, what is there to review? He was let go on a personal. So what's going to, you know what I mean? What is there to review exactly? Maybe I'd have to look at the docket. I vote we send him to Florida with all the other Florida man. Well, I mean, he can go down near Space Coast, but I don't think he's going to have a good time. Melanie Little is a female. That's why we call her Felony Little. Mike C alluded to Emily C getting sued. I don't know, but if I were her, I would probably be careful of what the fuck she says and does. Clearly, she doesn't. She seems to think Aidan is like a god and he's amazing, and she'll learn fairly quickly. Idaho. I don't know if Idaho wants him either. I don't think Idaho wants him either. Bermuda Triangle. Dorothy, you sound upset. You sound upset. Are you upset? You sound upset. Are you upset? Are you sad? Are you sad? You sound very upset. You sound upset about that. Womp, womp, womp. I find it really comical when people come here to troll, because that means you had to subscribe to the channel and then wait 3 minutes just to, like, make a comment that you think is going to hurt my feeties. I think I can handle a couple of fucking idiotic trolls. But isn't it innocent until proven guilty? Well, yeah, it's innocent until proven guilty, but I, as a person, have the right to give my opinion on what I think, and I know more than the general public does about some of this. So my opinion is he's guilty as fucking sin and screwed. He's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I'm not a court of law. I'm just a person. There's a difference. You have the right to be innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. You don't have the right to be innocent until proven guilty in the court of public opinion. That's the difference, you know? I heard he isn't fucking suing her. Stop it. You mean Aidan suing Meredith? No, he's not. Stop it. He's ridiculous. Turtleboy is facing 10 years per count on multiple counts, so I don't know why he would get 2 to 5 years, because it's his, like, what do you mean? You think he would get 10 years per each? No, he would not get 10 years per each one. This is what he has people convinced of, that he's gonna get the maximum on all of them. Like, he doesn't have an extensive criminal record. They don't go in and go, okay, they're your first real big charges, but we're going to give you the maximum on all of them. That is not a chance in hell they're going to give him a maximum on all of them. They're going to give him a little bit on each one and then run them concurrently, not consecutively. Like that, because that's not how it works. They don't give you the maximum per count on your first, like, real criminal charges. That's not how it works. They're not going to give him 10 years on each count. They're going to give him a little bit, if they give him a little bit on each one, and they're going to run it all concurrent. That's what. It's not going to be consecutive. It's not going to be, oh, we give you 2 years on this one and 2 years on that one and a year on that one and 6 months on that one. And we're going to run them consecutively. No, they're going to run them concurrently, which means if you get 2 years on this charge, 2 years on this charge, you're only doing 2 years concurrently, not consecutively. He's not getting 90 years. He's not getting 70 years. He's not getting 50 years. He's not getting 40 years, 20 years. He's not, come on. He's not getting 20 years. Sure, he deserves his day in court, but I have the right to my opinion, and, you know, no, there's no chance he's going to go away for decades. I would love that. You know, New Jersey wants him in jail. I would love that for him, because that's what I think he deserves, but there is no chance he's going away for decades. I would want nothing more than for him to suffer the consequences of his own bullshit, but there's just no chance in hell that's going to happen. There's no chance he's going to go to jail for decades. I agree. He needs to go. And I would love for him to go for decades. That would be fucking amazing. I would applaud the system, but that's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know? Well, that's the other thing. He could get a suspended sentence because of no priors. I don't think they'll give him a suspended sentence only because, again, the severity of it, right? The severity of what he did, it sort of nods to other people that if you do this too, we will slap your hand and we will give you a suspended sentence. I don't think they want to send that message. So I do think they'll give him time. What amount? Well, that's going to be up to the court. Do I think he'll get decades? No, I do not think he'll get decades. I do not. I'm voting to send him to China when he admits that he did what he did. That's the other thing. His attorneys have already made very clear in court that he's not arguing that he didn't do it, right? So they've already said this to the judge, right? Like, we're not saying he didn't do these things. We're admitting that he did these things. We're just saying that it's covered under the First Amendment, which of course it's not, right? So, I mean, he can keep going with that argument until the cows come home, but his lawyers basically locked him into that argument by admitting in open court that, you know, hey, the argument is that he did these things, but it's First Amendment protected. As all of you know, that is just simply false. It's not, you know, keep him on the PW as well. Well, she's got attorneys, right? Like, what do you mean? Do I agree with them? Do you see? Here's the thing, Rosie, is not everybody knows the full story on that, right? And I'll wait for the court to sort of evolve around all of that and what happened. But the story that Aidan told is not the story that happened. Let's just throw that out there. Do I agree with any capacity of anybody going after a victim's family member? No. She knows that, right? No. But the story that Aidan told is not the real story, you know? Yeah, he said it. That's my point, is like those live streams are going to be used against him and they're going to find it null and void. Like, it, you know what I mean? He wouldn't last a summer day in Idaho. Think Karen will move to Cali. Maybe. Yeah, why it was wiretapping. First Amendment is not absolute. I say it so many times a day at this point. I feel like a broken record. It's not absolute. I can call someone again, and this is example, call someone and use my First Amendment and say, I'm going to come to your house and stab you, but then I get charged with threats to kill, right? So that is not, I can use my First Amendment to say it, right? But it's not absolute. I can get charged with that. Like, I do have faith in Maddie as well. He's a good attorney. You know, I don't know why anybody hasn't smashed this like button. That's a good point. I've made that point before. Because she wants the views. She wants the clicks. The answer to that is very apparent. Because she wants the views and the clicks and the money. That's why. Yeah, I don't think they're going to allow him to get away with all that. I think that, well, you have to remember, there's a lot Aidan hides, and the threats are something he likes to hide, you know? It's weird when they go off about my First Amendment, right? I hate that. Like, as if Aidan being found guilty is somehow going to affect everyone else's First Amendment. Fun fact, it's not. Everyone else's First Amendment is going to remain intact in there. None of our First Amendments are under attack at all. I love when he uses that excuse and people are dumb enough to repeat it. Like, what is going to change about your First Amendment when he gets found guilty? Someone please tell me. There are no journalistic privilege in the state of Massachusetts, by the way. That doesn't exist here. We don't have that. Okay. So let's just throw that back out there. I love when people are like, well, he has journalistic privilege. No, he doesn't. Not in the state of Massachusetts. It does not exist here. He has a First Amendment right, just like everyone else on planet Earth. And even if he did have, right, even if he was in another state and had journalistic privilege only extends to your sources. It doesn't allow you to go and run a car full of people with a bullhorn down witnesses' streets and stopping at their houses and calling them murderers. You actually need a permit for a rolling rally. And he, of course, skipped that because he knew he needed one and he knew it would be denied, and he kept it a secret on purpose because he knew what he was doing was wrong. You know? Kate said, I'm going to go with no. That's what she said. She said, I'm going to go with no. Keep trying to keep your channel running. It's something along those lines is what she said. Exactly what would happen in Idaho. They wouldn't live stream it either. Kearney, Melanie probably had a team hanging out online, just clipping and timestamping shit. Aidan, well aware of what intimidation is. He does. He knows well. Listen, he has said a million times, this is intimidation. This is wiretapping. This is blah, blah. He is very well aware of what all these things are. So when he tries to play coy like he doesn't know, hello, it's a game to him, you know? He's gotten plenty of other people locked up in the past for it. He's gotten plenty of people locked up for shit they didn't do, you know? Sam Benino says Sarah Lemon seems the most brazen liar. Some of these people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, right? Like, why go after Sarah Levinson? Of all people on planet Earth, why go after Sarah Levinson, right? Who's just an EMT? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? You know, writers think his decision of Maddie is clever. Oh wow, his derision of Maddie is no, it's not. Emily also supports Jimmy, who is absolutely vile to Nana Meredith, and used Maya Angelou's image for his problematic streams. I think she needs to reevaluate. She needed to reevaluate again. That's for the clicks, the views, the fame, the ooh, I'm with Turtleboy. Everybody come over here, donate to me, watch me, see me. Like that's what that's for, guys. Come on. Do you agree with what? No, I just answered this. Why would we ask the same question 3 times? Does she know? No, she doesn't know that clearly, or she's not paying attention. I mean, what does an EMT have anything to do with anything? You know what I mean? She understands just fine. She understands just fine, Colin. Don't let her fool you. She understands just fine. They have banned him from, so he's been blocked and banned from both Twitter and Facebook before. Multiple times, actually. Multiple times. Yeah, she didn't do anything. Yeah, no. No, I'm gonna go with no. Alex Jones was 1,000 times more famous, rich, and influential. Good luck to Turtle. Agreed. Yeah, see, that's why, like, this is why I'm just gonna say, because there are things that I just can't say right now because there's ongoing criminal matters and whatnot. Like, the story you were told is not the full story. I'm just gonna. There's not. I wish I could elaborate further on that at the moment, but I can't because, again, there's ongoing criminal matters happening, but it will the whole thing will be out instead of like the little pieces that Aidan wanted to train into a really cute narrative. On a lighter or sadder note in my eyes, I haven't located our local bear so I could have another non-human friend. I'll put a hat and sunglasses on so I can ride in the POV lane. Damn it. Where's the bear? Get some honey, right? The honey, just hop right in. He'll just hop right in. Is the indictment? Not yet. Nope. Not yet. Not that I've seen. Not yet. And another community, people have lost their YouTube channels and are facing imprisonment for contempt of court. Yep. And it can happen. It can happen. Yeah, I don't think Cosgrove is like working this hard to be like, yeah, sure, suspended sentence. You know what I mean? I don't think so. I don't think so. Like there was a lot going on in that whole scenario that just isn't public. And you know, I think she was at one point. I'm not really sure if she is anymore. If you know, well, that's the other thing. She's a turtle writer, so there's that. You know. Did you cover why multi-channels are stating Diller lied? They're going after him hard. Diller didn't lie. What are they saying Diller lied about exactly? He didn't lie about anything. Oh, is it because Aidan's doing the whole narrative of like, well, he didn't tell them that I'm going to just plead the fifth, and he didn't tell them that it doesn't matter if you're going to plead the fifth, right? It doesn't fucking matter if you're going to plead the fifth. In a civil suit, you still have to go in and plead the fifth to every question because it has to be on record. So why would Diller say something to the judge knows? He's not going to go, Your Honor, well, he claimed he's going to plead the fifth, and so we don't need to do one. No, the judge knows that he still has to go do it on record to all the questions. Like that. So it's like they're saying Diller lied because he didn't say all this extra shit that Aidan made some long post about. And it's like he didn't add any of that in because none of that is relevant. And the judge like knows all that. Once again, Aidan has no knowledge of the law very clearly. And just spins narratives, right? Like his ability to be like, well, Diller didn't say this, and this, and this. He doesn't have to regurgitate all your narrative, Aidan. He didn't lie. He doesn't need to tell a judge that, hey, he's using his Fifth Amendment privilege. Like, because the judge would be like, okay, and he still has to go and assert that Fifth Amendment privilege to every question, right? So, like, the judge already knows that. So reiterating things to a judge that the judge already knows is just going to piss off the judge, which clearly Diller is smart enough to know, right? You know? I mean, you got to be really fucking dumb to buy this right here. Like, oh, Diller lied because he didn't say all these things that the turtle said he should have said. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, what, dude? What? Like, that's not a thing. Like, what? One second, guys. I gotta just give my her medication now. So give me a second here. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I had to give her the Tylenol sore throat stuff. All right. Where am I? How much do I think his sanctions will be? Well, that's up to the judge. I don't know. It really could be anything. It literally could be anything. Could be anything. Could be anything. I don't know. Could be anything. It literally could be anything. Could be thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars. I don't know. Could be. It literally could be. Could be. Thank you, SMJC. I actually will start a goal. I haven't started a goal. I don't usually start goals. I just, never usually comes to fruition here, but why not, right? Screw it. Screw it. I also count the direct donations towards the goal because I think that's only fair. I feel like it's only fair. No, sorry. I had to give my daughter her Tylenol for her sore throat. All right, let's see. Here we go. Everyone's always going to have a different opinion, He is he's a third party in the lawsuit, but he's not like, none that I know of. Sorry, I'm trying to scan the comments here, see what I missed. It looks like that's why Diller is trying to sanction him. You may want to put him under some sort of financial level. Well, that's what they want. They want him to stop wriggling his way out of these depositions and playing like, I claim the Fifth Amendment. Cool. You can do that, but you have to actually go there on record at the deposition and claim the Fifth to every question. You have to assert it for every question. So you still have to show up and assert your Fifth Amendment privilege to all of the damn questions. You can't just say, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment. Well, you can do that, but you still have to go and do that on record, right? And I don't know why his attorneys wouldn't have told him that, So basically they could tell that he wriggled his way out of the deposition and simply didn't show up. And you have to ask yourself, did Diller contact his ex-wife? Did they look and ask the other court if he brought his kids? What digging could they have possibly done to prove that he just was skipping depots? Also, there was a good indication when he was sending Diller emails a few days before, basically saying, I'm just not going to show up because I have a criminal case and you can't ask me questions, which isn't true. So I don't know which one of his attorneys are dumb enough, or both of them are telling him that he can't be deposed because he has a criminal case. He absolutely can be, and he has to assert his Fifth to every question. And then if the judge thinks that some of those questions wouldn't have a Fifth Amendment privilege, he's gonna have to answer them, whether he likes it or not, So I don't know. So that's the point, is you're wasting all the attorney's money showing up to these depots and a court reporter. And so you're gonna have to pay all of those people if you don't show up again, right? And that's the whole point of sanctions, is to make sure that he knows he's going to be held responsible for the fees when he just simply doesn't keep showing up. When is the next hearing, and has the judge dropped? Judge has not dropped a decision on his his mega motion to dismiss yet, but I have no doubt that's denied. And I think his deposition is supposed to be August 17th. Whether he shows up or not they think they were moving it to the 20th, though, I believe. But on the anti-slap, those were denied. So you need a picnic basket, but make sure you name him Boo Boo. You got to name him Boo Boo, and you got to say, Boo Boo, but it's in my picnic basket. You got to do that. That's what you have to do, Space Ghost. He said on live he put $300,000 down on his home. I thought it was, the paperwork says, I think it was $175,000, almost $200,000. So he can't even keep the fucking lie straight on that at this point. And it's why are you putting $300,000, $200,000, or even $100,000 down on a home if you're begging for donations for your defense fund? Saying the paperwork Diller gave him is different than what was filed with the court. Is he fucking dumb? Does he not know how shit works? Does he not understand how shit works? He is so stupid. Are his viewers that dumb? I mean, I'm asking for a friend here. I'm asking. He doesn't have to give the courtesy of giving it to him ahead of time before it's filed with the court. Of course, it's a little different, because then when you file with the court, it gets stamped and all that. is he fucking okay? Like, is he fucking okay, bro? Like, I can't. I can't. I literally can't. I just can't. I can't. Oh God. I love when they ask for sanctions because to me, I'm like, that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to fucking happen, you know? And the judge clearly at some point wanted sanctions. The judge was like, well, if I put sanctions, what is anybody gonna say no? Like, you know, like, come on. Yeah, the judge clearly wanted some sort of punishment of that. The judge was like, I'm not doing, like, no, clearly he's playing games, right? Motion to compel and contempt sanction, which two? Well, they did the motion to compel. I haven't seen the motion to sanction yet. But again, I was out for 2 days, so that could exist, and I just don't know. But I don't think so. I feel like I would have got it already. Well, we know, like, as a defendant, that's how it feels like. It feels like you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. But of course, you assume the quote assumption of innocence until proven guilty by a court of law in the court's eyes. But as we all know, that doesn't always come to fruition in the way that you want as a defendant. To defendants, it often feels like you have to prove yourself innocent, right? Sorry, I'm switching headphones, so excuse me for 1 second while I pop in a new headphone and switch headphones. Okay, it's connected. Perfect. But the sanctions could be contempt. It could be monetary. I mean, I don't know. You know, it depends, you know? One scheduled deposition, 2 judge approved the motion to compel. Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't see the motion for sanctions yet. I feel like it's from something because they were swimming in like the water slide thing my sister has. All the kids were at the birthday party and stuff, and she got sick only a few days after that. Like, well, that's the thing. Like, it's not different. It's what he's like. Diller is giving him sort of a heads up on what he's going to file. He doesn't have to send Aidan the exact, like, Aidan can see what's actually filed and then get a copy of that when it's filed. He doesn't have to ahead of time give him the exact, like, it's a courtesy to show you like what I'm going to do or what I'm going to ask for ahead of time, right? Or send you a letter saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And then when I file it with the court, I might add some things or get rid of some things depending on like what the argument is or what I'm filing for. Once it's filed, you get a copy, right? It's a courtesy to give you sort of a heads up. They don't have to. You know what I mean? They don't fucking have to. So, you know. So maybe he decided that he doesn't want the plaintiff to pay the attorney's fees. So it's like, again, he can choose to do that. Once it's filed, Aidan will get a copy of that. If you give someone a heads up ahead of time, you don't have to, right? But it's a courtesy to do that. So if he changed it in the meantime before he filed it with the court, it doesn't matter. As long as what he files with the court, Aidan gets a copy of it. He has a chance to respond to that if he wants to. So it doesn't matter if it's different from what he sent him versus what was filed with the court. He might have made some changes to it before he ultimately filed it with the court for whatever reason. Maybe he spoke to his clients and they said no on that or asked for him to change it, whatever. Once it's filed with the court, that's what it goes by, right? Aidan gets a copy of that. He has a right to respond to that. But being different when he got it in an email, I don't understand what the hubbub is supposed to be about that because that happens all the fucking time. That happens all the time, you know, all the time. Yeah, but that's Congress though. That's not the same as testify. Like those are two different things. You know what I mean? He knows he has to go put it on record. He knows he does. If his lawyers are not telling him that, then again, he needs a refund. He needs a refund. You need a refund, bro. Tell fucking Betero you want your pocket change back.
Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change. It's nothing. Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change.
It's actually not. Even if Diller went ahead with the deposition, even though he knew Aidan wouldn't be there, that is because all the lawyers were already scheduled to be there. You can't cancel at 4:30 at night. You have to show up and then tell everyone, like, you know what I mean? Like, not everybody's going to be able to get a hold of at 4:30 on a whatever day it was, you know what I mean? After hours, like, you can still show up to that all because it's not just Diller. It's all the attorneys for all the parties and a court reporter. And you know what I'm saying? All these things are set up ahead of time. So it's not actually on Diller. That's not how it works at all. It's on Aidan for playing fuck games. And because he was days ahead of time, and of course, before, Aidan doesn't tell you that before that day where he was like, oh, family emergency, days before that, he was like, well, I'm just not coming. Because like, why do I need to come? I'm going to plead the fifth anyway. And it's just a waste of everyone's time. So my lawyers told me not to come. Then Tim Bradel calls and goes, well, I'm not representing him in this matter, but he asked me to call you and say that he's asserting his Fifth Amendment and he's not coming. Okay, well, the problem with that is Bradel's not representing him. So he has no right to call the other attorney and say he's not coming. Aidan has to tell him that because Aidan's representing himself. So Bradel calling and saying, well, he wanted me to call you as a courtesy and say he's not showing up. Are you representing him in this matter? No? Okay, then I don't talk to you. That's not how this works. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. Not how it works, you know? Not how it works. Right? Nina doesn't want him. They don't want him in Switzerland. I told you, you're not even allowed in the neutral zone. See? Thank you, Nina. I was hoping you heard that part. Nina doesn't want him. I knew Nina didn't want him over there. Nina doesn't want him. You can't even go to Switzerland, where the Swiss people are very nice. Okay, and they're very neutral. They like everyone. You're not even welcome there. You know. It makes me laugh because he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. You know. But she did. See, that's the difference. There was like that is the difference, right? And so just because Aidan said she didn't say anything, and just because like the attorneys for Karen said she didn't say anything doesn't actually mean she didn't. She actually did. Okay, so that's that. See, that's half the problem right there. Is when Karen's attorneys, and I've never seen Diller do this yet, and if he does, I'll call him out. But I haven't seen him do it yet. Where you're claiming things that are not true, right? She did in fact say something. There wasn't a no call, no show on Nicole, right? Also, Nicole wasn't, sending emails that entire days ahead of time saying, I'm not going to show up and I'm going to plead the fifth and boo hoo. Oh, well, it's a waste of my time. And then coming up with an excuse the night before, right? Like those are two very different things. And she did in fact say something. There was no call, no show on her. That's why there's no sanctions. No, none in Dedham. They could. I mean, there is an investigation for witness intimidation right now for her. I don't know where that's going to go. But we'd have to just watch it play out and see, but it's not to drive up costs. It's because it's not just Diller. It's all the other attorneys are scheduled. There's a court reporter scheduled. Everyone's scheduled to be there. Right. And that's standard for them to still go ahead with it and wait to see if the person still does show up anyway. Right. Like yes, sometimes they'll cancel it, but a lot of the times if someone like Aidan is playing games like this, sometimes that person will be like, oh, I can't make it, but maybe I can, but maybe I can't. And like, it's standard to just have it anyway to see if they show up, because if they show up and they say, oh, well, I said I couldn't, but then I showed up anyway and no one was there. Right. Like, and that's a game Aidan would play, which is why I'm guessing Diller still went forward with it and all the other attorneys are scheduled to be there. So you're still going to have to show up and tell all the other attorneys that this is what he said. They can choose all at once to say, okay, we'll wait an hour, we'll wait 2 hours, whatever, and then we'll all leave if he doesn't show up. Like, even if he said he wasn't going to, we all know Aidan. And he could have decided like, oh, well, I got to sit her at the last minute. And so I showed up and no one was there, right? Like, so, there's a lot of things that people don't, A, take into consideration, and B, they don't know, right? Just because a defense attorney said someone didn't call doesn't mean they didn't. Like, I don't know why they keep allowing him to give these again, but this is also where the judge came in and said he was sick and tired of having them sort of put things on record that weren't, this is why the judge gave them a dressing down of all the attorneys. Like, don't put shit on my record that just isn't a thing, right? Like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that, right? Well, Diller's not going to, that's the thing though. It's not going to be his money to recoup. It's going to be all the attorneys' money to recoup, and it's going to be his client's money to recoup. It's not going to be Diller's money to recoup. It's not just Diller. It's the waterfall. It's all the bar's attorneys, right? And the defense for Karen. Like, all the attorneys, even Karen's attorneys would get paid for sanctions because they would all have to show up, right? And a court reporter, right? Like, everyone has to be paid. Right? That's time and money for all of them. It's not just Diller. Diller's not going to get that money back. His clients would get that money back because they paid for it. Right? Like, that's how that works. The videographer and the court reporter are paid. They already had their schedules on to go there. He's not the only attorney affected by it. You know what I mean? Yeah, he keeps saying that, like, oh, attorney, my attorneys, but he has no attorney representing him in this matter. So that doesn't matter. He should, but then he yelled at someone who told him to, you know? He has until Monday, I think, to make an answer for the motion for, to compel, I believe, if he wants to. And I'm trying to look at my thing here to see what else he might have to answer. There's nothing on my board that I know of. He asked what sanctions are. Shut the fuck up. I can't. I just can't. I think he needs to decide if he's going to use I asked my attorney's excuse or the he can't say I asked my attorneys. He can't say that to the court because he has no attorney representing him in this matter. And so the judge is going to say, well, you have no attorney representing you in the matter. So it doesn't matter what your attorney said or didn't say. You have no attorney of record here, sir. Right? That's not how it works. Well, that's the other thing is they decide it doesn't qualify for an emergency, then, you know, well, that's exactly why you should have an attorney, but he's representing himself. So, you know, it's not a douchey move. It literally happens all the time. It happens all the time. And it's because of people like Aidan that it has to happen that way, right? Like, it has to, right? Yeah, you could call all the parties, but guess what? Fun fact, a lot of the times, especially defense attorneys or the people that you're suing are not going to answer your calls or emails. And so if you call or email and they don't answer and you simply don't show up, guess what it looks like on you? So you still have to show up, right? Like, there are reasons these still go forward like this. And it isn't because just Diller wanted to be an asshole. This isn't black and white. There are a lot of moving parts when it comes to a civil case, dude. And like, this is just one part of it, right? One part of it. If I thought it was just Diller being a douche, I would say that, but it's not. He's suing these people on behalf of his clients, right? So he can call all he wants, leave a voicemail. They might not get it until the next day. If they all show up and he doesn't show up, you know what I'm saying? Like, that affects his clients and him. He still is going to have to show up, right? Like, Aidan decided to tell him this at like 4:30 the night before, right? So, and a lot of times, even if the attorneys for the other side get the email or get the phone call, they won't read it. They won't respond on purpose. They'll act like they never saw it so that when you don't show up, they can go, well, Your Honor, we all showed up and he didn't tell us that Mr. Kearney said he wasn't going to show. Believe me, dude, like, there's a reason why these still have to go forward. And it's because of reasons like that and attorney games that get played like that you still have to, you know, show up and shit. Like, that's, you know what I mean? There's more than just like, oh, I want to charge for that, because Diller's not going to get that money back. His clients do. And it's all the attorneys, not just Diller. Karen's attorneys, the Waterfalls attorneys, the court reporter, the videographer, all of them would get paid. All of them. You know, they have to market for the record that they went and he still didn't show up. And, you know, it is what it is. He's not testifying. There's no chance in hell. I've said that a million times. There's no chance in hell, you know? I listen, attorneys do what they do, you know? I have no idea how, what do you mean? How he's getting paid? What do you mean? With money? What do you mean? I guess I don't understand the question. There's no settlement happening for him though. Like, you know what I mean? That's for his clients. Like, he's being paid to do the job. You know what I mean? Oh, I would love to see the video of him pleading the fifth, you know? Well, it can be. Childcare is one of the things that like is often a problem for people. But because Aidan gave 72 other excuses and that he just didn't want to show up before that, it's less likely that there was some childcare issue. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a shame and it's a waste of resources, but that's like how it has to happen. You know what I mean? Right. Especially when evidence proves like he lies, you know what I mean? Like, and does shit. Like, it's unfortunate. Yep, no issues here. They're like, yep, sanctions are fine. That's totally fine. Because then they would get paid as well. You know what I mean? He would get paid as well. What do you mean the money he's invested into the O'Keefes? The O'Keefes pay him. He doesn't pay them. I'm not sure I don't get what you mean. That's not going to get them to settle though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not going to make them settle. That's not going to make them settle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Wicked Pearls is me. That's me. Hold on, let me look. That's me. It's my old business account for when I, sold and drilled my pearls. And I just use it as my business account now. It's not like a personal PayPal, it's a business PayPal, which is what I use. So it like takes a fee every time one of you sends me a donation. But let me check. I got to look into my emails. I don't get a ton of them, so it's not always opened. I see it. Thank you, Space Coast. Sends $20 and says, Sapphire and her cousin Lila, the deaf dog, is matching LTL for $20. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sapphire. And your cousin Lila. Spendy doggies. You spendy doggies. They don't have a phone tree to contact everyone. I mean, they have numbers, but doesn't mean they're going to answer. You know what I mean? It was very last minute, and so you still gotta show up. You know what I mean? I have no idea. I have no idea if he's on contingency or paid by hour. I have no idea. No clue. Yeah, I mean, that's not public information. You know what I mean? I mean, most people do pay that. Listen, contingencies usually happen in like class action suits, right? Like, for instance, I had a class action suit. So my lawyers worked on a contingency fee because there were many people. I was one of the head plaintiffs. There were 4 head plaintiffs, right? Me and 3 other people. And then there were hundreds of other people involved in a class action suit. My attorneys, Licton and Liss Reardon in Boston, they worked on contingency because they knew that they were ultimately going to get a very large payout at the end. This is not a guaranteed payout because he may not have the means to pay what is owed, right? So I don't think he would be on contingency, because contingency is like, I'm going to take this because I know it's basically a guarantee and I only get paid if you get paid, right? And the problem is what assets Aidan has or doesn't have to pay out is a problem, right? Because they're going to have to claw it back, right? And so I highly doubt it was on contingency for those reasons. You know, the judge could make him answer questions if the judge doesn't think that, like, for instance, if they ask him, what color is the sky today? And he's like, I plead the 5th on that question. The judge could say, okay, answering the question about what color the sky is today couldn't possibly make you incriminate yourself. So you're going to need to answer that one. Does it usually happen? No. Usually they just let you assert your 5th Amendment, and then, you know, in a civil case, a jury and the court can take a negative inference, unlike criminal cases, from you pleading the 5th. So in a criminal case, if you plead the 5th, they can't use that against you. They can't take any negative inference from you pleading the 5th because it's your right to plead the 5th, right? In a criminal case, and you could do jail time. So, you know, in a civil case, they can make a negative inference from you pleading the 5th. So they can, you know, be like, oh, well, he's pleading the 5th because probably incriminating himself and he's probably guilty of this, this, and this. So no matter what he does, if he answers the questions, he lies and screws himself. If he pleads the 5th, then the negative inference comes. Either way, he's screwed. You know? There are fundraising links and events to pay for families' legal fees. Yeah, but I don't think that's the O'Keefe's, though. I mean, maybe it is. I'm not sure. I thought he was on contingency, but I'm unsure why. I don't think he's on contingency. For those reasons, it wouldn't make sense for him to be contingency. It's not a class action suit. It's not guaranteed. Like, you know what I mean? I thought Sappy bought something different. Nope, it's me. That's me. I usually put in the description, like, my PayPal, and then right next to it, Wicked Pearl, so everyone knows that that in fact is mine, just so that nobody does have a heart attack. But yes, that's my PayPal. Thank you, Space Coast. Yeah, a lot of like personal injury attorneys, like car accident attorneys, shit like that, will do contingency because they know they're going to win, you know, or class action. But this wouldn't really make sense for a contingency. They don't, as far as I understand, they're not trying to do any fundraisers for them or the kids or anything. So no, Aidan's being sued by the witnesses for defamation. He's not being sued by the O'Keefes, but he's being sued by the witnesses for defamation. You know what I mean? So he, even in this case, he's a third party, but like you still gotta show up. You still gotta, regardless. Even if you're not the person being sued, you are a witness to do a depo. You still gotta show up. But that's how it works, you know. Yeah, that's for the witnesses. That's for the witnesses defamation case, I believe. But yeah, he has the right to take the fifth, right? Like, what, he should be ducking subpoenas, you know? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, I guess they could, right? Like, they could ask for that. It depends on what they're asking for, you know? It's weird. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense, though, Queen. It wouldn't make sense for Diller to be likely on a contingency for the O'Keefes against the Bars and Karen's insurance, because even if the insurance money pays out, there's a cap on how much insurance companies have to pay out, a maximum penalty, right? And again, it's not a guaranteed win, right? Usually when something is on contingency, it's a class action and there's hundreds of people in the same situation. It's basically like a guaranteed win or a guaranteed settlement, right? And personal injury cases like car accidents, we already know basically whose fault it is, right? You have evidence before you walk in, they take it on contingency because basically, yes, your insurance might pay out, but again, there's a cap on that, right? There's a cap, which is why they sue both insurance companies. But they know they're going to get a settlement or they're going to go to trial and win 3 times the amount, right? This isn't a guarantee. Even if it is an insurance company or Bars, this isn't a guarantee of them winning or getting a settlement from the Bars here. And even on the insurance company, there's a cap on how much they have to pay out. So it wouldn't make sense for them to be on a contingency here. You know what I'm saying? It's not one of those cases that's like, okay, we're definitely going to get a settlement or we're going to win definitely 100%. So like, we'll take it on contingency. Like, I just don't, it wouldn't make sense in this scenario. It doesn't make sense in this scenario. No, he doesn't have a lawyer for this. This is last night. You know? Yes, and she was found guilty of drinking and driving, but again, that doesn't make the Bars liable because it's not a guarantee that they win. You know what I mean? Like, so even in the insurance, there's a capped amount there, which isn't going to cover all the attorney's fees and all that. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, but again, even if they have insurance, it's not, most contingency cases are literally basically a guarantee to settle or win, right? Even there's no guarantee that the insurance company is going to settle here. There's no guarantee that the Bars are going to settle here. And there's no guarantee that they're going to win here. So even though it's Bars and an insurance company, right? Like, they wouldn't, like, I'm not doing this on contingency, because especially when it comes to this whole scenario, it's been such a circus and a clusterfuck. Like, there is no guarantee that any of these places are going to settle, right? There's no guarantee. And if you win, cool. But again, the insurance company's capped on a certain amount that they pay out, right? Yeah, but they haven't settled. They could have already settled right now. That's my point. Like, they could have settled right this very minute before they started doing depots and all this shit, right? They could have settled and cut the cost right now, which means they're not willing to settle right now, right? Before all this. So if they're not willing to settle like quickly, usually if they're going to settle, it gets settled fairly decently quickly, and not, okay, we're going to do all these very lengthy, expensive depositions, right? Like, we'll just give you X amount and like be done with it, right? Like, it doesn't make sense for Diller to have taken this on contingency. I don't know if he took it like, maybe they know someone and he was like, I'll do it pro bono. Like, maybe that's an option. I don't know. But contingency doesn't make sense, because contingency is based on your ability to win and or recoup costs. And if you're not even going to recoup what's going to be the lawyer's costs, then what would the family get? You know what I'm saying? Like, so that doesn't make sense. If you're only going to recoup what the lawyer cost would be, and then there would be nothing really left over for the family, or it wouldn't cover all the lawyer's fees. Like, it doesn't make sense for this one to be a contingency. This isn't a class action case. These are 2 smaller bars. They're not, 2 this isn't the Full Throttle Saloon. You know what I mean? Like it's also not like Hooters. It's not a franchise, you know? It's not like these large entities with this endless money either. You know what I mean? Like even, for instance, even when I sued Contingency, right? The company I was suing is a club, right? It's a club, it's a bar, it's a club, right? And they only owned one. They owned like another business outside of that. But even in my case, where there was thousands of hundreds and maybe thousands of other people, our settlement of that was like a little over 1 point, I think it was either 3 or 5 mil. Like it was still like not a lot to be spread out between these people. And the only reason I got like more than what they got, which was maybe $1,000 each, maybe a couple $100 each, is because I was a lead plaintiff and I did the deposition, right? And so I got 30 grand instead of the 1,000 or a couple $100 I would have got as one of the other people involved in the suit. The head plaintiffs get a little more because they do the extra work of like going to the depositions, answering the questions, blah, 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 whatever, on behalf of the class, right? But that, like, a third or more of that goes to just the lawyer fees alone, right? Like, if that wasn't going to cover even the lawyer fees, then they wouldn't have taken it on contingency. It's the ability of what they're bringing in and how large of an entity, how much money they're bringing in to be able to be like, okay, a settlement of X amount of dollars would make sense and it would cover X, Y, and Z. These are small bars. They're not huge entities. You know what I mean? Well, that's the other thing. It's not on his time. It is on their time. You know, he does have a Fifth Amendment right when he's under indictment, but again, they can draw a negative inference from a civil case of you pleading the Fifth. That's the difference. You know? Well, that's the other thing. You can ask Bradel for all the advice in the world, but he's not representing you. You know what I mean? He's not representing you. So like the court doesn't give a shit what your attorney said if he's not the attorney of record. You know, you have to argue for yourself. You can't be like, well, my attorney said not to do X, Y, and Z. The court's gonna be like, cool. You still need to answer what you're gonna do because it doesn't matter what your attorney said. There's no attorney of record here. You know what I mean? I believe they'll hit him with sanctions with money because I feel like that would be the most painful for him. You know? I feel like that would be the most painful, you know? Oh my God, imagine. I would love to be a fly on the wall of those attorneys. Like, you know? I would love to just be a fly on the wall when they're in the room. Imagine how bad Aidan wants to flip out when they're asking him questions. Did you or did you not swat the flies and scream at them, sir? I plead the Fifth. Did the bird give you the middle finger? Imagine, and he just loses it. Yeah, he's under subpoena. He still has to show up and he still has to plead it on the record. His subpoena, all of it. Yeah, everything's a game to him. Hello, darling. I saw your proud mama picture this morning and I was like so proud mama-ing for you, girl. I was proud mama-ing for you. I feel like everywhere's jury pool is tainted and dirty. I feel like you should take a fucking IQ test before you become a juror these days, you know? Weird. It didn't matter. She was found drunk. The time limit, there's no like time limit. They just basically found her guilty of drunk driving. They don't have to prove like what time she specifically drunk drove, just that she was drinking and driving. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to have like this time she drove from here to there or this time she drove from there to there because she didn't even remember. She said the last place she left him was Waterfall. So obviously she was drunk enough still in the morning to not remember that she went to Fairview. So you know what I mean? Like it didn't really matter one way or another. Within that 24-hour period, she was drinking and driving and she was found guilty of that, you know? Yeah, I mean, it definitely does, you know? He definitely is avoiding it. He absolutely is avoiding it. He 100% is avoiding it. And again, fun fact, he literally sent emails to Diller the 2 days before he said, oh, emergency, my kids. He sent an email to Diller saying he wasn't going to come because he's pleading the Fifth and how dare you waste my time and what are we even going for? And then he had Bradel call and say he's just not coming. He's just not showing up because he's going to plead the Fifth. So he absolutely 100% is fucking avoiding it. He's 100% avoiding it. You know, 100% avoiding it. Like, it's not, no. That's a good question, too. Like, that's a good damn question, too. You know what I mean? Like, that's a damn good question too. Like, that's a, you know, it does matter, Queen of the Pool, because they can use it in his other civil matters. It absolutely matters. It absolutely matters. It 100% matters. 100% matters. It is going to screw him. Pleading the fifth or answering the questions, either one screws him. Either one. I mean, maybe, and we'll see. But I don't think they're going to get enough money out of them for it to make sense for contingency, is my point. They're small. They're not big, giant bars. They're small entities. You know what I mean? Who the fuck is Nick Rocco? I feel like I should say that every time someone says Nick Rocco. Who the fuck is Nick Rocco? Who the fuck's Nick Rocco? Says Aidan. I don't know. That's a good question. Didn't Bettero go on someone else on a Sunday? Wasn't he going with a different lawyer or something like that? Big Snapple fact. You need sanction for the flies. Fight me. You can argue that. But there's other scientists that argue he was, right? So it's like, you can argue that. The whole point of a battling of experts is one expert says one thing and another expert says another. It happens in cases all the time, right? Jury gets to decide which expert they want to go with. Does it mean that this expert was right and this expert was wrong? No, not really. I mean, it's two opposing experts. You can say that scientifically he wasn't hit by a car, but there are experts that say he was, right? And so that doesn't really play into what they're doing in the civil case, right? They're not arguing that, you know, the whole Karen Reed case over again. That's not what they're doing. They filed for a wrongful death, right? Which would probably deal with over-serving, right? That's probably going to be one of the big facets of it, would be over-serving someone. And the fact that she was found guilty of drinking and driving is not going to play well into that, you know? Oh, and that's the thing. Dillard didn't even go there. He didn't even say, like, Your Honor, also he said on the stream, I'll get to it when I feel like it. And he could have, right? He could have thrown that low blow in there, and he didn't. You know, he didn't, you know? So it does matter. It absolutely matters. It absolutely does matter in a civil case when they're arguing wrongful death. It absolutely 100% matters. We don't have to agree on the Karen Reed case, but it absolutely matters when it comes to a civil case that is dealing with a wrongful death, right? This is where a jury is going to decide what is or isn't when it comes to the wrongful death. Okay, but there's 5 other ones that said he was. So it's like, take your pick of which ones. You know what I'm saying? Like that leaves it up to someone, to me or you, to decide which ones we believe and which ones we don't, right? If physics don't lie, right, then you have to assert, right, that when ARCA did their whole test of being clipped by the car and he in fact turned around and a shoe fell off, that's exactly what the Commonwealth said happened in the first trial. So if physics don't lie, then that shows you exactly right there how he could have been clipped by the car, right? So it's like, you can choose to believe whichever expert you want. That's not an expert in a trial is not a definitive for a different civil suit. That's not how it works, right? An expert testifies to what they believe happens, right? Yeah. ARCA versus Aperture. Which expert do you choose to believe, right? It's a battle of the experts. That's what happens in courtrooms. That's not going to sway a jury in a civil trial on a wrongful death, because they're not arguing Karen Reed's case over again. They're arguing a wrongful death suit. It's a completely different suit, right? If God, I can't do it. Can't do it. You have to remember that these are different suits, and you have to remember what they can and what they can't use from that suit to this suit and from that to this, right? Like there are things they can and things that they can't when it comes to like civil versus criminal stuff. I'm serious. I was so serious when I said that. I'm so serious. I believe that. You know what I mean? Absolutely. No expert could say that. If an expert is definitively saying he absolutely was hit by a car, then you'd be lying, right? Because there are a number of things with the injuries that he had that could have happened. No expert could definitively say he absolutely was hit by a car. If you're saying that, then you would be lying, because there are endless things that could have happened that could have led to someone hitting their head, right? There's not enough data or evidence for an expert to say this is the one definitive thing that happened, right? When someone gets hit with a blunt force object, they can't always figure out what that object is, right? Sometimes they match it to like a tool, right? Where they're like, okay, well, we found blood splatter on this wrench, right? And so here's little tiny pieces that we found later on of like blood splatter after it was cleaned, and there's little pieces on this wrench. So we clearly know it was this wrench, right? In other instances, an expert would not be able to tell you what the blunt force thing was that the person was hit with, just that they were hit with blunt force trauma. An expert saying, I know it's this, this, and this, without evidence to prove what specific thing it was, all they can say is that it's blunt force trauma. You see what I'm saying? Like it's without a video of the actual event, right? Like they cannot definitively say 100% certainty this, and this happened, because they would be lying, right? Like no one's going to do that. No one, at least no one I know with a reputation, is going to do that, because who the fuck would use you in any case at all if you said definitively this absolutely one thing happened, when you don't have enough data to give that one thing. If you have data that shows that, well, that could have happened, but also this could have happened, and that could have happened, and this could have happened, and that could have happened, then you can't definitively say, well, it was this one thing, because you would be lying, right? Like that's not the way it works. You know what I mean? Well, they are supposed to be watching. Yes. So they're supposed to be making sure that no one is like already drunk. So for instance, if you go into a bar here in Massachusetts and you're already drunk, they can say like right there, like they're not serving you at all because you're already drunk. So they are supposed to be watching for how fucked up you are. Right. And if you are too drunk, they're not supposed to serve you. Even if you walk in and you were already somewhere else and you got drunk there and you walked into their bar, like they're supposed to know to not serve you, to refuse service. Right. Many people have been sued. Bars have been sued for exactly that, for not refusing to serve someone because they want the money when someone comes in already drunk, you know? But it is very different than being hit full on. There's a different force, you know? There's a different force. I don't know how it's becoming culty to explain how experts work. That's how experts work. You know what I mean? Like, experts work, and this is an expert for this side, this is an expert for this side. Jury gets to choose who they want to believe more, right? Which story do they like better? That's the way that experts work. They can't definitively say with 100% certainty anything unless they have enough data to say that, right? Like, and that didn't happen in this case. Well, that's the other thing is criminal and civil, there's a preponderance, right? Criminal is different, right? So there is a lower level of what they need to prove basically in a civil versus what they have to do for criminal. And that's because of the jail time, right? Because in a criminal case, you're going to see jail time, right? In a civil case, you're not. So that's why there's a difference. You know what I mean? I don't think I think he would lose in a bench trial. I don't think a bench trial would help him, to be honest. I don't think anybody would tell him to take a bench trial on this. You know what I mean? I don't think so. I just don't think so. You know, I think he would be found guilty. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nobody will ever know for certain because it wouldn't be feasible to claim you would know for certain. You know what I mean? It's just, it wouldn't. You know what I mean? Well, that's the point. Nobody will ever know. Nobody will ever know. That's the point, is they don't have enough data points for that to know. And that's the issue. That's exactly the issue. That's also true. Yeah, he was found not guilty criminally. He was found liable in civil court. That's very true. Oh, come on, dude. You damn well know that ring video that they talked about was like a mainstream media that was told by like a police source that there was a ring video. And then they did absolutely retract and say, sorry, our bad. We got bad intel. Like there was no ring video. Right. So it's like, you can't go on like, on the day after it happened, a channel 5 or 7 said that there might be a ring video when there wasn't, in fact, a video. Like, we know there wasn't a video. So it's like, but what does that have to do with anything is the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that really have to do with anything? There was no video. We know that. You know what I mean? We know there wasn't one. Well, we definitely know OJ was guilty. I don't know anybody at this point who still says that OJ was not guilty. I don't think anybody, I haven't seen anybody claim that, Missy thinks it was an accident, right? Like, yes, it's a different burden of proof, So, well, there wasn't, right? It was mainstream. But this is also why I don't watch mainstream media because, again, we talked about this earlier. Like, they just don't cover everything that should be covered. They don't look into all the things that need to be looked into anymore. They used to, I feel like, and just, I don't know, I feel like they gave up on that. But there was no ring video, and they quickly did, in fact, retract that and say, our bad, there was no video. I know, right? The shock and horror. EDB explained that the case against the bars will be difficult to win because of trial one testimony saying they both seemed coherent. I mean, it's going to depend, right? It's going to depend on what they bring to the table on both sides to see if maybe they settle after the depots. Maybe they don't, like, who knows? I think Aidan would be found guilty with a bench trial. I don't think he's going to take a bench trial. You know what I mean? I don't think so. I mean, many people think many different things, and that's okay. But the difference between the experts is you can't bet on saying, well, this expert said this thing, so that's what happened. Because there's always going to be another expert that says something else, right? Like, an expert saying this is what happened is not definitive proof that this is what happened, right? We all have to know that when going into a trial, because the defense is always going to have an expert that said their client didn't do it. And the prosecution's always going to have an expert that says the client or the defendant did do it. Regardless of which is actually true, that's what's going to happen in every trial. So if we have someone like a completely guilty person and their defense expert gets up and says, no way this person could have done that. Does it mean that they didn't? No. And on the other hand, if we have a prosecution expert that says this person absolutely did this, does that mean that they did? No, right? Because there are plenty of guilty people who went to jail because they had an expert that said that this person had to have done this. And then they find out later on that it was junk science or, like forensic odontology that has been found to be junk science at this point, like, so it's like, there's always going to be like an opposite expert to whatever one side is claiming. And it doesn't mean that, this side is right and this side is wrong. You're never going to know. That's, you know what I mean? You're just simply never going to know. All right. Listen, people do it all over the country, suing the bars for over serving. There's been a lot of cases like that where they've like been over, or somebody walked in already drunk and then the bar served them. You got to be really careful when working at a bar because something can go wrong and then your bar can be sued and then you might not have a fucking bar anymore. You know what I mean? It sucks. It sucks to be in that position because it could happen literally to anybody, anywhere. You know what I mean? I agree. I think you'd be found guilty with a bench trial. 100%. Oh my God, a jurying 101 manual. Imagine if they had those. I feel like they wouldn't, obviously, because that would be a biased thing to the jury. But I mean, I feel like a basic IQ test should be like, for a jury these days. You can't have somebody who doesn't have common fucking sense and who can't understand like hard concepts on a jury, because then they're just going to put their fingers in their ears for the hard concepts, like the data, right? Like the forensic data or any cell phone or location data or any other kind of like scientific, like medical data. Like they're going to be like, I didn't hear any of that, right? Like that's why I feel like we gotta do something with our jury system where you have people who can actually understand the concepts that are being discussed. You know what I mean? Because not everyone can, what, the OJ case in high school? I remember that case being everywhere and I was little when that happened. You know what I mean? I remember doing an entire thing on I did an entire project on the Columbine shooting. And that one was just a few years, happened since I did the thing. Like that was one of the first big school shootings that happened that was like, really impacted people, in business class. I love it. I love it. I love it. Right. It depends on what, well, that's for, in public opinion, people are going to decide for themselves, jury is a different thing, She's suing the doctors. Yeah, I didn't know she was suing the doctors. Oh, maybe I did. Didn't Patrick say he was suing at one point, the husband? I feel like, I feel like that was a thing. Maybe not though. I don't know. There's always going to be different opinions. Always. Always. I feel like he is praying for jury nullification. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. That is scary. That is scary. Yeah, he's suing that's what I thought. I heard that the husband was suing the dogs. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I don't blame him, to be honest. I'd want justice. That's, me, Well, that's the thing, is they could put a lien on it, Right? They might not. They might be like, nah, we think you're too smart. We don't want you. But that's why we have to do something with our jury system. We definitely do. Because we got too many, who the hell wants Casey Anthony to happen again? You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants that to happen again. No one wants to, wants that to happen again. I mean, everybody's going to have an opinion on that too, right? Like whether the bars should actually be sued or not. I don't know. You don't know how to pay, girl. Listen, I used to do squares. I don't love fantasy football, but I used to just do squares on the games. But I'm a big football watcher. So I'm a big football. Me, burn it down, but no one asked me. Burn it all down, bitches. Burn it all down. All right, hold on. We got to get to the good lies here with him. All right.
Okay. It reads as follows. Mr. Kearney, attached and below, please find our motion to compel. That's all it says.
A motion to compel.
Motion to compel.
Okay.
Together with accompanying exhibits.
Okay.
Please advise if you have legal counsel representing you in this matter, and I'll speak directly with them.
You ever notice how Diller always says to him, if you have legal counsel, right? Please let us know, because then we won't talk to you. We'll talk to your attorney, because he keeps whining about like, oh, maybe I have to have an attorney. I can't go by myself. Right. But then keeps telling them like, I'm representing myself. So which one is it, buddy? You gotta make a choice. You know what I mean? Oh, you're from Colorado? Oh, you guys don't want Aidan either, right? My junior tryouts were at Columbine. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, I remember doing like a fucking 80-page report on it, and I didn't have to do that much, but I deep dived into that thing, Yeah. I mean, I'm very interested to see how everything plays out. You know what I mean? Like but there are things that like are not feasible. My point is, right? There are things that are just simply not feasible. And there are things that absolutely do matter when it comes to these like civil cases that could affect the other, because there's multiple civil cases, right? We have these multiple civil cases happening. If he pleads the fifth in one of them, right? Like that isn't going to help him. It's going to be bad for him in his other ones, right? Like there are things that do matter. Okay. When it comes to the civil cases that happened with the criminal stuff. And then there are things that they can't use or won't matter. Right. So like you have to sort of know what's like going to be used, what's going to be allowed to be used and what not, for you to sort of like sift through what's important and what's not important. Things that people think are super important. I've seen it all over Twitter. I'm like, that's not even going to be a part of that. Like, why do they think that? But then again, when you have 50 people or 500 people saying the same thing over and over, people just tend to believe it's true. And that's why I try to tell people, like, do your own research. Don't do it based on your own bias, right? Do your own research. What are the laws? What is allowed to happen? Don't just do what are the laws either. Because then people are like, well, this can come in and that can come in. And it's like, no, it can't. That's not how it works. Right. So you really have to like know your shit, or like really do some digging and research to know like what's going to be allowed, what's not going to be allowed, what can you do, what can't you do, what affects this and what doesn't affect this, right? Like, and that's That's sort of the hard part of this whole thing. You know what I mean? Like that's the hard part, you know? TV put a call out to all creators to talk about him so he can collect money. And so people will protest outside courts for him. I see creators all falling in line, not seeing a mob and protest for him yet. Can we okay, so we offered to talk about his case, right? Not that he's going to like what we're going to talk about, but like he doesn't want to return my call. So maybe ask him why he won't return my call or answer any questions. He wants to talk about his case, but he doesn't want to answer any questions about it. Okay. Yeah. Question everything, everything and everyone, because both sides in any one case are going to present their version, right? Like their version. You have to remember all of that, you know? Calling all dipshits, calling all the dumbasses. Aidan wants all you guys' loose change. He wants you to talk about him and give you his give him your loose change.
Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change. It's nothing. Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change.
So he's mad that Diller told him to, let me know if you get an attorney on this.
If you wish to speak, I am happy to discuss the attached motion further.
Don't worry, Go Duke. He told someone else in this very live stream to find a hole. Okay, I got you. Hey, girl. I should probably not yell with sore throat. I can't help it. I'm just a loud person in general, so I can't help it. It's that Irish side of me and the Spanish side of me. It's just like poof. Just like one big ball of energy that just poof. Although I feel like if I could bottle up my little's energy, just like a quarter of it, I'd be good to go for the day. Because that energy kind of like throughout the day.
If we speak, I do not agree to you recording any conversations.
So Diller says, if I talk to you on the phone, then I do not agree. Yeah, we're all in the hole. We're all in holes. Aidan dug all the holes. I mean, we made a whole song about holes for him, because he loves holes. But he does not approve of being illegally wiretapped, Aidan. And Aidan's like, he doesn't want me. I would never record lawyers, right? This is what he said. I would never record lawyers. Here's a fun fact, everyone. He, in fact, recorded David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. So what do you mean you wouldn't record lawyers? You've already done that. You already done that, bud. Oh, I love it. You're all getting banned. Anybody who tells me to get an attorney again is getting banned. You're getting the ban hammer forever and ever and ever. Ever and ever. And he bitches a little bit here about I've been trying to talk to Diller on the phone. He just won't talk to me on the phone. I wouldn't talk to him on the phone either. And I'll tell you why. If I was an attorney in any of these cases, there's no chance I would talk to him on the phone because he's never going to be honest with what is said on that line. He's always going to lie. And so the only way I'm talking to you is through email, sir. It's going to be through black and white. So everybody doesn't get anything misconstrued. You can see it right there in black and white, right? So that he can't go back later and lie and be like, well, Diller said this on the phone. And Diller's like, I never fucking said that, because that's exactly what Aidan will do. That's not what he said on the phone. He will do that. And if I'm Diller, there's no chance in hell I'm talking to him on the phone. You're getting emails only, sir. And that's how you will respond, because it will all be in writing and all provable. Thank you very much. He's banning his own supporters, right? He's banning his own fucking supporters for telling him to maybe you should get an attorney for this one, Aidan. They're giving good advice, right? Maybe you should have one of your attorneys represent you in this, right? That's all. Nobody was rude or ignorant to him, and he's like, ban him. Next idiot that says that from the backseat, just ban him from the what? No, because not all of them, because although he talks a lot, right? He talks about them. Because it's only from a certain period of time to a certain period of time. So there are recordings after that extraction that happened in his now phones, right? So, yeah. He doesn't. He just has photographic. Oh my God. Do you remember that? Do you remember when he said that? Oh my God. I am dead. He claimed he had a photographic memory, right? And then the two sentences later was he was saying how he wrote down all the questions that he asked Lucky and all the answers because he has a photographic memory. And then he said, I don't remember exactly what he said, so I put it, or I don't remember exactly what I asked, so I put generally what I asked or whatever, right? If you had a photographic memory, right, and you wrote it all down, right, you'd remember all of what it said, right? You'd remember it all. So he's saying he wrote it all down as he was doing it, but he doesn't remember exactly what he said. So it's bro, people actually believed this. People actually repeated, well, he has a photographic memory. No, he doesn't. He can't even keep his lies straight. Are we for real right now? Are we for real? Hi, I love you. So funny, dude. I'm glad you had so much fun on your trip. Well, they're trying to help him, right? And here he is bitching. How dare you tell me to be have an attorney? How dare you? How dare you do such a thing and tell me to be represented? Ban everyone that tells me to be represented. Fuck them.
Alternatively, if you intend to have a lawyer represent you for this deposition, please advise. So I've been trying to have phone conversations with this guy. I tell him in my thing, I gave him my phone number. Call me.
Who the fuck
He could
would
just
have
call me whenever he wants, but no.
Yeah, so you can wire.
He doesn't want to call me because he's worried I'll record him.
Or also because then you lie about what's said on the call. You can't do that when there's emails back and forth and you're responding to an email. Then it's in black and white and you can't lie, right? And you have liabilities, uncurable liabilities, right? So I wouldn't have a phone conversation with you either.
I'm not giving you consent to record it. Relax, pal. I'm not going to record you, okay?
The fact that an attorney actually had to say, I do not give you consent to record me, like that is like, that tells you everything you need to know.
Okay, chill out. Enough of this shit. You're overreacting to recording nonsense. Okay? I'm not recording a lawyer, dude. Relax. You know?
Says the guy that recorded David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. I'm not going to record a lawyer. I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Says the guy who's already done that. Oogie. Oogie. Oh, they have to twist themselves into so many pretzels. They're salting themselves everywhere. They're just fucking salting themselves. Just twist into a pretzel and salt yourself to spin his theory of his innocence. It's wild for people at this point to claim like he is innocent of anything. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that. I can't. Okay. Right? How dare you try to help save his ass and give him money? How dare any of you turtle riders do that? He will dig a hole, he says. Go dig a hole. Right. You need the paper trail to prove, right? You got to prove. Got everything he needs proof. Aidan will go into court and be like, that's not what Diller said on the phone. So like, no, I'm not having a phone call with you, sir. It's not happening. And we know he records everyone. So come on. You know? Yeah. Show me the documents while reading them. I like those too.
Get legal counsel. Next person who says this shit to me, ban him. Ban him for life. I know what I'm doing.
How dare you, Turtle Rider, tell me to get legal counsel and protect myself? You ban them. Ban them for life. Ban all the Turtle Riders telling me to get legal counsel. You guys are assholes. You're horrible. You said something I don't like. So die in the hole. Go in the hole. Meh. Hole. Meh. Me and Kearney. Meh. I'm scary. Meh. I'm Turtleboy. Meh. Put me in a hole. Meh.
Okay? I don't need your legal advice. I know what I'm doing. I have lawyers. Okay? We don't need your stupid comments from the
He has lawyers, but not one's representing him in this matter. Okay, so he just knows. No, I do not know why. Because here's a fun fact. He actually got that 401 number. This is so funny. I've told this story before. He got that 401 number because he thought if he got a 401 number while he was recording people, and this was years ago, that he could just claim he was in Rhode Island and he'd get away with it. Like, sir, no, you have to be physically located there. You can't just have a 401 number because, like, you know, phones give an actual location, you fucking idiot. And then after a while, he figured out, someone told him, like, a 401 number isn't going to save you from that. You have to actually be But that is literally why he got a 401 number. Because he thought that would save him from, I'm not kidding. Like, I fucking can't. I can't. Like, bro, take the roid rage down a little. All right. He's going to ban banning the flies and the bird. He's got to ban the bird too. All right. He's got to fucking ban the bird. You're banned. Ban the flies and the bird. You know, JFK talked about him Adderall raging for his night streams or before big events. Exit video with the Ethel. Well, I mean, not a shocker. His pupils have been missing since 2023 and beyond. You know, what attorneys told you to read your legal documents on your live? I would never. Yeah, I'm Aidan Kearney. I'm scary. Get down. Fly. The fuck out, bird. Die in a hole, Turtle Riders. I'm scary, and I'm Aidan Kearney, and I don't cry like a baby bitch on the floor. I don't do that. I will make your life miserable. I'm scary. I'm a blogger. I'm a award-winning journalist. I do journalisming. Your judgeness. I do journalisming, and I know all about the law. I'm practically an attorney, your judgeness. Your judgeness. I'm an attorney.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Yeah, it's from last night, but he didn't throw it in the bag. You know, he got a polo, but he didn't throw it in the bag. So he's fired. I don't know why anybody listens to this raging, abusive donkey. You know, I have no idea. Yeah, I think also I'm going to go with what Lost said here, which is like, he's trying to hide them moves, bro. Those things have worked their way from a C to a D, okay? And they're unsightly, all right? Just, they're unsightly, all right? He did not throw the polo in the bag, therefore he's fired, all right? He's fired. Yeah, he apparently didn't know all that, because that's, you know, C's and D's get, this is the C's and D's get degrees guy. Durr, you know? Yes, exactly. What I find disappointing, most coverage and discussions regarding his cases are emotionally driven, personal, and biased, but I get it. Unfortunately, for a lot of us, and I don't claim that, like, my coverage isn't, like, biased in a way where, like, I can't stand the guy. He's a horrible fucking human being, right? Like, he's just a horrible shit person, right? But I'm going to give you the documents and what the documents say, right? Like, a lot of people won't read all the whole document. They'll just read the excerpts that they think help Aidan. And it's like, no, read the whole fucking thing, dude. Like, read the whole thing, the footnotes, like the whole shebang, bro. Let people look at it themselves and see the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, the whole thing. My opinion doesn't need to be their opinion, so I'm going to show them the whole thing, and they can choose to do with it what they will, you know? I mean, he didn't throw it in the bag. He didn't throw it in the bag. Just throw it in the bag. Yeah, well, he's always a little stymied, you know? I also think the man needs fucking Sexaholics Anonymous, but who am I, you know? I don't know. I don't know.
Cheap seats about it. I know what I'm doing.
How dare you from the chat in your cheap seats tell me to get an attorney and protect myself?
What I'm doing, it's under control.
Wait, where was that? I gotta go back.
Players, okay? We don't need your stupid comments from the cheap seats about it. I know what I'm doing. It's under control.
I know what I'm doing. My pupils are missing. We'll find them. I'm going to hashtag free the nuggies. Me and Beto will get our baby seats and car seats because we friends. We go way back like car seats, you know? We the dudes. We the guys. You know, my ethically challenged Whiskey Tim, he's coming too. He's going to put our seatbelts on. We know what we're doing over here. All right? We know that we need a size D bra for these moves, okay? We know we printed out an award that's not real above my head. We know that we didn't get 100,000 subscriber play button and that Brian made us one and we threw it like a wussy when we were mad. We know we have it under control. We have it, in fact, so under control that like twice a day I do one of these.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I fucking can't. You know, I just get it all out with my turtle tanties on the floor. I just throw little turtle tanties. We have it under control. All right. I have no attorney representing me in this matter, but I know what I'm doing and I have this under control. I'm dealing with several defamation lawsuits and I beg to be sued, but I know what I'm doing. I'm charged with all these criminal charges and now in New Jersey as well, but I totally know what I'm doing. Harold in the Purple Crayon does mega motions, okay? He does mega motions, all right? He writes Dear John letters to court with his purple crayon. We know what we're doing, Turtle Riders. Jesus. Yeah, we have paralegals that just leak all the information and lie to the court. You know, it's acceptable. We know what the fuck we're doing. We know.
Okay. Next person who says some stupid shit like that, banned. Banned.
Get in the
That's
hole.
it.
Bang.
Get in the hole.
Get in the hole.
So that's it.
So get in the hole. Bang.
So I'm not going to record
Get
him.
in the hole.
I've
Bang.
learned my lesson. No more recording. Okay.
Look at his face. I learned my lesson. No more recording at all. None. No, I'm not winking. No, I don't have my fingers. I mean it. No recording of anyone. I've learned my lesson over 10 years. I have only done a handful of of times. He's like twitching out when he says it. He's like, sir, okay, sir, you haven't learned shit. You didn't learn shit from jail. You didn't learn shit from your consequences. You keep doing dumb shit. And your pupils are still missing. They're gone. Do you see them? Does anybody see them? I do not see pupils. Where are they? Where have they gone? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where are the pupils? Forgotten I do. Where the fuck are they? Where? I mean, they even ran away from his face. They were like, no, thank you, sir. We're not doing this. All right. We're not doing this. We don't want to listen to your gaslighting anymore either. All right. We can't stand all the eye rolling. We got to get the fuck out of here.
Done. Okay. That's it. Anyway, I know what I'm doing.
He knows what he's
listen to
doing.
Brother counsel. That's
Yeah, definitely do that. Listen to brother counsel. That's a great idea. It's totally an acceptably great idea. Definitely listen to brother counsel. He definitely practiced in the state of Massachusetts. He absolutely knows all the things he's talking about. He's super smart. Definitely listen to that guy. It's a great idea. Yep, we know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. Listen to law tubers. Yep. That'll help you.
watch what you're saying. I know what I'm doing. I've
knows what
listened
he's
to Brother
doing.
counsel. I know what I'm doing.
He
Okay.
knows.
I have lawyers. We're on this. Okay.
But no one's
That's all I
representing
said.
him. I have lawyers that are on this, but none representing me in this matter of record. But we know what we're doing because I have lawyers.
You don't know what you're talking about. I know shit you don't know. Okay. So just leave it at that.
I know something you don't know. Doo-da, doo-da. I know lots of things. Lots of things he doesn't say yet, which is quite interesting to me that he has yet to say some things that are very interesting that I know. Oh, he's trying to pull a Proctor. Don't be. Oh, ooh, Aidan. The brother counsel don't want you down, Mo. I can't. I can't. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what in the actual fuck stick are we? Like, what is happening here? Like, what in the actual fuckery? What in the actual fuckery? What in the fucking Captain Crunch and Tricks the Bunny is happening here? Right? I honestly think that he lives in the land of like cereal. It's like everything is this is very serious. It's very serial. This is very serial. Me and Captain Crunch. We had to talk about this last night. We know what we're doing. Tricks the Bunny said tricks are not for kids. They're for us. They're for adults. We will not be wiretapping attorneys again. A fucking again. All right. I don't think brother counsel's career will tank, but all of these idiots, including Felony Little, are going to look like actual assholes when all of the evidence comes out in his trial and his civil cases. They're going to look like actual fucking idiots. Why none of them have yet to try to look at his phone extraction is fucking beyond me. If I was one of them and I looked at that phone extraction, I froze right there. I'd have probably shit myself and needed some goddamn emergency undies and then backtracked real quick. I'd have backed that bitch up. Beep, beep, motherfucker. Move. Bitch, get out the way. I'm going to need to back this bus up real hard. Real hard. Because holy shit. Holy shit. Holy, 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 holy. He likes holy so much. He likes holes. Holy, holy, holy shit. Like, sir, they're going to step in it and then some. They're going to need the emergency exits. All hands inside the ride. Please look for your emergency exits. You're going to need that emergency exit. The motherfuckers are going to be running for the emergency exit. They'll be falling over each other to get to the emergency exit on this one. All right. Just saying. Okay. Just saying. I don't know what he's saying, but it's like, yeah, go listen to that guy. It's a great idea. You're full of great ideas, you know, full of it. Full of it. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm fine never knowing everyone's panties size. Past that, what else do you actually know? Okay, right. He doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit. Look at his face, bro. They will just move to the next case, but then they'll just pretend that they never backed him, right? And it's like, bro, you're embarrassing yourself, you know? But don't go through portions. Do the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, do the whole thing. Do the whole document. They only want, like, the portion and the narrative that Aidan spit out, you know? Don't get distracted. Promote the dono links. God damn it. Tell them, Aidan, you need defense help. You need it. You need help. You need help. Yeah, he doesn't know what sanctions are. You need a chat to tell him, chat, what are sanctions? What did this mean? What does this mean for me? What does it mean? What does this mean?
And shut up.
Does this mean I have to pay monies to the judgeness? Money to the judgeness? He objects. He objects to the sanctions. Your judgeness. He does not like the idea. He objects, your
Act
judgeness.
fast. Watch the master work. Step 1. Invent a catastrophe. Step 2. Blame literally everyone else in the tri-state area. Step
Just everyone.
3. Fire up the live stream, pull out the sad orchestra, and hit them with the classic line. The First Amendment is under attack.
It's under attack. It's the First Amendment. It's under attack. It's under attack. It's under attack. He needs Visine to sponsor, right? Maybe you can get a sponsorship for your business with Visine, sir. Maybe they'll help you out. You know, maybe they'll help you out. I mean, again, he objects to sanctions. He doesn't know what they are, but he objects.
I object, your judgeness.
He objects.
Sewer Turtle said you are corrupt. Recuse yourself.
Recuse yourself. You said you're corrupt. The Sewer Turtle said you're corrupt. He doesn't want sanctions. That's it. He objects. You can give me sanctions that are 1.5 bed rows tall. That's it. Right. When you're only 1.5 bed rows tall, everything is ginormous, like Texas up in this bitch. You know? I don't know. You know, again, she gets a lot of turtle riders on her channel that give her money, so I'm assuming that's what it is, but weird. Well, I think he doesn't want to spend the money on it. That's what I think. I think he doesn't want to. Annie, I think Annie can tell us, you know, he was, I mean, allegedly for entertainment purposes and satire only. He was in the store getting his bra for his moobs. And Annie, allegedly entertainment and for satire purposes only, sent me this like little clip of the conversation she had.
Yes, of course, sir. Our size C moob bras are right over here.
They're over there. I mean, she was so nice. Thank you, Annie. You're such a kind soul, Annie, for showing him where the size C moob bras are, you know? It's amazing. Oh, you've never heard that one from me before? Yeah, that's, you know, that was one I actually saw some. I can't even remember who to give the credit to, but that was quite fucking funny. And they said it, and I was like, oh my God, that is hilarious. I don't know. You know, she says nothing other than he's awesome and amazing, and this is ridiculous. That's her famous. Like, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. And felony little. This is absurd. She makes these wild facial expressions that she holds for like 45 seconds. This is crazy. She just holds it there like this. I am, my mind is blown. She just like stops. Did you get the good side? Just like, what the fuck are we doing here, dude? Yeah, he's just a baby. That's a baby. A sanction fundraiser, imagine. 1.5 Better or 76 Polly Pockets. Listen, you're giving Better a little bit of credit there, okay? I think it's more like 6 Polly Pockets. What's 6 Polly Pockets? Annie for president. Hashtag free the nuggies. Free the nuggies. He wants to bring Better to Chili's 2 for $20, but you can only get chicken nugs. Hashtag chicken nugs. Save the nugs. Okay? Save the nugs. People will pay for it. It's weird, right? Sanction fundraiser. Sanction fundraiser. We don't have a sanction fundraiser, but if you would like to donate to our channel, and not a sewer turtle who has moobs and a dick nose and dinosaur arms and a shit sense of humor and a bad core inside, then you can do that one of a bunch of different ways. Get yourself a membership to the channel. We do some members only streams, and I was going to do one last week, but this week, but me being sick and the kids being sick, I didn't get to it, but I am next week. Tomorrow is starting Monday next week. We are getting to do another one this week, upcoming. So get your membership if you don't have one. You can donate a bunch of different ways. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have Jules. We have Super Chats. We have an Amazon wish list. We have the Justice Chat link, which is pinned to the top. It's also in the description of the video. And that works for any credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay option. And all of our donations come from the kindness of you guys. So that's how we make a living. We don't make a living by telling people to get in a hole. We don't scream and yell at people when we disagree and act a fucking fool unless they're like completely trolling. And then we might like troll back a little because that's funny when one of the turtle writers comes and trolls and whines. You're full of shit. You're so stupid, Elise. You don't know shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not even an attorney. You're not even an attorney. What do you know? You don't know a goddamn thing. I just laugh. I have to laugh. I have to do a chuckle. I have to chuckle at that shit. You know? There's no attorney of record. Yeah, there's no attorney of record. So he's like, I gotta get an attorney, but I don't have one of record. But my attorney said to do X, Y, and Z. You know? Cool. It doesn't matter what your attorney said. You don't have one of record on this case, sir. So weird. Weird. You idiot. To be fair, after I said that, I'm not opposed to chicken nugs either. All right. I think I'm just hangry because I ate breakfast and now I'm getting a little hungry for lunch. T-Rex arms unite. He doesn't like when people talk about his arms. He gets very upset. He's very self-conscious about his arms. Okay. Don't. Poor sewer turtle. All right. Don't talk about his arms. He's very upset about this. This is not ideal for him. Okay. Look at his face. He's very upset. He's angry.
Stop and just watch. We don't need
Shut
your
up and
fucking
watch.
advice. Oh,
Don't believe me, just watch. Chicken nuggets, yeah. Look at him. He's like, just watch. Die in a hole. Ban them, ban them, ban them. Ban all the people giving me money. Tell them all to die in a hole. Do it. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful business practice.
I swear. Everything's good. Everything's good.
It's gravy. It's amazing. Everything's fine. I'm not gonna have a meltdown. I'm not gonna have a turtle dancing on the floor. It's amazing. We're winning.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Yep, sure looks like you're winning there, bud. Yep, big fat win for you. You are certainly winning. Yep. You are winning. You're winning. Winning. All right, hold on. So there was a little bit of a melty. We had a little bit of a melty and meltdown. Okay. All right. Right. Don't make him get the. Get down. Get down. Don't make him do it. Get down. Right. Fucking bird. Get the fuck out, bird. Fuck out, bird. The fuck out, bird. The fuck out, bird. Okay. We have another clip. The Brokeback Baker had a meltdown a little bit. Okay. He had a bit of a meltdown. All right. Let me get it here. What is happening? What? Oh. Okay. Where is the melty? Oh, this was the tweet. Okay. I gotta shut off the volume on this. I can't play that. Hold on. Okay. This was the tweet. Then why aren't they suing Adam Deitch, Nick Rocco, Melanie Little, or the millions of other people who spread a, quote, false narrative that had nothing to do with Peggy or Paul O'Keefe? First of all, my first question is, who the fuck is Nick Rocco? All right, that's my first question. My second question is, what, sir? Why? What? Because nobody else decided to bring a unpermitted rolling rally past witnesses' homes and use a bullhorn and get out at each house. Also, none of those people, and again, who the fuck is Nick Rocco? None of those people also decided that they were going to show up at a kids' sporting event. Also, all of those people did not run. Again, who the fuck is Nick Rocco? But I don't think that, he had a live stream going every other day screaming, murderer, 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 and then naming people. Felony Little might have done a little of that. But they're suing you, Adam Superfan Blogger, because you, sir, are the fucking ringleader of the goddamn circus. The circus of all the clowns. Like, how many clowns do you fit in that clown car of yours? Just wondering. How many clowns are in the fucking clown car? All right. I'm wondering. I'm asking for a friend here. Okay. So that was the tweet. All right. This is how dumb he is. And why aren't they suing everyone else? Why is it just me? Why don't you go sue Nick Rocco? And who the fuck is Nick Rocco? Why don't you sue Felony Little? Why don't you sue her? Missing belt and hat and shoe, and go sue her. Like, are you fucking dense, bro? Are you brand new out of the box? Are you fucking plugged in? Like, you quite don't understand why you're being sued, you dumb fuck? I can't. I just don't understand, okay? Oh, yeah, that's right. $10 just to walk in it? Why would you walk in a motorcycle run? Never seen anyone do that before. Has anybody been? And I've been on many motorcycle runs. As a matter of fact, I got this skull ring at a motorcycle run a couple years ago for Children's Hospital. And yeah, why the fuck would anyone, you can't walk in a motorcycle run. A motorcycle run is for motorcycles. You ride. And usually, if you do it correctly, as we did, the many millions of times I've done it, you have to hire a police escort, and they actually get you through like red lights with everyone to do a motorcycle run. And so what the actual fuck? No one walks in it. All the motorcycles are gonna be 3 miles up. You're just gonna have people just turn right over here, free Aidan Kearney, turn right over here, free Aidan Kearney. Like, is that real life? Like, that's what we're doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Because you can't ride a motorcycle. What a bitch boy, bro. What an actual bitch boy. I mean, I can't. I can't. I can't. Like, you are such a bitch, bro. Such a, like, bro, no one taught you how to ride a motorcycle, sir? I've been riding a motorcycle since I was like 18. Fucking planet do you live on, bro? Like, I would, you know what? I would, if I still had a bike, I would buy tickets just to go to that, just to like ride past him and rev and just wave. Like, bro, want to get on the back? My husband always told me he would never get on the back of my bike, though. He said it would be emasculating. He rides himself, but he told me never. I said, why not? You don't love me? He's like, I love you. I'm just a man. I would never get on the back of your bike. Like, you have to get on the back of my bike. Sir, no. I want to ride my own. Why the fuck would I get on the back of yours? I mean, I have obviously gotten on the back of his before it was stolen a few years back. But I prefer to ride on my own. Thank you very much. And those of you who have been with me long enough, I actually used to have my helmet on one of the shelves in my old apartment back here. It's pink. It's got a butterfly on the side. And my riding gloves they're white and pink and have pink and blue butterflies on the hands. But bro, I mean, you had a motorcycle run and you don't know how to ride a motorcycle. I told you guys, they're going to have to get him a sidecar. You know, they're going to have to get him like a little sidecar. Like, get in, Aidan, get in. Get in. Get in. Get into the, you're going to get in the sidecar. Come on. I'll let you press the horn. You can beep the horn. Aidan's like, yeah, I need a car seat though. Will my car seat fit in the sidecar? Can I do a big wheel? Does that count for the motorcycle run? I didn't. I'm gonna have to look at it. It's just wild to me. Like, how do you have a motorcycle run and you don't know how to ride a motorcycle? Someone explain that to me, please. Someone explain to me how you can have a motorcycle run and not actually ride a fucking motorcycle. Like, make that make sense to me, please. Okay. Yeah, I got a clip of that. We're gonna play that clip in a second. He's very upset. He's very angry. You know, it's wild. It's wild. My husband just did the Cops for Kids. Oh, I love that cancer run this morning. Not a soul was walking. I've never seen anybody. Listen, I have done hundreds of fucking motorcycle runs since I was 18. Hundreds. Some on my own bike, some as a passenger. Like, what, bro? I've never seen somebody walk on a motorcycle run. The people who don't ride on the motorcycle stay at the event place and they like have drinks and food and like they wait for the run to end. Like, the fuck you mean, bro? Like, weird. Usually it starts early in the morning too. Usually it's like a 9:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10 o'clock. And everyone's got to be there by then because we're all leaving, right? We're all leaving at that time. So you got to be there. You know? Like, weird, bro. Weird. A walking biker, yeah. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard of. The bug splatters turn my stomach, so I'm a nope on a motorcycle. But that's what your helmet's for, girl. That's what your helmet's for. Although, I like to keep my visor open like a smidgen at the bottom because I like the air. Except on the highway. I don't leave it on the highway, but I open up, and I also refuse to do anything but a full face helmet. I don't like the bucket hats. I want the full face. I want the whole thing covered and like secure, you know? So I always wear a full face helmet, but like I just open my visor like a smidgen, like on the bottom, you know? And my motorcycle has seen quite a lot of action. There's quite a couple scratches on that thing, you know? We need t-shirts of TV on a big wheel. Oh my God, yes, we do. A big wheel. Get out the big wheel. You can ride a tricycle or a big wheel. Yeah, right? Like, you're going to get on the gas tank? Yeah, in the sidecar. He'd be in the sidecar. Maybe we'll have those wheels on his shoes. The Heelys. Yeah, the Heelys. Get against the Heelys. You know? A Heely. He was going to be pushing a baby carriage. Yeah, he's going to need a baby seat for that. You know? He needs a baby seat for that. I gotta pee. Give me 1 second. I literally have to conspiracy pee. Oh, he rescheduled that until September something or another because it's gonna rain. Okay, and he said there was 80 people, but that math don't math considering how many tickets are bought and how many were left. It was like 18 people, not 80. But okay, I think you just can't count. Maybe it's like 1, 2, 80. There's 80, you guys. I counted 1, 2, 7, 50, 80. See, 80. That's how many. That's how many. I'll be right back. Yeah, where's this Go-Group pod? Where is it? We have it somewhere, right? Where's this Go-Group pod? Where's this pod? He's going to ride in that. That's what he's going to ride in. Where is it? I had it somewhere. Did I get rid of it? No, here it is. Here it is. Here's his Go-Group pod. Oh, damn it. Oh, no. 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 Come on. Small. Make me small. Ah, there it is. There he is. He's going to ride in that. That's what he's doing. I mean, look at how much juice my helmet has gotten over the years. A couple little dings here in the front of this one. But like, what the hell? Like, my helmet has seen some life, all right? But I like to keep my visor up like a teeny bit when I ride, like this, so the air can kind of get in a little. I like the fresh air. But like, what the, like, bro, you don't, I'll let you borrow my helmet, Aiden. I will let you borrow my helmet. How about that? I will let you borrow my helmet and my gloves with the butterflies on them. Okay? I will let you borrow this to ride, sir. Okay? Because since you're such a baby bitch, I mean, how is that not emasculating? I just want to know. Like, can't. Yeah, 1, 2, skip a few, 80. That's how many 80. It's 80 people. It did rain. It did, in fact, rain that day. But fun fact, it didn't rain right in the morning, like right at the time it was supposed to start. It actually stopped for like 2 hours right at the time it was supposed to start. So, but it's true, you could put in Grok. He's definitely praying for rain. Like, so I don't have to show all the people who didn't show up, you know? I don't have to, you know? 1, 2, skip a few. Yeah, he's got to take his little go-kart pod. There it is. He's going to ride in his go-kart pod, you know? He said he was afraid of, what a bitch, bro. What an actual bitch. I am Go-Group. He's not qualified. You know, I guess he doesn't get a permit for the pod either. Not qualified for the pod or the force. He's definitely not qualified for the force. Force is not with him. It's not with him. The force is not, in fact, with him. Okay? It is not. Oh, boy. What's happening here? Yeah, sidecar. with his little sippy cup and his booster seat. You know, he wants to press the buttons though. You have to let him beep the horn, right? He's like, it works, guys. It works. I got it. It works. Look at this. Like, what's happening? What is happening here? What is actually going on here? Like, what in the actual fuck stick? Not today, Satan. Okay, here it is. I found it. Here's the baker's little meltdown here. Okay, here it is. Here it is.
I even think will are PDF files. Who has never once in their life wavered in their support of you? Us. What happened 2 months ago when we had the bro stream?
Yeah,
where we had to say, Aidan, sometimes maybe think about what you say before you say it. Because when you came out and attacked me and Will over Jess Machado and claimed we had to pack it down because you didn't really look into what the fuck was going on, we are the ones who stood by you. Maybe sometimes just think about, we will help you defend you against other people. But then to see,
we will help you defend you against other people. Adam, superfan blogger. I mean, basically what the baker says here is when people attack you, we will follow you, sir. Yes, sir. We pledge to you, sir, that we will go after the people who dare say the truth about you. We will do that. We will do that. You know, we'll do that. Like, Brahimian. Did you just basically admit to like doing his dirty work? That's what you just admitted to. Okay. Somebody get him a laser pointer and a flow chart. Notice the eyes were not photoshopped or edited. They were not.
You turn around and say, well, they're good guys. When they called me a fucking PDF file last week, well, they didn't call me, but they implied having Lego in my studio made me a PDF file. It makes it really, really
Legos.
hard to not say, Aidan, if you want to run with that crew, Godspeed. You go get your support with those guys. Sometimes, instead of just loving everyone instantly, it's really fun and it's nice that you love everyone and you trust.
He doesn't love everyone. He doesn't even like you. Fun fact. Okay. He doesn't like you. He doesn't like Will. He doesn't like any of these people. He's just what you guys are what he's stuck with at this point. Fun fact, he bitches about all of you in private. The fact that they haven't figured that out yet is fucking wild. New Blues Clues host with that background. Listen, I like Legos. I like Lego minifigures, though. I collect the minifigures. Me and my kids put them together, and then we have like a shelf that we put them on, you know? Like, what is happening? I don't know what's happening. I know, you just realize this, sir? Like, maybe you got to get a slant, too. My slant's better than yours, all right? My slant's higher than yours. Na poo poo. My hotel's better than yours. I have a room service guy.
Everyone, but fucking just remember what they did to you 2 weeks ago. Nah, they changed.
How dare they tell the truth? Remember what they did to you? They told the truth about you. How dare they tell the truth about a sewer turtle? You remember that? Remember they did that? They're bad.
When?
This is so cereal, you guys. Okay? This is Cuckoo for Cocoa Puff cereal. No, of course not. You know how much he makes fun of this guy behind his back and Will? They don't even realize it. They call him fucking dumb. Then we got a clip up here someone put up, right? It says, he says what he fears TB going on, attack on him and ruin his channel. You know, like TB and Will are doing to Jess. Well, here's a fun fact that, like, I love how people want to point out that they're doing it to Jess. Like, fun fact, did you all just notice that, like, it's because it's someone you might have liked that's all it was happening? Like, even if you don't like me, right? Because you were told not to, because really nobody has a reason not to other than you were told not to, right? Like, even if you don't like me, you think it's appropriate for Aidan to attack me and my channel because I didn't lie for him? Come the fuck on, bro. Like, these people have been doing this way before Jess Machado. So if you just figured out that they're doing it because it's someone you liked, then you need to take a step back. You need to take a step back, okay? A monthly bromance panel and talk life and stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Aidan and Will, you can just like subscribe to their bullshit all you want, right? You could subscribe to their hashtag felon flicks. You know, it's like Netflix, but it's, you know, for people who might or might not have had felonies, you know? Hashtag felon flicks. Subscribe to that bullshit. Sounds like fun.
But one of the things that I channel or my content ever.
Said no one ever. But as soon as Aidan gives a dog whistle, I'm like, yes, I'm your do boys. I'm the do boy. I'm the guy. I'm Willie, the Marlboro cowboy. I'm the guy. Let's do it. I'm going to do it. Dog whistle received, sir. Thank you.
Right? I'm totally getting a strike for this music, but I don't care because it's wicked funny. Oh, no, he didn't. Just say he got nothing out of that. Babe, 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 babe. Babe, 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 babe. What about the flights that were paid for? Hey, babe, babe, babe. What about the hotels that other people paid for? Hey, babe, 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 babe. What about the fact that you had no court clothes? And so somebody went out and spent a shit ton of money on appropriate court clothes for you so that Aidan wouldn't make fun of you. Okay. And all the other people didn't make fun of you. Like, babe, 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 babe. What about all the food and drink that were paid for you? What about them Air Juans? What about the Air Juans? Okay. What about the Air Force Ones? Your Mexican Jordans, what about those? Your Air Force Ones? No? Yeah, no? No? Yeah, no? I didn't get anything out of it. I got nothing. I got nothing. Not my flights paid for, not my hotel paid for, nothing. I got nothing. I didn't get my food paid for. I didn't get my Air Force Ones. I did not, and I repeat, I did not have my clothes boughted for me at all. None. Okay? None. No, they bought him a whole outfit, not just the coat, the whole shebang bang. Okay? Oh, yes way. Oh, yes way. Oh, fucking yes way. His Mexican Air Force Ones. Air Force Ones. Babe. Babe, 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 babe. We didn't just say, I didn't get anything out of it. I got nothing. Nothing at all. I did nothing. I got nothing. I didn't get anything. Nothing at all. Please believe me. I didn't receive anything. Nothing. And yeah, right. Nobody tells me what to do but a sewer turtle, you know? I'll take those right on the chin. Trailer Park Boy was living a champagne life in Boston. He really was, right? It's like, loved it, babe. He loved it. He loved it, babe. He was just trying to pick up chicks everywhere, and they were like, ew, bro. We don't like Sasquatch. We're not a fan. Pick up your dog poop. Pick it up. Pick it up. They made up. Well, they made up. Aww. Oh, yeah. Yep, that too. Yep. Someone to drive him around everywhere, bring him everywhere instead of having to take an Uber like a normal person, you know? He's very nervous in person. You don't want anybody nervous. Everything's steamy. Bro acts like he was hanging out with Methany the night before and there's like warrants out for his arrest. He's like, they saw me. I don't do public live streams, but they saw me. They seen it. They seen me. They seen me. They seen it. Yep. It's because they only bought him one appropriate court outfit, you know? Just one. One to go with his Air Force One. Listen, Tennessee told me, right? Right, Tennessee people, they don't want him, right? We couldn't find anywhere for Aidan to go earlier, Brian. We asked all of the countries. Not even Switzerland wants him, okay? They said maybe Denmark would take it, but that's a big fat if, okay? I think Will is in the same category. Big fat if. Maybe Denmark will take you. Switzerland doesn't even want you, bro, okay? That's sad. The Swiss are very neutral, all right? So if they don't want you, we got a fucking problem here, babe. We got a problem, babe. It's a big old problem, babe.
Of getting to interact with people that I really wanted to interact with.
Meanwhile, he tells everybody he doesn't answer any emails from his show. He doesn't answer any of his fans. He doesn't answer anyone. Nope. He ignores text messages and emails because, like, it's not important. Yeah, Iran can have him. Iran is going to Iran away. They're sending him to Iraq. Iraq with Aidan's rack, you know, like I rack with those size D moobsies. Hashtag free the nuggies.
Fucking heart and soul into this community.
Oh yeah.
heart and soul and that brand new car out front that I simply can't drive for another 5 years. That's what I got. I didn't get anything. I didn't get that brand new car that's out front. I didn't get that at all. A popcorn ceiling apartment at 50. I didn't get that. It was in my mom's friend's basement. I didn't get shit. I didn't get nothing. I got nada. I didn't get nada. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Yeah. You know what? If they they always turn their attention to one of us. It's just going to go around in circles, you know? Right? See, I told you if Tennessee could eject him, they would just like send him, Elon, come get your boy. Put him in SpaceX, you know, just put him in a SpaceX rocket. He'll be like a space monkey, but a space Sasquatch, right? Space Sasquatch. Can we have one of the first space Sasquatch from Tennessee? Just throw him up in a rocket, you know? SpaceX will have you. You can be the first space Sasquatch.
I think that I proved that when I had problems with Karen Reed. Karen Reed probably will never talk to me again, and that's fine.
It's not fine. He's going to cry about it. He's like, I took that hit for a sewer turtle. Doesn't even like me. I took it. I wanted my Air Force Ones and my car outside that I can't drive for another 5 years. Allegedly. And for entertainment purposes. Fine. He'll never talk to me again. I'm not bothered at all. Not even a little. I had to lie for a sewer turtle because that's you kind of do because you're afraid. Number one, sir, by the way, why do you say this person? Are you scaredy cat? Are you scared? Are you scared? Are you scared? Will, are you scared? You can't even say Turtleboy. You're afraid. You're afraid to say the words. It's like Beetlejuice. He's going to appear. Turtleboy. You know, you're just afraid. This man, this guy that acts like we work for him all, and we're his Jew bitches. We're his Jew bitches. Okay? We're just his Jew babies. Fine. This guy. We don't work for this dude, this on his stinking platform. How dare he? I'm not his bitch. I'm just his bitch. Sir, stop it. Okay? Stop, knock it off. Stop the fucking fakeness. All right? Stop it. Stop it. Okay? Yeah, right. You got some history and culture and Air Force Ones. And hitting on drunken women who ran away. Right? Justice for Esty, who was very good to you. She helped you out and then you treated her like shit, like an asshole. I can't make it stop. All right? Stop. I'm on a roll here. All right? Yeah, he's very upset about this. He's very, very upset. Okay? Nothing. It's a fucking clown show. I can't.
Because I don't fucking work for anybody. That's the point of all this. That's why I like fucking doing this. I don't fucking work for anybody.
Okay.
Again, this is my...
You sound very angry about that. So here's the thing. I don't work for anybody, but I don't have to scream that I don't work for anybody. Isn't that fun? I don't have to be like, but I don't work for anyone. I don't have to be angry about it. Want to know why? Because I don't actually work for anyone. I work for myself. I don't have to worry about being anybody's do bitch. I don't have to worry about taking a dog whistle and being like, oh God, now I got to do another petty on somebody I don't even know and I've never met. Because Aidan says, for fuck's sake. It's like, fucking petty for this person. I mean, I guess it'll bring me money, so I'm going to do it anyway. But like, it puts me in these bad predicaments. But I'm going to keep kissing his asshole. Just keep kissing it. You know what? Fuck it, Aidan. It's fine. Don't send the lube. We're good. Just keep fucking me with no lube. It's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it for the Air Force Ones and my hotels and flights paid for. I didn't get nothing, though. I got nothing. Nothing but the brand new car outside that I cannot drive. I got nada.
My platform, and I'm free to fucking do with it what I want. Just like you are. Just like everybody fucking else is. Why do I just have to sit there and eat the shit sandwich
Eat a shit sandwich.
of being treated like a fucking dog?
Wow. Woof, woof, bitch.
Move into me. Oh, that people here, I'm not going to cover Turtleboy forever. I'm here to help free Turtleboy, right? But once Turtleboy's free, which I have every bit of confidence.
Sir, he's free right now? Did you get the memo? Did someone not send Will the memo? Sir, he's a free right now, actually. He's actually free. Yeah. He's at his house. His $700,000 house, laughing at you in your popcorn ceiling apartment. He's doing all the things and just laughing in your face because you are in fact eating all the shit sandwiches as his Jew bitch. And that's got to be fucking embarrassing. Jesus, how emasculating. Gee. Sorry. As the Turtleboy turns. All the shit Sammys. Also the peanut butter and jam Sangies. Aidan loves those ones. His pupils have been gone for quite a while. So, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only, he might have a couple peanut butter and jam Sangies. I'm not sure. But, all those Sangies, all the shit Sangies, peanut butter and jam Sangies, they love the Sangies, Oh God. Well, that's all it usually is, right? Juvenile insults, simping, and penis references. Like that's it. Sexual references. It's like all they know how to do. Yeah, he's distracted by his new girlfriend. He's gonna run out of money to pay his bills. They're having full meltdowns. Full meltdowns. Full. Yeah, this is the day he thought he had balls. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, yes, Aidan. Yep. I'll let you take me on that gaslight stroll tonight. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good boy. Thank you. He got up there, got wicked brave, but wouldn't say Aidan's name. That guy. That fucking guy.
But it's just going to happen. What I'm trying to say. You don't get to control that. I have to sit here with that fear that you're going to go on your channel and then you're going to say, oh, fuck this person. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of blind Turtleboy followers that are going to go, yeah, fuck that person. And then we all got to walk around with that shit. And it sucks. Bullshit. It's not bullshit. No, that's fucking cool. Don't realize, and you're saying, I'm not saying you're responsible for all of that, but the fact is that you have that kind of influence. So we are aware of that influence you have, and it scares us, and it keeps a level of control over what we say and what we do. You're accountable for your own words, dude. I shouldn't have to fucking worry about that shit. You're the one who had the blow up. Too angry because I didn't feel like you actually gave a fuck. I've just learned to really just not really be in personal communication with a lot of people, most people. Like it burdens me with more limitations than if I did not have personal relationships in this community. Does that make sense? Instead, I got a public spanking. What the fuck? I'm a grown man, dude. You know what I'm saying?
You need a public little spanky? Get a little spanky from the mansies. No lube, yeah? Do boy, that's you. TV said Will and Baker are down assholes. Translation, bitches, do boys. Yes, exactly. This wimp bully deserves this. Well, here's this thing. Of course, they all insult their fans. They don't give a fuck about the people that watch them. They don't care about any of it. It's kind of sad in a way. Like, you can't please everybody, and I'm not saying that you can. Like, I try my very best, but I am also a human, so I can't please everyone. I do my best to try to keep up with everything, but as a content creator, what people don't realize is I'm not just looking at one screen at a time, right? I'm trying to run several things at one time. So I am trying to glance back at chat, get everybody's comments up. Sometimes I get your comments up before I even read them because I'm trying to make sure everybody knows they're seen, right? And I'm trying to pull up the stuff I'm trying to play, trying to pause it, trying to make my commentary. I'm also looking at two separate screens. One that's for YouTube where the comments are, one that's for StreamYard where the comments are. Like, I am only 1%. I'm one motherfucker. And so I can only do so much. And so although I try to do my best for everybody, I, I'm only a human, right? Make mistakes. And I'm not, fully on top of every single thing because I can only do so much at one time as one person, right? And look at so many things at once while I'm trying to do a million things. So I understand that you can't please everyone, but they just shit sandwich all over their viewers all the time. Like, yeah, fuck all the assholes and people that pay me money. I didn't get shit out of shit. I didn't get nothing. All your donations when I went there didn't matter. You guys didn't give me shit. I'm going to pretend I got nothing out of it. Like, are we for realsies right now? Like, thank you, Queenie63. Appreciate your jewels. I love hearts. Love hearts. And the blind support, right? He says the quiet part out loud, and then Aidan's like, oh, that's bullshit. And he's like, it's not bullshit. But then he walks it back, because Aidan's there. And he's like, well, you're not really responsible for what everyone else does. Like, now you got to walk it back, bro. Like, that made you look like the biggest bitch on. If you didn't already think you looked like a Du Bois,
walking it back the way you did as soon as Aidan popped up on your live stream was like the biggest bitch move I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can definitely tell. Not the classes are going to help, you know? Baker, Glyer, nothing without Aidan. Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, it scares us. Who's the us? Who is the us? Why is there us? So, at least behind closed doors, I know that she exists. I don't know if, you know, she looks like the picture that has been posted, but we know she exists, you know? And I mean, maybe she looks like Aidan's dick nose. I don't know, you know? I would call them definitely boys. They're definitely not men. Yeah, spankings and shit sandwiches, right? Like, it's weird shit, right? Like, what do you guys, like, what? You're fucking cucks. Like, I can't. Ooh, I love baseball. We were watching the Little League World Series last night, me and my husband. But that's a good point, Space Coast. Could it be a blow-up doll? It's very possible, you know? My husband wants to know why these middle-aged white men feel so persecuted. My husband said the same thing. He's like, what is in, who pissed in their Cheerios? Like, what the fuck kind of water are they drinking every day? Like, what the emasculation some of these people have to, like, how embarrassing, like, how emasculating. Like, another grown man forces your hand in what you can talk to, you know? Let me see. I don't think so. Maybe I have to check the docket again tomorrow. I like to check it out on Monday morning because on a Monday morning, it usually gets refreshed from the stuff that happened the week before. So if something like this week was like scheduled like on a Friday after hours or whatever, it hits the docket on a Monday. So I like checking on a Monday morning. So not that I know of right this minute, but I'm going to check tomorrow. So check back with me tomorrow and I'll let you know if I see anything. Right. And it scares us. It's scary. Not Today Satan made this video. Not Today Satan 25 made this video. That's funny that the screen name's Not Today Satan. But I mean, it's not over yet. It's not. It's almost.
Evil son and evil dad could ever ask for. I love you, Dad.
I said no, Scott. No.
I love you, son. It's a touching moment.
I'm gonna go with no, Scott. No. No.
It's like, do you guys realize like what you'd be like? I'm sorry, but again, the extraction is going to be, it's publicly available. If they just went and looked, I feel like they would. Oh my God, here it is. Catch. Amazing job.
He's got his little Tonka toy. There it is. Got a little big wheel.
Can we put a pink helmet on him? Can we put my helmet on him? I will let him borrow my helmet for his little motorcycle walk run. Never heard of a motorcycle walk, but sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with, meep, meep. Come out of his clown car, out of his clown car. It's totally acceptable, you guys. It's totally fucking acceptable. Wild. All right, let's see. Hold on. Oh, okay. So on last night's show, Altman just posted this. On last night on a show, Aidan talked about doing a valid truth journey on Jess. And he says it won't be the Jim Altman treatment. I don't know what that means. Does this short, pudgy elf think that his, quote, valid truth journey on me meant anything? Does he think that it actually bothered me? Does he believe that he has any power over my life at all? He does believe that because does he truly believe that some blogger from Massachusetts who literally every normal human laughs at has power or influence over anyone? Aidan, your opinion of me and your shows on me meant nothing. You cannot hurt me in any way, never have and never will. You seem to think you have all this power that you legitimately do not have. I am thriving. I have a great career and a great family and wonderful friends, and I'm not looking at telling 10 felonies, right? I don't spend every day of my life begging online for people to pay my attorney's fees and my mortgage and my child support. But you know what will be fun? When I get a subpoena for your trial. Ooh, ouchies. Imagine if they subpoena Jen Altman to testify in his fucking trial. Ponder me that one, guys. Aidan could go in someone's basket like E.T. He didn't find home. Imagine Jen Altman gets a subpoena for his criminal trial and testifies. That is not going to be good for him. That is going to be very, 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 very bad. Like very, very, very bad. Very, very bad. Very, 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 very bad.
Very, very bad. Ouchies. Oh my God, what's this? Hold on. We gotta.
Oh shit! My bad. Am I stoned? No. Do I look stoned? Woo! Okay. What was I saying? The internet needs lolcows, don't they? Dildo's gonna put
like
you in jail today. He's trying to trick me here. Bad timing for that. Oh shit! My bad. Am I stoned? No. Do I look stoned? Woo! Okay.
No stimmies happening there. Pupils are totally fine. They're acceptable. Okay. They're fine. She ain't going to do a truth journey on him. She's too afraid. She's too scared. Too scared. Too scared. That would put a chill on the TV creators yanking into testifying. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if she gets subpoenaed, and I'm sure that she has said she's willing, at least for the civil, I would guess, right? Like if she gets subpoenaed into the criminal shit, like, oof, that is going to be so bad for him. Again, I told you guys, he's going to be begging, and I mean begging to take a deal. Begging like a baby back bitch, right? Is your new girlfriend by any chance named a sewer turtle? And clearly there's no lube in that relationship, you know? She could get subpoenaed. I doubt it, but she could. I don't think they're really using that one instance, but I mean, it's a possibility. A No Mercy Monday show, Son will go sell. Yeah, but like she's too scared to go the full length, you know? Too scared to go the full length there, you know? Oh yeah, every day he wants to just unleash. Like, yeah, I mean, clean your fucking pool, guy. Your eyes wouldn't look like that if you cleaned your goddamn green ass pool. I guarantee you he's not checking his water. He's not checking his chemicals. Like he's just not doing it. Okay. It's the flies. It's all the flies' fault. It's Meredith's fault and the flies' fault that his eyes are red. Okay. I agree. You don't call someone's job, dude. That's just fucked up. Do I look stoned? I don't look stoned. I'm fine. Yeah, it is. It is, but that doesn't mean they're going to subpoena her. But imagine if they did, right? Imagine if they did. Right? Yes, you can. You can crush it and snort it. Yes, you can. And it has been a rumor for quite some time, allegedly, that he does. Allegedly. And for entertainment and satire purposes only. No, they don't. Yeah, you can only do your own valid truth journey. Like you can't do someone else's. And you don't do it on social media. That's like a heart-to-heart you have with someone else, or you write a book or fucking whatever. You know what I mean? No, he can't, because he can't do it all himself. Silence! I like the First Amendment, but I don't like yours. Silencio! That's really what he wants to tell everybody. Okay, this is what Nick Rocco said. I'll never understand how someone can tell a lie they know is false, keep feeding it until the whole room believes it, and then end up drinking their own Kool-Aid. Well, that's exactly Aidan. It's almost like if you say a lie 3 times, it becomes the truth. Nick, you know how that's how Aidan works. And obviously he's talking about Aidan here. So it's like, you know, that's how he works. That's all. He just repeats things over and over, knowing it's a lie, and then repeats it to his audience, knowing it's a lie. And then boom, magically they believe it's true. It's fucking wild. Some of the wildest shit I've ever seen in my life. You know? Rumor I heard was worse than snorting Adderall. Well, there's been a few instances that I'm like, that looks more like opiates than Adderall, but all right, we'll go with that. When your pupils are like teeny, tiny, like boop, 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 that's opiates. Those are not uppers make them like big, right? When your pupils are teeny, tiny, like that's usually like an opiate or an opioid like antagonist. Like it's, you know, just saying. Well, yeah, who the fuck is Nick Rocco? Who the fuck are you, Nick Rocco? Who are you? Thank you, Lana. Yeah, they're like clapping seals. That's exactly what they're like. Thank you for the jewels. They're exactly like clapping seals, my friend. Exactly like them. Emily said, you know, and D. on her show yesterday, you're the best. No, you are. Oh, gross. I can't. No, you are. No, you are. No, you are. Get out of the turtle land. Okay? Get out. I'm just scrolling Twitter here to see what's happening here. Uh-oh. Oh, this is the one I already played. Aidan not on drugs. Kearney says he knows what he's doing and everything is fine. Everything's fine.
Okay.
This is the one we just played.
What was I saying?
Well, I don't know what I was saying. It's fine. Boogers under his nose, hilarious. Like, bro, you can't see that in the camera. Can't see that in the cam. Can't see that in the cam. Netflix has their little thing up, The Trials of Karen Reed, coming 2026. It's up, but without the photo yet. Oh, it looks there's no photo yet. So it's not obviously out yet. But if I were Rita Lombardi, I'd never trust anyone and can't never again. Be more direct, Nick. Don't be a wimp. See, I love when people, I mean, we all know who he's talking about. I mean, I don't think he's afraid to be like, yeah, that's fucking what Aidan's doing. Like, oh my God, is he an idiot? He's got to be an idiot for saying this. Oh my God, he is a stupid, like, I contemplate whether Cosgrove is going to take his bail because the damage he does alone just by opening his big fat fucking face hole and coming out the side of his neck is wild.
Oh, believe me, of course I'm going to want it, but I'm not going to. I'm not giving him that satisfaction. Imagine me. Oh, I've been dying for a chance to have a conversation with Paul O'Keefe and tell him exactly what happened to his brother. But
okay.
Dildo knows I can't.
You're an idiot. You are.
Dildo knows that because I'm awaiting trial, I'd be ill-advised to do so.
It's also ill-advised to claim that you know, right? Now you'll have to, like, provide all this information that you have there about, like, oh my God, these people are acting like she was sent off to war. Does she realize that literally nobody likes her? Return of Jess Machado. Oh God, I mean, return. Like she was, off on vacations, shipping up to Boston. Should I join? For what? There's nothing up here for you, brother counsel. We don't accept simps here in Boston. We don't like simps. We do not like simp. Oh, this person found it too. We do not like simps here. Sorry. We don't appreciate the simps. We don't do the simps. Hey girl, hey. Yeah. Now all of a sudden he can't, he's got information to give. He doesn't have any fucking information. He's such a liar. Such a liar. Oh my God, they already have the Halloween candy out. Stop it. Stop it. I can't. I literally can't. Oh, what did he say now? Oh, this is when he went after Matt Valentinas like an idiot. And he absolutely, I think, wiretapped Matt. And I'm, if I was Matt, I would have sent his ass to fucking, file a charge on that. I don't think he did, but, let's see. What else we got? Oh, and cyclist. Okay. What is happening? You know what? We have to, we have a couple of, crap. We have a couple of funny videos from, where the fuck? From Scat. Do I have to not do capitals? Is that the problem? Why is it doing capitals when I don't want it to? Wait, what happened to? Wait, did we have a problem? What is happening? Where's my? Thank you, Queenie. Well, repetition does create habits. Yes, but that's all. Again, that's how cults operate. Repetition. Call the opposing attorney a dildo publicly. Yeah, it's so brilliant. He's a very brilliant man. He didn't tell you how brilliant he was. Like, hello. He's so brilliant. He's like knows it all. He's, he's basically a lawyer now. Okay. He's basically a lawyer. You don't even know. He's basically a lawyer. Okay. Thank you, Nicole, for the flower. He's not having a fucking one-on-one conversation with Paul. I mean, who are we kidding here? What happened to Muppet Man? What happened to my Muppet Man videos? Wait, didn't I bookmark one? I think I did. I did bookmark one, I feel like. I did. Is it up still, or did he get nuked or something? What's happening here? Where's my Muppet Man video that I got? Oh, here we go. Okay. I found the Muppet Man. Do you know the Muppet Man? The Muppet Man, the Muppet Man. Oh, God. He points out something very good here. He says, everyone look at me. I'm Emma. I hate Jess and other women, and I hate LTL because my leader tells me to. I just got called out by this loser Muppet Man, so now I'm going to take a comment that triggered me and fellow cultists and yell loud. Oh, and he mansplained me too, which is what I say about every man except my leader. It's like these people don't realize who they're following. You know what I mean?
Like, come on. It's wild. It is wild to me. Oh my God, I can't. Okay. This is Aidan and his fucking draw on fucking eyebrows.
Remember when I had you on my show?
Yeah.
I cut you down, hit you pretty low. All my people thought you were just white trash. I muted you, you didn't have a clue. Made you look like an ass, but you crawled back to me. Went to bat for me. You took everything I said I meant. You took it like a trooper even when I said you had a big fupa. You had a big fupa.
I love it. Aidan does not like the Muppet Man anymore. He does not find the Muppet Man funny. Right? Special shout out to O'Brien on his guitar for that one. Oh, it's TV's first Bus Stop Live. How cute. For allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. Look at it. It's a turtle. It's the first Bus Stop Live.
Every weekday morning they're waiting there. Could you at least run a comb through your hair? Phone in hand, case the po-po arrive. As a little fucker, it's Bus Stop Live. It's the myth, the legend, better than all of us. Just like every day stuck behind a bus. Back home again, let's check the chat. Say whore and bitches, call her food fat. Get my day started, resuming my terror TB. Little Ralphie and the glare of the Queen TB. Just return to the hive, this concludes another Bus Stop Live. It's the myth, the legend, better than all of us. Just like every day stuck behind the bus. Back home again, let's check the chat. Say whore and bitches, call her food pop back. Get my day started, resuming my terror TB. Little Ralphie and the glare of the Queen TB. Just return to the hive, this concludes another Bus Stop Live. Alright, gotta check out Twitter. How the fuck did I get so bitter?
He's very bitter. That's fucking hilarious. I'm guessing that's supposed to be Ray from Dallas in the middle there. Amazing. Amazing job, Muppet Man. What do we got now? No one can say it better than Vince. All right, what is this? Check this
Little baby crying about people making AI videos about him. Somebody put some powder on his irritated bottom. I don't think anybody has experienced harassment more than me with these AI videos. I would feel so embarrassed if I was such a fragile baby as he is. But we will continue to make these videos till the real baby, Aidan Kearney, brought to justice.
Only one creator was art filming. You know what's funny about that is the people, the hosts of Something's Off, what they don't seem to understand is something is off. Okay. You host something called Something's Off and you can't quite figure out that something's off about Aidan. Fun fact, he hates anybody with a they, them pronoun, which is one of the hosts, right? He does not love people who are gay, trans, or LGBTQ in any way. He thinks you're all a joke, okay? And if you knew anything about him, you would know everything that you stand for is everything that he hates, right? So I don't know why they're simping for him so fucking hard. Like, bro, he doesn't like you. He just needs people to talk about him. And it's like, if you host a show called Something's Off and you can't quite figure out that something's fucking off, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, you know what I mean? That doesn't say great things about you if you can't quite figure out that everything that you stand for, he hates. Yet you're pretending that, like, you need to twist everything into something good for him. It's weird to me, bro. Once again, I guess when you start a podcast and you need a ton of turtle riders to, like, make subscribers, then I guess you just say whatever. You know, you just simp for a loser. You simp for a bully, and you simp for a master manipulator and an evil man. And what's going to happen is they're all going to look like fools. And in the long run, when all of the shit comes out, right, what are they going to have to say for themselves? Because it's their credibility. It's their show, their credibility, and their words that are going to come back to bite them. Maybe you should have done some digging instead of just believing whatever the fuck he told you, right? Maybe you should have actually looked instead of pretending that he's good
sticking your fingers in your ears and just taking in the money, right? Like maybe you should see whether that money you're taking in is fucking blood money or not at this point. You know what I mean? I don't know. Good question. He's so talented. This is his mega motion strategy. Okay. So, you know, baby Betero over there. He's just, you know, just hanging out, you know, it's baby Betero. It's fine. I'm involved in a secret bookmaking deal of an unauthorized biography with a ghostwriter who I don't identify. This is our cover. Mega motion strategy. And yes, before it gets leaked, we have a second season coming out too. TBDS Island 2. I can't. I literally can't. No, of course not. Because everyone here who's met him and knows the way that he operates thinks he's despicable and disgusting, diabolical and evil because we know things that they don't, right? But also there's plenty of publicly available information and evidence to prove who he is. They ignore it. You know? Muppet Man says, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty pissed off. We've been working on a major movie with Mr. Kearney, and here he goes letting the cat out of the bag. He will release the trailer today ahead of schedule. We will release the trailer today ahead of schedule. Damn it. He said this is her unofficial invite to the Isle of Misfit Unfuckable Losers. They all end up there eventually. TBDS Island. Says the guy who literally needs like Sexaholics Anonymous. And here's the, you know, it's TBDS Island. TBDS Island season 2. Like, are we for real right now? Our thunder was stolen. Yes, coming this fall. TBDS Island, where viewers pay money to see illusions on TBDS Island. Many special guest appearances. Little baby. It's so cute. It's so cute. So cute. Out there digging, nothing stays buried. The premiere of I Can't Go Back. Disclaimer, if AI hurts your feelings, we used only authentic input here. I think we played this one, didn't we? I feel like we, oh God, can't count either. 1, 2, 3. Didn't I say earlier? It's like 1, 5, 25, 80. That's 80 people.
1, a 2, a 3
So
koalas.
enjoyable. 1, This should count from Sesame Street. They're all fucking lunatics, including Barry J. Lewis, the turtle rider, fucking ass kisser of Aidan, who then says Aidan is now in a conspiracy. You know, these people are very unwell. They're very, very unwell. Did you pick up your puppy's poop? The Glaber. Hold on 1 second. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Let's see. What's this one?
I hope that moron and fucking tool Muppet Man didn't worry you guys. Me and Clubber are just fine, and I'm gonna do some harassing for my dude at 6.
Yeah. Petties, bitches. YouTube correctional facility. I can't. It is fascinating. Quite fascinating. This is the purple lemonade guy that faked all his credentials of a personal trainer.
Has anybody here seen my old friend Paul? Can you tell me where he's gone? He trained a lot of people, but it seems the good they move on. I just looked away and he was gone. Has anybody here seen my old friend Will? Can you tell me where he's gone? He did a lot of petty streams, but now I don't see him on. I just turned away and he was gone.
He was gone. He just disappeared and he was gone. YouTube correctional facility where content creators serve time. Breaking news: due to the amount of bad actor content creators, so as not to lose revenue, YouTube is launching the first ever YouTube correctional facility. Aidan, very soon in court. Oh my God, let me see.
Were you instructed that there were some things you could not testify about?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were?
Yes.
And what were they? Just top level.
I'm trying to remember that. First, there was a document you put out saying, don't talk about free speech. Don't say I'm innocent. And a bunch of other stuff. And then that got withdrawn. I believe you withdrew it. They called motion limiting.
Okay. So you don't remember?
No. I remember currently.
Stop. You believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed. You're under oath. That means things must actually be true when you say them. Don't talk. Were you instructed?
Yeah, bitch. Says the judge that's going to say that exact same thing to Aidan. Just because you think it's true doesn't make it true. It actually has to be true. When you say it, it doesn't protect you if you just think it's true. Oopsie. Yep, I played it. I played it and I said, where's Freeze? Because I'm going to get yelled at and he's going to come in here with his freeze powers and he's going to freeze me if I don't play the Twitter Tales bumper and he's not here. And then you weren't here. And then I played it. See, I knew I was going to get yelled at. I said this. Did I or did not say this, guys, earlier? I said this. I said it. It was me. I said it. Where's the other one we didn't play?
Show after show, I took it as he lied. Told all his cult I'm Cryford that I cried. Furthest from the truth, if you know me. I'm not a man like him. Don't react emotionally. Blew the whistle, summoned all his cult. Don't think that he expected this unintended result. As they launched his orchestrated attack, that video of him came out. I can't go back.
Cryford was. Every time he calls me Cryford, I'm just gonna say, I can't go back! That's his nickname now. I can't go back! I can't go back!
He, in fact, can't go back. He says so, right? He tells everyone that he can't go back when he cries on the floor, like a baby back, baby back, baby back bitch, like this.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
He can't. He just can't go back. I mean, he's very upset about that.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
But everyone else is crying all the time. See, it says the only man who cries on the floor like a bitch. Just saying. All right, listen, I'm wrapping this up because I'm hungry and I need to go figure out dinner. And my throat still hurts and I'm out of water. And I got to pee again. I got a conspiracy pee again. I love your stinking faces. It's been a nice Sunday. I missed you guys. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We shall be here. We shall whistle while we work tomorrow. Make sure on your way out you smash the like button in its face and you replace its teeth with chiclets. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Get yourself a membership. You know, it never gets old. It's never his crying will never get old. He's so tough. Can't go back. Can't go back. Yeah, I'm also gonna go rest after I make dinner because my head is on blast mode. Not yelling. Who's yelling? I'm yelling. Okay, well, I didn't get yelled at, but I knew if you weren't here, you're gonna be like, where is the bumper? I played it. If you want to donate to the channel, there's one of a bunch of different ways you can do so on a super thanks if you're watching this on a re-stream, which is the only thing you can do when we're not live again that doesn't involve YouTube. Or you can do one of the direct routes if you're restreaming us here and catching the restream. on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have an Amazon wish list, or our Justice Chat link, which is all in the description of the video, and that one's pinned to the top of the chat. That works for debit, credit, Google Pay, Apple Pay. If you send one when I'm not live anymore and you're catching this on the restream, it's okay because I will read it on the next one, which is tomorrow. I love y'all. I love your stinking faces. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Goodbye.